Section 0 of Psychological Examining in the United States Army, edited by Robert M. Yerkes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. National Academy of Sciences, Volume 15, Psychological Examining in the United States Army. Submitted to the Surgeon General of the Army as the official report of the Division of Psychology of the Office of the Surgeon General and published with the approval of the Department of War. General Introduction. In the organization of the forces of the United States for participation in the World War, science accepted an important role. Activities which during days of peace had been directed to the development of science and its industrial applications were suddenly concentrated on the vital problems of national defense. In common with the other and more exact sciences, psychology demonstrated its preparedness for wholly unexpected practical demands and responsibilities. When on April 6, 1917, the nation was called to war, a group of experimental psychologists promptly assembled to consider means of psychological service. As plans of action developed, the size of this group, its opportunities and responsibilities steadily increased. The materials of this report represent the methods and results of only the field of psychological examining. Other phases of psychological service, equally important with that of psychological examining, have been or will be presented elsewhere. This volume constitutes a complete account of the history, methods, and results of psychological examining in the United States Army. It consists of 3 parts. Part 1 is the official history of the development of the service and of its conduct during the war. It is supplemented by reproductions of the printed materials which were devised and used. Part 2 is devoted to a complete account of the preparation of methods, their characteristics, and their evaluation as practical procedures. In Part 3, the results of examining are presented in summary fashion, and for reasons which are indicated below, wholly inadequately. The report was prepared under extremely tiring circumstances, for immediately following the armistice on November 11, 1918, pressure developed within the War Department and among the emergency personnel for early discharge. This rendered it difficult to hold, for a sufficient length of time, a competent staff of psychologists to analyze the data of examinations and to prepare materials for publications. It was necessary to choose between the preparation of a report which contained a maximum of material and one which expressed a maximum of precision. The decision rested with the first alternative. Many of the obvious defects of this volume must be charged against this practical decision. The problem of publication was still further complicated by a sense of responsibility to 2 important agencies, the military establishment on the one hand and the science of psychology on the other. This dual obligation rendered the task of reporting psychological examining peculiarly difficult, and to it the remaining shortcomings of the report may fairly be ascribed. The report supplies for the use alike of soldier and scientist essential information concerning methods and results. The 3 parts of the volume are interdependent. No one of them can be used satisfactorily, either for military purposes or in scientific research, apart from the others. To enable the reader to obtain immediately a comprehensive view of the entire report, a list of the chapters for the 3 parts is presented. Entire responsibility for this volume rests with the staff of the Division Letter Section of Psychology in the Office of the Surgeon General. So much of the work has been done corporately that no formal ascription of credit is possible. The chief service to the Army was rendered by the staffs of examiners in the training camps. It is not possible to do full justice even to those psychologists who submitted to the Division field reports of special merit and value. So far as practicable, responsibility and credit for the immediate preparation of this official report are indicated in the statements prefatory to the several parts of the volume. The Chief of the Division of Psychology expressed peculiar obligation to 3 staff officers who together rendered possible the completion of this volume. Major Lewis M. Turman assumed responsibility for the preparation of the account of methods. Captain Edwin G. Boring directed the analysis of results, and after the separation of the Chief of the Division from the service, assumed editorial responsibility. Major Harold C. Bingham, in addition to assisting in important ways throughout the preparation of the volume, became responsible as Chief of the Section of Psychology for the laborious and thankless task of reading proofs and preparing an index. Without the intelligent interest and support of the Secretary of War, Eugene D. Baker, and of his assistant, Dr. Frederick P. Keppel, later Third Assistant Secretary of War, and of the Chief of Staff, the establishment of the service of psychological examining in the United States Army would have been impossible. The first step towards the introduction of psychological service was taken by Colonels Victor C. Vaughan and William H. Welch of the Medical Reserve Corps, who, as a member of the National Research Council and one of the staff of the Surgeon General, recommended to Major General William C. Gorgas as the methods of examining presented to the Committee for Psychology of the National Research Council be given practical trial. This recommendation was accepted, and the Surgeon General, with the assistance of his Chief Executive Officer, Colonel Charles L. Furbush, promptly arranged for official trial of the methods and subsequently facilitated their introduction throughout the Army. Substantial assistance was rendered to psychological officers during the early period of the work by Colonel Pierce Bailey and Lieutenant Colonel Edgar King of the staff of the Surgeon General. From the beginning of his service as Surgeon General of the Army, psychological examining had the hearty and effective support of Major General Merritt W. Ireland and his staff. Among the many other officers who furthered in important ways this new variety of personal service, special mention should be made of Colonel Harry A. Shaw, Brigadier General E. L. Munsell, Colonel Roger Brooke, Brigadier Generals Robert I. Rees and R. J. Pert, and Colonel W. D. Scott. Robert M. Yerkes, Lieutenant Colonel, USR, Washington, D.C., May 17, 1920. End of introduction. End of section 0. Section 1 of Psychological Examining in the United States Army by Robert Yerkes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Introduction to Part 1. The story of the introduction, development, and conduct of psychological examining in the Army is told with substantial completeness in this part of the report. An attempt is being made to indicate the novelty, practical success, and military value of the work, and also to suggest the educational, industrial, and scientific significance of the methods which military demands brought into use. This official history begins with the inception of the idea of the psychological classification of recruits and ends with the termination of the military emergency. In order that all of the printed materials of military psychological examining shall be rendered permanently available, they are reproduced in this part of the report. Of primary value to the science of psychology are the forms of the Examiner's Guide. In the preparation of Part 1 of the report, the Chief of the Division of Psychology was assisted editorially by Captain E. G. Boring. Robert M. Yerkes, Lieutenant Colonel, USR, Washington, D.C., May 15, 1920. Psychological Examining in the United States Army, Part 1. History and Organization of Psychological Examining and the Materials of Examination. History and Organization of Psychological Examining. Chapter 1. Preofficial Period of Preparation for National Service. On April 6, 1917, in connection with a meeting of a group of experimental psychologists which was at that time being held in Emerson Hall, Cambridge, Massachusetts, a session was arranged by Messrs. Langford and Yerkes, with the approval of the chairman of the meeting, Mr. Titchener, for discussion of the relations of psychology to national defense. Captain W. S. Bowen, instructor in military science and tactics, Harvard University, attended this meeting and made valuable suggestions concerning the possible role of psychology. At the conclusion of the discussion, it was moved by Mr. Warren that a committee consisting of Messrs. Yerkes, Bingham, and Dodge be appointed to gather information concerning the possible relations of psychology to military affairs and to further the application of psychological methods to military problems. On the evening of the same day, at an informal conference of the members of this committee, Mr. Bingham's place was taken by Mr. Ogden. It was decided that the matter should be placed before the Council of the American Psychological Association, so that the national organization, rather than any restricted or local group, might take action. Following this conference, the President of the American Psychological Association prepared the following letter, which on April 7 was dispatched to the members of the Council of the Association. Emerson Hall, Cambridge, Massachusetts, April 6, 1917. To the Council of the American Psychological Association. Gentlemen, In the present perilous situation, it is obviously desirable that the psychologists of the country act unitedly in the interest of defense. Our knowledge and our methods of importance to the military service of our country, and it is our duty to cooperate to the fullest extent and immediately toward the increased efficiency of our Army and Navy. Formalities not in order, we should act at once as a professional group as well as individually. As President of the American Psychological Association, I apparently have choice of two lines of action. Either I may recommend to the Council that a special meeting of the Association be called at once to consider the general situation, or I may, instead, ask the Council to authorize the appointment by the President of such committee or committees from the Association membership as seem desirable. After consultation with a number of members of the Association, I have chosen the second alternative, and I hereby request the Council's authorization to appoint such necessary and desirable committee or committees. The duties of any group or groups of members appointed to represent and act for us would evidently consist first in gathering all useful information concerning the varied aspects of the actual and possible practical relations of psychology to military affairs. Second, to cooperate as circumstances dictate with governmental agencies, with the National Council of Defense, with local psychological groups or individuals, and with such other agencies as may develop. Third, to further the development and application of methods to the immediate problems of military selection. Already many of us are working for national defense in our respective communities. It is my thought that this action by our Council should, far from interfering with individual initiative, tend to unite us as a professional group in a nationwide effort to render our professional training serviceable. I urge you, gentlemen, to give this matter your immediate consideration, and I trust that you will write freely concerning your own activities, plans, and opinions, for your advice and suggestions concerning all aspects of the problem will be quite as welcome as your vote on the above recommendation. Yours faithfully, signed, Robert M. Yerkes, President, American Psychological Association. It was deemed desirable by 2 members of the Council that a meeting of the Council be called immediately for consideration of the situation and decision concerning desirable action. Such a meeting was called by the President in Philadelphia for the evening of April 21. In the meantime, the President, in order to obtain pertinent information concerning actual and possible applications of psychology to military problems, and by request to advise the Military Hospitals Commission of Canada concerning the use of psychological methods, proceeded to the Dominion of Canada and made careful inquiry concerning psychological activities in Montreal, Ottawa, and Toronto. The information obtained from the Canadian authorities indicated the urgent desirability of the application of psychological methods in the selection of recruits and the studying of incapacitated soldiers. While in Ottawa, a telegram was received for Dr. George E. Hale, Chairman of the National Research Council, requesting a conference in Philadelphia on April 14. In accordance with this request, the President of the Association met Dr. Hale and briefly reported to him the action which had been taken by American psychologists and the results of observation in Canada. Chairman Hale requested that a psychological committee be organized in connection with the National Research Council, and that the President of the American Psychological Association act as chairman of the committee and as a member of the Council. He further invited the President of the Association to attend the semi-annual meeting of the National Research Council in Washington on April 19 as a representative of psychological interests. And a special meeting of the Council of the American Psychological Association, which was held the evening of April 21 and the morning of April 22 in Philadelphia. The President of the Association reported the action taken in Cambridge and the results of his observations in Canada. After a thorough discussion of the relations of psychology to the military situation, it was voted by the Council that the President be instructed to appoint committees from the membership of the American Psychological Association to render to the Government of the United States all possible assistance in connection with psychological problems arising in the military emergency. 12 committees were subsequently appointed. It was further voted that the Secretary of the Psychological Association be instructed to communicate the action of the Council to the members of the Association and to suggest that individuals and institutions offer their professional services to the Government in suitable manner. The Council made certain suggestions concerning the presentation to the proper government authorities of a plan for the psychological examination of recruits and authorized the President to proceed with such presentation. Following this Council meeting, and by authorization already indicated, A psychological committee of the National Research Council was organized with the following membership: Messrs. Cattell, Hall and Thorndike from the National Academy of Sciences, Messrs. Dodge, France and Whipple from the American Psychological Association, and Messrs. Seashore, Watson and Yerkes from the American Association for the Advancement of Science. At the first meeting of this committee, it was voted that whereas psychologists in common with other men of science may be able to do invaluable work for national service and in the conduct of war, it is recommended by this committee that psychologists volunteer for and be assigned to the work in which their service will be of the greatest use to the nation. In the case of students of psychology, this may involve the completion of the studies on which they are engaged. It was the function of this General Committee to organize, and in a general way, supervise psychological research and service in the present emergency. Problems suggested by military officers or by psychologists were referred by the committee to appropriate individuals or institutions for immediate attention. Several of the committees originally appointed by the Council of the American Psychological Association were subsequently accepted as subcommittees of the Committee on Psychology of the National Research Council. After the meeting of the National Research Council, which the President of the American Psychological Association attended in Washington, and in which he made a brief statement concerning the possible service of psychology to the military organizations, a circular letter was addressed to the members of the American Psychological Association in which their cooperation with the government in the interest of national defense was suggested. It was indicated that psychological laboratories might be made available and that offers of personal service would materially assist the Council in formulating and furthering plans for the development of national service. During the last week in April, in pursuance of the suggestion of the Council of the American Psychological Association, the President, acting as chairman of the Committee on Methods for the Psychological Examining of Recruits, prepared for transmission to the proper military authorities a plan for the examining of recruits, in which the function of the psychologist in dealing with intellectual deficiency and psychopathic tendencies, and his limitation, as an assistant of the military personnel examiner, to the purely psychological aspects of the work was emphasized. A definite proposal for the administration of the work of examining in the camps was made. Since the details of this proposal differ considerably from the plan that was finally adopted, it is unnecessary to give them here. Early in May, this plan was submitted to the chairman of the National Research Council, who in turn referred it to the chairman of the Committee on Medicine and Hygiene of the Council, Dr. Victor C. Vaughan. With Dr. Vaughan's support and cooperation, the plan was promptly placed before the Surgeon General of the Army. The evident necessity for developing methods of psychological examining specially adapted to military needs stimulated the chairman of the Committee on Methods of Examining Recruits to seek such financial aid as should render possible the organization of an active committee for this special task. About the middle of May, this need and opportunity were brought at the attention of the Committee on Provision for the Feeble-Minded, Philadelphia, whose secretary, Mr. Joseph P. Byers, immediately presented the matter to his board. It was promptly voted by this organization to offer the Committee on Methods facilities for the work at the training school, Vineland, New Jersey, and to meet the expenses of the work on an amount not to exceed $500. This sum was later increased to $700. On the basis of this offer of assistance, a committee consisting of Messrs. Bingham, Goddard, Haynes, Terman, Wells, Whipple, and Yerkes was assembled at the training school Vineland in New Jersey on May 28. It remained in session until June 9, when it adjourned for 2 weeks to make trial of methods which had been devised. During the first 2 weeks, it was decided to arrange a method of examining recruits in groups of 25 to 50 as an initial psychological survey. The group method, as finally agreed upon and printed for preliminary trial, consists of 10 different measurements. From June 10 to 23, the various members of the committee conducted examination by the above method in several parts of the country. In all, about 400 examinations were made, chiefly upon United States Marines and candidates in officers' training camps. These measurements were analyzed by the committee and used as a basis for revision and the devising of methods of scoring. On June 25, the committee resumed its sessions in Vineland and continued its work until Saturday, July 7, when it adjourned on the completion of tentative methods of group and individual examining. At this time, the committee had in press 5 forms of group examination record blanks, an individual examination record blank which provides special forms of measurements for illiterates and those who have difficulty with the English language, those who exhibit irregularities suggestive of psychopathic condition, those who are intellectually subnormal or inferior, and finally those who are distinctly subnormal. An examiner's guide, which contains directions for the conduct of examinations and various types of special recorded sheet. Before its adjournment, the committee, through a joint committee of psychiatrists and psychologists, consisting of Drs. Kopp, Mayer, Williams, Terman, Haynes, Bingham, Alternate, and Yerkes, received assurance from the committee, National Committee for Mental Hygiene, on furnishing hospital units for nervous and mental disorders to the United States government, that this committee would finance, to the extent of $2,500, the trial of the above methods of psychological examining in various Army and Navy organizations, the work to be so played as to test thoroughly the reliability and serviceableness of the methods and to supply materials for their improvement, and for the development of satisfactory methods of scoring and reporting data of examinations. This offer of assistance resulted in the prompt formulation of the following plan, which was successfully carried out. 5 groups of 3 men each are to be organized for immediate work in 4 different military establishments. Each group can consist of a chief examiner and 2 assistants, the 5th group to be organized for statistical work. The 4 examining groups are to work for 1 month in naval stations, Army reorganization camps, or officers' training camps. It is proposed that approximately 1,000 men be examined at each place by the group method and approximately 200 by the individual method. Further, that, so far as possible, the results of these examinations be correlated with industrial and military records or histories. This work is to begin as soon after July 15 as possible. Records for examinations are to be shipped to the statistical unit in New York City as rapidly as possible, so that they may be scored and the results evaluated and correlated with a view to determining the best methods of scoring and desirable changes in methods of examining. Personnel of units. Examining Unit, Fort Benjamin Harrison, Indianapolis. IND Chief Examiner G. M. Whipple, succeeded by T. H. Haynes. Assistant Examiners J. E. Anderson, W. K. Layton. Examining Unit Camp Jackson, Nashville, Tennessee. Chief Examiner E. K. Strong. Assistant Examiners B. R. Simpson, D. G. Patterson. Examining Unit Reorganization Camp Syracuse, New York. Chief Examiner J. W. Hayes. Assistant Examiners J. C. Bell, W. S. Foster. Examining Unit Naval Training Base No. 6, Brooklyn, New York. Chief Examiner R. S. Woolworth. Assistant Examiners N. J. Melville, G. C. Myers. Statistical Unit Statisticians E. L. Thorndike. Assistants A. S. Otis, L. L. Thornstone. The examining of approximately 4,000 soldiers in accordance with the plan described above and the comparison of the results with officers' ratings of the men revealed a correlation of about 0.5, and in general justify the belief that the new methods would prove serviceable to the Army. On July 20, after the adjournment of the Committee on Methods, and as a direct result of its work, a substitute plan for the psychological examining of recruits was forwarded to the Surgeon General of the Army. This plan proposed the commissioning of 6 qualified experts to be designated chief psychological examinators, each to be in charge of the work of a single camp, and the appointing under the Civil Service Commission of 18 men as assistant psychological examiners. It was pointed out that a list of available appointees had already been prepared. Specific recommendations for apparatus and equipment and for the mode of procedure in examining were also made. It was further submitted that all recruits on the results of the group examination be tentatively classified as mentally A. low, B. high, C. average, D. irregular, and that as time permits, the lowest 10%, the highest 5%, and irregular individuals shall be subjected to more searching individual examinations. Early in August, report of the trial of methods of psychological examinations in Army and Navy stations was prepared, and on the basis thereof, it became possible definitely to recommend to the Medical Department of the Army official trial in the drafted Army of the methods prepared by the Committee. The chairman of the Committee was, upon a recommendation of Drs. Vaughan and Welch of the National Research Council, appointed with the rank of Major in the Sanitary Corps, National Army, to organize and direct psychological examining for the Medical Department. End of Section 1. Section 2. of Psychological Examining in the United States Army by Robert M. Yerkes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 2. The Official Military Trial of Psychological Examining. Section 1. Provision of Professional Personnel. The decision of the Surgeon General thoroughly to investigate the relations of methods of psychological examining to military needs was followed by systematic effort to discover suitable ways of providing the necessary professional personnel for psychological service in the Army. It was shortly discovered that the recently created Sanitary Corps offered opportunity for the military appointment of psychologists. The Surgeon General decided that for preliminary trial of psychological methods, a number not to exceed 16 qualified psychologists might be recommended for appointment in the grade of First Lieutenant in the Sanitary Corps, National Army. It seemed desirable, however, to secure the services of psychologists under civil appointment in order that the necessity of commissioning a relatively large number of men for the service should be avoided until the practical value of the methods had been demonstrated. The chairman of the Committee on Psychology of the National Research Council, acting under the direction of Major Pierce Bailey, responsible head of the work in neurology and psychiatry in the Surgeon General's office, proceeded to investigate the Surgeon General for the possibilities of civil appointment. His inquiries led to the preparation in the following letter. August 3, 1917. From the Surgeon General to the Secretary of War. Subject: Eligibles for employment as psychological examiners. 1. It is respectfully requested that the Secretary of War obtain from the Civil Service Commission, in accordance with the needs and qualifications stated herein, a list of eligibles for the position of psychological examiner in the Army. 2. These men are needed to serve as expert psychological examiners under the direction of medical officers, to the end that the first-line Army may be organized speedily. 3. The requirements for appointment are thorough training in psychology and special training and experience in the use of methods of psychological examining. Men holding the degree of PhD in psychology or of MD or both, who are professionally engaged in psychological work, are to be preferred. 4. The work will be done in the military camps under the direction of officers of the medical department detailed to supervise this work of examining and classifying according to ability. 5. The period of employment probably will not exceed 6 months. 6. 18 men are needed for immediate service. More may be required later. 7. The salary should be at the rate of $2,400 per annum. W.C. Gorgas, Surgeon General, United States Army. First endorsement. War Department, August 7, 1917, to the Civil Service Commission. The Department requests authority for appointment without competitive examination under the Commission has a register of eligibles available for these temporary positions. John C. Schofield, Assistant and Chief Clerk, August 15, 1917. The Honourable the Secretary of War. Sir, in compliance with the Department's request of August 7, endorsement of the Surgeon General's recommendation of Army 3, the appointment of 18 or more men as expert psychological examiners at $2,400 per annum under the Surgeon General of the Army is hereby authorized under Section 4 of Civil Service Rule 8. Which provides for job employment as the probable period of employment is mentioned as not more than 6 months, by direction of the Commission, very respectively. I.J. McClenny, President, Civil Service Commission. First endorsement. War Department, August 25, 1917, to the Surgeon General, August 20, 1917. Memorandum for the Surgeon General, subject: Psychological Examiners. With reference to the communications herewith, the Secretary of War directs me to inform you that, due to lack of data as to the exact nature of the duties to be performed by the proposed psychological examiners, he is unable to act upon your recommendations. Information should be furnished as to the plan of employment of the personnel, the necessity therefor, and the basis which fixes the number required. Tasker H. Bliss, Major General, Acting Chief of Staff, August 21, 1917. From the Surgeon General of the Army to the Chief of Staff. Subject: Psychological Examining. Relative to your inquiry of August 20 for information concerning psychological examining, I desire to offer the following. 1. It is deemed important that a special method of psychologically examining recruits, which has been prepared under the direction of Major R.M. Yerkes for the direction of mental defectives, be used. 2. The psychological examining must be done by special examiners who will work under the direction of the medical staff and whose results will supplement those of the physical examiner. 3. Under the value of the methods has been definitely established by Army use, it appears desirable to authorize psychological examining in only 4 National Army cantonments. Thus far, under the authority of commanding officers in various camps, about 4,000 men have been examined by volunteer workers. The results correlate highly with officers' judgments of their men and justify the further and official trial of the new psychological examining. 4. The general plan of work and staff organization for each cantonment are briefly described in the accompanying memorandum prepared for your information by Major Yerkes. 5. It is not anticipated that the services of contract psychological examiners will be required for more than 4 months in any single cantonment. 6. It is further provided that if after the first 4 weeks of work the reports are not satisfactory, psychological examining may be discontinued and the examiners discharged. 7. A few psychologists have been recommended for commission in the Sanitary Corps. These men will organize and direct the examining in the cantonments. In each cantonment, either 4 or 5 contract employees are needed to assist the commissioned psychologist. These are therefore needed for immediate use 18 Civil Service appointees. W.C. Gorgas, Surgeon General, United States Army. Approved, August 23, 1917. Signed, Newton D. Baker, Secretary of War. First endorsement. War Department AGO, August 24, 1917, to the Surgeon General. Inviting attention to the approval to the Secretary of War endorsed hereon, and with a request that he recommend the cantonments in which he wished to begin, and the formal instruction to be given the cantonment commander by order of the Secretary of War H.G. Leonard, Adjutant General. Second endorsement. War Department SGO, September 1, 1917, to the Adjutant General. It is recommended that the following instructions be given to the division commanders at Camp Lee, Vancouver, Camp Taylor, Kentucky, Camp Dix, New Jersey, and Camp Devens, Massachusetts. 1. A staff of 10 psychological examiners, either as first lieutenants of the Sanitary Corps or as civilians employed by the Civil Service Commission, will report to you, prior to October 5, 1917, for the purpose of conducting psychological examinations of enlisted men. 2. Arrangements will be made to conduct the examination of 6 companies per day. If double companies, 250 men, otherwise a corresponding number of men. 4 days per week, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. In this way, a regiment will lose not more than 2 days from work, and the company not more than 1 day. It is not intended that headquarters, supply, and machine gun companies shall be examined. 3. It is believed that suitable rooms for the examination can be found, either at the hospital ward, barracks rooms, or other large buildings. 4. The method examination will be substantially as follows. 6 psychological examiners with their assistants will work simultaneously in different rooms. At 8 a.m., or thereabouts, companies shall be reported in sections of not more than 80 men. 2 sections for regular companies, 3 sections for companies of 250 men, to the examining rooms. Each company section should report in charge of a commissioned officer who should remain to assist with the examination and should detail a sufficient number of non-commissioned officers to be distributed among the group to keep order and assist in carrying out instructions of the examiner. 5. It is desired that the psychological examiner have interviews prior to the examination of organizations with the commanding officer of the organization in order to explain to him the methods and objects of the examination. 6. The following clerical assistants detailed from enlisted men will be needed. 1. 2 men to prepare typewriting examination lists and reports. 2. 50 men to serve as scoring clerks 4 mornings a week, from 8 to 12 o'clock. 3. 20 men to serve as scoring clerks 4 afternoons a week, from 1 to 5 o'clock. 4. 12 men to serve daily as copying clerks for the keeping of individual record cards. 7. It is not planned to conduct examinations on Sunday. It is expected that the work will be completed within 6 weeks. 8. As this work has been carefully considered and planned, and as it is believed to hold possibilities of great good for the service, it should be expedited and assisted in every possible way consistent with the general interests of the service. H.P. Birmingham, Colonel, Medical Corps. With this endorsement, a detailed program for psychological examining was submitted. The object of the work, the specific functions of the personnel, and a daily schedule for the report of men from companies were included. Third endorsement. War Department SGO, September 4, 1917, to the Adjutant General of the Army. 1. Requested that necessary orders and instructions be given to the cantonment commanders as given in the second endorsement hereon. C.L. Furbush, Major, Medical Reserve Corps. Fourth endorsement. War Department AGO, September 6, 1917, to the Surgeon General. With the information that copies of the second endorsement have been transmitted to the Commanding General, 80th Division, Camp Lee, Vancouver, the Commanding General, 84th Division, Camp Taylor, Kentucky, the Commanding General, 78th Division, Camp Dix, New Jersey, and the Commanding General, 76th Division, Camp Devens, Massachusetts, for action as recommended in that endorsement, by order of the Secretary of War, John S. Johnson, Adjutant General. From August 17, 1917, Major Yerkes acted for the Surgeon General as a responsible head of psychological work, which was at first administered in connection with the neurological and psychiatric service. As soon as the Surgeon General has decided to make trial of psychological methods, plans for the conduct of camp surveys were prepared. Examining equipment and printed materials were ordered, and necessary provision was made for the prompt and efficient conduct of the work. Psychological staffs of cantonments. At Major Yerkes' request, 24 psychologists were appointed as civilian examiners. Simultaneously, 16 men were recommended for appointment as first lieutenants in the sanitary corps. The stations at which these several military and civil appointees reported are indicated below. Camp Lee, Vancouver, First Lieutenants. Clarence S. Yoakum, Chief Psychological Examiner. George O. Ferguson, Jr., Walter S. Hunter, Edward S. Jones, and the following civilians: Leo J. Bruckner, Donald G. Patterson, Austin S. Edwards, Rudolph Pintner, Benjamin F. Pittenger, Ben D. Wood. Camp Taylor, Kentucky. First Lieutenants Marion L. Trabue, Chief Psychological Examiner. Carl T. Waugh, Herbert B. Cunnings, Edgar A. Dole, and the following civilians: James W. Bridges, J. Crosby Chapman, John K. Norton, Eugene C. Rowe, J. David Hauser, Calvin P. Stone. Camp Dix, New Jersey. First Lieutenants Joseph W. Hayes, Chief Psychological Examiner. Harold A. Richmond, Herschel T. Manuel, Carl C. Brigham, and the following civilians: Thomas H. Haynes, Norbert J. Melville, Howard P. Shunway, Thomas M. Stokes, John J. B. Morgan, Charles C. Stetch. Camp Devens, Massachusetts. First Lieutenants William S. Foster, Chief Psychological Examiner. John E. Anderson, Horace B. English, John T. Metcalf, and the following civilians: Raymond H. Wheeler, Harold C. Bingham, Carl R. Brown, Chester E. Kellogg, Ralph S. Roberts, and Charles H. Toll. The section of psychology within the Division of Neurology and Psychiatry was organized during November with the following staff: Major Robert M. Yerkes, SCNA, in charge of section, appointed August 17, 1917, Lieutenant Arthur S. Otis, statistician, appointed October 3, 1917. Dr. Lewis M. Turman, appointed advisory member October 18, 1917. Captain Charles Scott Berry, appointed November 21, 1917. Section 2. Conduct of examining in cantonments. The progress of psychological work in the stations in which it was first tried and certain of the most important conditions affecting it are indicated below. Camp Devens, beginning September 16, 1917. The psychological staff, which was quartered in the base hospital, worked with the personal officer of the camp for the double purpose of assisting him and of gaining insight into the methods and results of the qualification card system. The chief psychological examiner was advised on September 19 by the division surgeon that it would be unwise to attempt to initiate psychological examining until at least 40% of the soldiers expected in the camp had been assigned to organizations. It was further stated that this would probably delay examining until October 15. During the last week of September, examinations were made for the training of the staff. The following week, certain preliminary investigations were conducted in compliance with directions from the Office of the Surgeon General. The purpose of these investigations was to perfect methods and to secure tentative norms. Numerous conferences were held early in October to acquaint the officers of Camp Devens with the methods and purpose of the psychological service. On October 15, psychological survey of the camp was initiated by the examination of 475 men. The following day, 1,000 men were examined. A conference with company commanders was held on October 17 and thereupon, in order that psychological records might be scored promptly and the results promptly reported to medical and line officers. About 60 enlisted men were assigned to the psychological staff for clerical duty. During the first week of the survey work, 1 regiment was examined. Each company was taken in 2 sections. The average number of individuals per section was 100. The staff at this time experienced difficulty in making the requested number of individual examinations. During the second week of the survey, increase the force of scoring clerks to 90 made possible the examination of 3 regiments. On November 9, a total of 14,091 men had been examined, and on November 20, the total had reached 20,085. Major Yerkes reported at Camp Devens on November 22 for inspection of psychological examining and conference with the Commanding General concerning the feasibility and desirability of examining the officers at the camp. Satisfactory arrangements were promptly made for the examination of officers, and on November 26 this work was initiated by the examination of 180 medical, dental, and veterinary officers. On November 28 it was reported by the Chief Psychological Examiner that 830 officers had been examined. On the same date, a total of 1,059 individual examinations was reported. From this group of cases, about 200 had been referred to the neuropsychiatric officer for special examination. As the survey of the camp was well advanced, the attention of the staff was directed early in December to special study of the military status, protective value to the service, and general behavior of men who received unsatisfactory grades in the psychological examination. Effort was made to ascertain the attitudes of company commanders, as well as of regimental and other officers toward the psychological service. To this end, a simple questionnaire was sent to each officer. Official report of December 6 gives the following totals for groups examined: enlisted men, 18,021, officers, 1,197, individual examinations, 1,148. From this time, the strength of the psychological staff was rapidly reduced because of needs elsewhere, and attention was devoted primarily to the preparation of reports on special aspects of methods and results and to the completion of the study of the status and military value of men reported as E, mentally low grade, or as M, medical attention cases. Lieutenant W.M.S. Foster, Chief Psychological Examiner, was ordered to the Office of the Surgeon General, Washington, on December 13 for special duty in connection with the revision of methods, and Lieutenant John E. Anderson was designated Acting Chief Psychological Examiner in his place. In all, approximately 20,000 soldiers were examined at Cape Devens between October 15 and December 1. The work was facilitated in every possible way by the commanding generals, the division surgeon, and the commanding officer of the base hospital, but it was nevertheless conducted under serious adverse conditions which at once lessened its value to the division and made it extremely difficult for the psychological staff. Psychological service in this camp was officially inspected for the medical department late in November by Colonel Henry Anderson Shaw, M.C. Camp Dix. Although the psychological staff reported for duty at Camp Dix late in September 1917, survey of the camp could not be initiated until late in November. This delay was due to the desire of the commanding general to have organizations brought to full strength before being examined and to the delay in the completion of the hospital wards in which the examinations were to be made. During November, while awaiting the opportunity to make examination of all available soldiers, the psychological staff busied itself with individual examining, with efforts to perfect methods, and with the intensive study of a single regiment, the 303rd Engineers. 9 days were devoted to this organization alone, and as a result, exceptionally detailed and valuable reports were made to the Surgeon General. The first week of December, Major Yerkes reported at Camp Dix to inspect psychological work. At this time, almost no examinations had been made aside from individual cases and the 303rd Engineers. Arrangements were then made, with the approval of the Commanding General of the Division, for the immediate examination of officers. All those below the rank of field officer were ordered to report for examination, and the remainder were invited also to attend. On December 15, the Chief Psychological Examiner, Lieutenant Joseph W. Hayes, reported that 1,151 officers had been examined, and in addition, 5,462 enlisted men. There were in the camp at this time 19,000 soldiers. Between December 10 and December 22, when suitable facilities for examining had been secured, the psychological survey was rushed. More than 160 groups were examined, and the number of examinations per day reached 1,500. By January 1, 1918, about 14,000 men had been examined in this camp. Apart from the unfortunate delay of examining at Camp Dix, conditions were favorable to the service. Both the division surgeon and the commanding officer of the base hospital exhibited keen interest in the work and effectively facilitated it. The delay of the general survey until organizations were well filled undoubtedly greatly lessened the value of the psychological reports to company commanders. Consequently, the results obtained in this camp are not of comparable significance with those obtained in Camp Divens. Camp Lee. From the very first, the psychological service succeeded in Camp Lee. The success was due, in the main, to the application of the possible value of psychological examining by the division surgeon, the commanding officer of the base hospital, and the commanding general of the division. There was practically no delay in the initiation of work, and the survey of the camp was completed according to schedule. Examining was initiated most fortunately on officers. On September 30, 1917, all regimental medical officers were ordered to report for psychological examination, and the following week practically all officers of the division and camp took the examination. The psychologists were requested to examine all nurses at the base hospital and to make comparison of the psychological ratings of the 50 best and the 50 poorest men in each of several companies. By the middle of October, the survey of enlisted men was progressing rapidly. As many as 1,100 were given group examination in a single day. When on November 5, the work of this camp was inspected by Major Yerkes, the organization of the staff, its relations to the activities of the medical department, to the personal office, and to the headquarters staff, were eminently satisfactory, and in all directions work was progressing rapidly and with maximal serviceableness. One member of the psychological staff was detailed during November to serve with the psychiatrists of the division in order that the cases requiring intelligence examination might be reported on promptly. The chief psychological examiner, primarily for educational purposes, held many conferences with regimental and company officers as well as with officers of the staff and members of the medical corps. The need was early recognized in this camp for the organization of service battalions, to which might be referred men of very low grade intelligence who, although undesirable for regular military service because of slowness in learning, might yet be used to advantage as common laborers. The survey of this camp had been practically completed by December 1st, and except for the uncertainty concerning the future conduct of psychological work, the greater part of the staff would have been transferred at once to some other station. The total of examinations in Camp Lee to December 8, 1917 was 31,520. This covers the examination of 1,317 officers, 19,913 white enlisted men, and 3,285 Negro enlisted men. Individual examination was made of 339 men. When the psychological survey in Camp Lee was progressing at maximum speed, approximately 5,000 men were examined each week. In this camp, the division surgeon appreciated the possibilities of improving his service by obtaining reliable information concerning the professional training, the intellectual ability, and the military value of each individual. He therefore developed a qualification card on which the several important bits of information might be recorded, and with the assistance of the personal officer and the chief psychological examiner, made systematic study of the medical officers of the camp. This information was later used most effectively for purposes of reorganization. Incompetent officers were tried out in new positions in order to discover whether they were misfits or all-round incompetents. Many were transferred, some discharged, and the divisional medical service was markedly improved. The commanding general of the division also took pains to inquire into the possible values of ratings of officers and enlisted men. His sympathetic and intelligent interest in the work of the personal bureau and that of the psychological staff facilitated these lines of inquiry and rendered their results unusually valuable to the division. Colonel Henry Anderson Shaw, MC, officially inspected psychological service at Camp Lee on November 7, 1917. Camp Taylor. The commanding officer of the base hospital, Camp Taylor, on September 27, 1917, assigned 7 wards to the psychological staff for conduct of its work. During the next 2 weeks, necessary equipment was secured and installed. On October 29, the Chief Psychological Examiner, Lieutenant Marion R. Trabue, in conference with the Commanding General of the Division, endeavored to secure the assignment of enlisted men to serve as clerks. It developed a connection with this conference that the Commanding General had never seen the official instructions concerning psychological examining issued by the Adjutant General of the Army. Several failed to reveal a copy of these instructions in the camp. Telegraphic request for the same was therefore sent to the Adjutant General. This miscarriage of information cost the psychological staff nearly 2 weeks. It was not until November 15 that group examining was arranged for, and even then, instead of arrangements in accordance with the program of the Office of the Surgeon General, the psychological staff was instructed by camp authorities to examine men in connection with the tuberculosis board. Subsequently, Major Yerkes, in connection with the inspection of psychological examining at Camp Taylor, succeeded in arranging with the Commanding General for the conduct of examinations in accordance with the program followed in the other camps. Thereafter, several companies were given group examination each day. The largest number examined in a single day was 1,700 on November 22nd. Early in December, the officers of this camp were examined, and before Christmas the survey of organizations of the division was completed. In January 1, 1918, approximately 17,000 enlisted men and 1,274 officers had been given psychological examination. Section 3. Special Investigations and Reports from Examining Stations. In each of the 4 National Army cantonments where psychological examining was originally tried, the staff conducted special investigations as opportunity offered for the purpose of improving and standardizing methods and of securing reliable bases for the evaluation of results. Results of these investigations were promptly reported to the Surgeon General so that the data received from the several stations might be compared and used to advantage for the improvement of procedures. It is impractical in connection with this historical statement to attempt a summary of these reports or even a list. It be said, however, that it was this work and the spirit which prompted it that rendered possible the development and the final stabilization of methods. The actual examining of soldiers in the cantonments occupied not more than half the time of most members of the staff. The remainder they devoted systematically to work, the importance of which for the army was doubtless greater even than the examining of thousands of men. These 40 psychologists who worked early and late under conditions which were almost invariably trying and sometimes utterly discouraging deserve unlimited praise for the quality and amount of the original work which they did over and above the performance of their routine duties. During this period of trial examining, approximately 100,000 men were reported on. The total of group and individual examinations, since many individuals were given 2 or 3 examinations, approached 200,000. At the same time, there were received from Camp Devens 36 special reports, from Camp Dix 30, from Camp Lee 32, from Camp Taylor 11. Section 4. The relations of psychological examining to classification of personnel in the Army. In August 1917, a committee on the classification of personnel in the Army was organized to engage under the direction of the Adjutant General in the development and application of methods suitable for classifying soldiers in accordance with occupation, and in the preparation which this committee gathered was recorded on a qualification card. It soon became evident that the intelligence rating of a soldier may be of great importance in connection with assignment to military duty. The committee, therefore, made provision on its qualification card for a brief statement of the result of psychological examinations. In view of the obvious relations to the psychological service to the work of the Committee on Classification of Personnel on the one hand, and to that of the Division of Neurology and Psychiatry of the Medical Department on the other, the following recommendations concerning the conduct of the psychological service were made by the Chief of the Section of Psychology after conference with Majors Bailey and Salmon, of the Office of the Surgeon General, and with their hearty approval. November 5, 1917. From Major Robert M. Yerkes to the Surgeon General, U.S. Army. Subject: Plans for conduct of psychological examining. 1. The psychological examining as conducted at present has two immediate references. A. Military. B. Medical. 2. It appears logical and, in a variety of respects, deniable that the portion of the work which has purely military significance be done under the Adjutant General and in connection with the Personnel Committee. That the medical portion of the work be done under the immediate supervision of the psychiatric boards. 3. It is therefore recommended that this department request the Personnel Committee of the War Department to provide in its organization for the psychological examining of enlisted men as a report in the draft and for such examining of officers as is requested. 4. The accompanying plan and diagram indicate the relations which would be established in case the above recommendations were adopted by the Medical Department. 5. This plan is especially recommended because a large part of the information gained in the psychological examining must, in any event, be referred immediately to the Personnel Office, whereas only a few individuals examined are strictly medical problems. Robert M. Yerkes, Major, Sanitary Corps. The plan referred to outlined specifically a feasible mode of assignment of personnel under the two alternative conditions, viz., with all work organized under the Medical Department, B. with work divided between the Medical Department and the Adjutant General's Office. First Endorsement, War Department, SGO, November 7, 1917. To the Adjutant General of the Army. Referring the above plans for conduct of psychological examining to the Adjutant General with request that they be considered by the Committee on Classification of Personnel of the Army and that the Medical Department be advised concerning them. W.C. Gurgas, Surgeon General, United States Army. The matter was referred to the Committee on Classification of Personnel in the Army. The replies follow. November 14, 1917. From Walter Dill Scott to Surgeon General of the United States Army. Subject: Plans for conduct of psychological examining as presented in the letter from Major Yerkes, November 5, 1917. 1. The psychological examining is now being carried forward in the camps Devens, Dix, Lee, and Taylor. Reports of this work are not as yet complete. Personally, I am convinced of the value of this work and beg to assure you that the committee will be glad to give careful consideration to the plan proposed by Major Yerkes as soon as reports have been secured from the condiments regarding the usefulness of this work in organizing the divisions. Walter Dill Scott, Director, Committee of the Classification of Personnel. December 8, 1917. From the Committee of Classification of Personnel in the Army to the Surgeon General, United States Army. Subject: Extension of psychological testing in the division. In response to General Gurgas's letter on November 12 and an elaboration of W. D. Scott's letter under date of November 14, and in response to the request of Major Yerkes, the following resolution was voted unanimously by the committee. The Committee on Classification of Personnel in the Army believes that the interests of the Adjutant General's Department and of the Surgeon General's Department would best be served by permitting the Committee simply to continue its hearty cooperation with the Surgeon General's Department in developing the psychological tests and in making use of the results of the tests. The Committee respectfully begs leave to call to the attention of the Surgeon General the advisability of extending the work of psychological testing to all the Army cantonments. The results of such testing, if obtained within 48 hours of the recruit's arrival in camp, would be of decided value to the Adjutant General's Office in classifying the enlisted men. Walter Dill Scott, Director of the Committee. Section 5. Official Inspection of Psychological Examining. On the basis of careful study of psychological examining in camps Devens, Dix, Lee, and Taylor, Major Yerkes from time to time made report to the Surgeon General on the progress, status, and significance of the work. These statements were made usually in connection with regular daily or weekly reports or as reports of special detail. Since they obviously demanded confirmation or correction as well as supplementation by a regular medical inspector, the Chief of the Section of Psychology requested in November 1917 that a medical officer be ordered to inspect psychological examining in camps Lee and Devens. These stations were selected because in them work was furthest advanced. Thus, as soon as the status of the service justified it, The first step was taken toward decision concerning the future of psychological examining in the Army. Official inspection of the service was made during November by Colonel Henry Aldenshaw, M.C. His report on Camp Lee is reproduced in full below because it proved to be of the greatest importance to the service. Major Yerkes was informed that Colonel Shaw's observations at Camp Devens were wholly confirmatory of the statements and recommendations contained in the Camp Lee report, and that for this reason, detailed official report was not prepared. November 16, 1917. From Colonel Henry A. Shaw, M.C., to the Surgeon General, United States Army. Subject: Psychological Tests, Camp Lee, Vancouver. 1. Pursuant to instructions from the Secretary of War, dated War Department, Washington, November 5, 1917, I proceeded to Camp Lee, Vancouver, November 7, and reported to the Commanding General. 1. General Statement. 2. Camp Lee is one of the 4 divisional cantonments selected by the War Department to try out certain psychological tests upon drafted men. Lieutenant Yoakum, Sanitary Corps, N.A., had been placed in charge of this work as Chief Psychological Examiner and reported for duty on September 18, 1917, under direction of the Division Surgeon, Lieutenant Colonel Thomas L. Rhodes. After familiarizing himself with the purpose and methods of the examinations, Colonel Rhodes directed that the tests be first made upon all medical officers in camp. The results were quite remarkable, as it collaborated in a striking way the estimates of these officers already formed by the division surgeon and his provisional staff. In his own words, we found that those medical officers who had made the higher marks in the psychological tests were the very ones who had been doing good work, developing their infirmaries, making careful recruit examinations and complying with instructions, while those who had received the lower rating had not been doing as good work. 3. In view of the important bearing of this work upon the question of rating and promotion of officers, Colonel Rhodes decided to take up the whole matter with the Commanding General. To that end, a conference was arranged, at which Lieutenant Yoakum was present. General Cronkite was so favorably impressed with the results that had been obtained by the examinations of the relatively few medical officers that he determined to have the tests supplied to the entire commissioned personnel of the division. 2. The purpose of the tests. 4. The purpose of these tests has been outlined by Major Robert M. Yerkes, S.C., Chief of the Section of Psychology, Office of the Surgeon General, as follows. A. To aid in segregating and eliminating the mentally incompetent. B. To classify men according to their mental ability. C. To assist in selecting competent men for responsible positions. 3. Methods of examination. 5. Very briefly, the scheme of the examination is as follows. A. The men are assembled at 8 o'clock a.m. by companies in unoccupied wards of the base hospital, reporting in groups of from 80 to 130 to one of 3 psychological examiners. 3 groups are thus handled simultaneously, and half a regiment is disposed of each morning. B. Each recruit is given a form, copy enclosed, for the group intelligence examination, and is directed to fill in the information at the top of the sheet. This first test determines whether or not he is illiterate, and thus accomplishes the object of the literary test, copy enclosed, which has in consequence been abandoned. C. Men who are unable to fill in the headings of their forms are at once taken out of the group and sent to the room arranged for the mechanical skill test. The remainder of the group continue with the intelligence examination for 3 or 4 prescribed tests, when recess for a few minutes is announced, during which the examiner and his assistants pick out those men who are showing evident nervous or mental disturbance as a result of the strain of the ordeal. This procedure was adapted by suggestion of Major Moore, consulting neurologist of the hospital, with a view of segregating as quickly as possible cases of doubtful mental and nervous stability. Suspected cases are sent at once to the neurologist for special examination. The rest of the group finish the intelligence test. 3 groups of men are thus handled by each of the 3 examiners between 8 o'clock and 11, or a little later, the intelligence examination proceeding simultaneously with the mechanical tests. D. The papers are scored in the afternoon or on the day following. Recruiters who have been rated in the E class receiving less than 80 points out of a possible 414, returned for a special individual examination to determine their mental age. The scoring is done by 40 men and their work carefully supervised and checked. It is purely mechanical, being accomplished by an ingenious series of stencils made to fit over each form, showing at a glance the proper answer to the questions, so that nothing is left to the personal equation of the scorer. E. As a result of the tests, a report, form enclosed, is made by the Chief Psychological Examiner to the company commander, showing the ratings of each man on the following scale: A. Very superior, B. Superior, C. Average, D. Inferior, and E. Very inferior. The total number in each class is shown, as well as the number of illiterates. All men in the E class and all in the S class, illiterates who have taken the mechanical skill test, are at once reported to the neurologist for special examination. F. These tests have been so systematically and expeditiously carried out, and have been conducted with so little interference with routine company and regimental duties, that I heard not one word of criticism on the score. The commanding general remarked to me that the time lost was negligible, and added that if the examination took 10 times as long, he would still be in favour of it. G. Regular psychological examinations began on October 8 up to November 10. 1,182 officers and 22,226 men, white, had been examined, more than 90% of the white strength of the command, in numbers ranging from 1,083 to 6,633 each week. 4. Results of the tests. 6. Viewed from the standpoint of the purpose of the tests, the results may be outlined as follows. A. Identification of the mentally incompetent. A. All men rated in the E and S classes have been carefully examined by Major Moore, consulting neurologist at the base hospital. A complete report of these cases is not yet available, but is reasonably certain that about one half of the E class and somewhat less of the S class will be found disqualified for military service, and it is probable that further observation and longer service of these men will result in further discharges for disability. B. It is recognized by both the psychologist and the psychiatrist that these tests do not discover certain not uncommon neurotic types. To assist in bringing these cases to light, Major Moore has circulated the following bulletin among company officers. The personality traits named below are of such importance as to be indicative of possible underlying mental conditions. Line officers are requested to refer to the psychiatrist, recruits under their observation who exhibit them. These traits are irritable, seclusive, sulky, depressed, shy, timid, overboisterous, sleepless, persistent violators of discipline, queer sticks, cranks, goats, butts of practical jokes, boobs, those of difficulty in comprehending orders, dull, stupid, marked emotional reaction such as vomiting and fainting at bayonet drill, peculiarities of attitude, speech or behavior sufficiently marked to attract attention of associates, those resentful of discipline, suspicious, sleepwalkers, bedwetters, those persistently slovenly in dress, those who have difficulty in executing muscular movements in setting up exercises, those who are generally restless. B. Classification according to mental ability. A. The testimony of unprejudiced officers is to the effect that in most instances the ratings given by the psychologist are confirmatory of the estimates found after frequent and intimate observation. The testimony of the division surgeon has already been quoted. Colonel Rhodes has occasion recently to estimate the qualifications of about 30 officers in his department. To assist him in this work, he called into conference Major Schmitter, Major Carter, and Major Williams. The findings were closely in accord with the ratings as given by the psychologists. B. I took occasion to interview certain line officers who had furnished psychological ratings of their men. There was a general agreement that these ratings corresponded in most instances with estimates previously formed as to the mental capacity of the men. Those at the top of the list correspond closely with the non-commissioned officers, company clerks and other men of more than average ability, while at the bottom, the last invariably showed many of the indifferent, stupid, and intractable men of the company. C. Major Carter, Divisional Sanitary Inspector, who had unusual opportunities to measure the mental capacity of medical officers of the camp, says, related to my observations of the psychological test, I have to say that the ratings awarded to the men conform very closely to my personal estimation of the men examined. D. Major Williams, MRC, assistant to the division surgeon, believes that with the assistance given by the psychological tests, battalion and organization commanders can quicker give ratings and opinions on medical officers. E. Major Schmitter, commanding the base hospital, is firmly convinced of the value of the tests as an aid in sizing up the capabilities of his men. He told me of a number of instances when the psychological scores gave an accurate index as to practical worth. Nearly all of the 200 odd men in his detachment were new to him and their records unknown. When the report of the psychological examiners came in, he noticed that the man who had been given the highest rating had been sidetracked in his assignments and had been detailed to some very insignificant duty. He sent for this man, questioned him as to his previous training, and then placed him in a position of considerable responsibility. The recruit immediately made good and fully justified Major Schmitter's faith in him and in the trustworthiness of the psychological rating. Sometime previous to this occurrence, Mr. Schmitter's attention had been called to a young man of excellent appearance and address and apparently better educated than the ordinary soldier. He decided to make him a corporal. Soon after, this man got into serious trouble, left his post of duty, and involved himself in all sorts of difficulties. When the psychological ratings came in, it was found that his score was 81, far below the non-commissioned officer's grade, and almost approaching the feeble-minded. Further acquaintance with this man showed that, in Major Schmitter's words, he was an out-and-out bonehead. C. Selection for responsible positions. A. Observations in this line are illuminating, and although, with one exception, noted in the last paragraph, men have not been selected, so far as I know, for important jobs solely by reference to their psychological scores. Many instances have occurred where men so selected were found to stand high in the psychological lists. A division order was recently issued requiring each company to report its best 50 men and its poorest 50. In most instances, the individuals on these lists correspond very closely with the highest and lowest of the psychological scores. As one captain expressed it, "We believe there must be something in these tests because they agree with our estimates of our men," and it is said that General Cronkite has suggested that the reports of company commanders on the 50 best and 50 poorest men in their companies, when checked with the psychological scores, will furnish a valuable index as to the officer's ability to seize upon men. B. The following instances have been reported as showing the occurrence of high mental rating with proved military capacity. The headquarters troop at Camp Lee is a selected group. In the test, they all scored high in comparison with other companies. In order to prevent unfairness to some of these men, when it came time to select men for their 3rd Officers' Training Camp, it was ordered that a number of them be distributed over the camp to other companies and organizations. One of the officers of this troop requested the scores of these men in order to check the men selected for the distribution with their scores. He reported to us, after going over the list, that the 15 men selected because of their excellent chances for the training camp were at the top of our list of scores ranked in accordance with the mental capacity indicated by the tests. About 15 promotions to non-commissioned ranks appeared in the local newspapers one morning. The scores of each of these men was looked up. It was found that every man on the list had a score which would have justified the promotion so far as mental capacity is concerned. As a personal office, we find similar conformities. The correlation here cannot be expected to be exact, since circumstances of life do not permit exact correspondence between mental capacity alone and success in occupations to occur frequently. One lieutenant in charge of a company, after examining our score sheet of his company, stated that the 50 men he had finally picked were, almost without exception, at the top of our lists. A 3rd officer states that he was requested to select 5 men for especially high-grade work. When he received his list of scores, he found that these men were at the top of the list. C. The following instances show the opposite conditions. On the recommendation of his associates and on his appearance, a man at a certain company was made a corporal. As soon as he began his work, his commanding officer reports that things began to go wrong. As corporal of the guard, he could not keep his men on duty and seemed unable to carry out instructions properly. When the reported scores came to this officer, he found that the corporal had a low mental capacity rating. One man who showed lack of interest and a decided tendency to disobey instructions in the group testing proved on inquiry to be causing similar trouble in his company. His score was 147, entirely too low a score in mental capacity for the rank he is holding. Another officer reported that his corporals and surgeons were among the C men in our list. We found afterwards that the selection of these officers had been made on the basis of previous military experience. 5. Comments. The time when the test should be made with reference to the date of arrival of the recruits is important. In one way, it would be desirable to have the examination over as soon as possible, and it might be held in connection with a physical examination immediately upon arrival. There is, however, one objection to this scheme which I believe is vital. At Camp Upton, a neurologist experience observed that nearly every recruit was suffering during his first physical examination from an anxiety neurosis. Hence, a psychological test at this time would have been manifestly unfair. For similar reasons, it should not be made until after the effect of protective inoculations and vaccinations has worn off. Another good reason for postponing is that the specialist, before coming to a definite conclusion as to mental and nervous defects, desires a history covering the observation of company officers, and obviously the longer the period of observation within limits, the better. In my opinion, the psychological examination should not be held within 3 weeks of arrival at camp, and the neurological or mental examination by the medical specialist not sooner than 3 or 4 weeks thereafter. 8. An interesting and important problem arises as to what mental age should be adopted as a minimum for military service. Recruits in the E-class, a majority of whom are probably mentally defective, are examined by Dr. Rudolf Pinter, who has had a very large experience in civil life in handling these cases. His belief is that any man of the mental age of 10 or over is qualified for military service. Men of 8 or 9 years might be used for special service, and picked men of 7 years. The latter would, however, be a drag on other brighter men and should, if used at all, be placed in units composed of men of their own age. There is a matter which deserves further consideration, and the adoption of a definite and uniform policy. 9. In view of the fact that these ratings will be used for reference in the cases of officers and men for promotion, I believe that stringent orders should be issued requiring that individual scores be considered confidential. The very fact that, in some instances, a consideration of the rating may turn the scale of or against a candidate, while in other instances the psychological report will be given no weight whatever. These are obvious reasons for keeping secret this important record. 6. Resume. 10. Psychological tests began on October 8 up to November 10. About 90% of the command officers and men had been examined. 11. Men are rapidly handled in company groups by 4 examiners, who conduct simultaneously both the intelligence and the mechanical skill tests. About half a regiment is examined each day. 12. Certain types of mental and nervous instability are identified at once, and the mentally defective as soon as the scores are known. 13. There was a general occurrence of opinion among officers who had been furnished psychological ratings of men in their commands that previous estimates of mental capacity correspond in a very striking way with the scores made by these men at the examination. 14. Neurological examinations are made of all suspicious cases and of all men in the E and S classes. About half of each class are found unfit for military service. 15. The value of these psychological tests as an indication of mental capacity cannot be definitely determined at present. Further comparison must be made of officers' estimates and of the performance of the men with psychological scores. The general opinion at Camp Lee is distinctly favourable. I am confident that the results obtained by Lieutenant Yoakum and his co-workers amply justify the extension of the examinations to include all enlisted and drafted men and newly appointed officers. 16. There is nothing novel or experimental in the principle of applying psychological tests as a means of determining practical, everyday mental capacity. It has been repeatedly made use of heretofore among big business concerns, with results indicated in dollars and cents saved. The value of the work of Major Yerkes and his assistants consists in devising mental tests of such a nature as to serve as a practical index of the intelligence of men in the military service. If the results of the work at Camp Lee are borne out at other places, it must be admitted that Major Yerkes has been eminently successful. 17. The following extract from an interview with General Cronkite, published in the Bayonet of October 26, 1917, shows the opinion of the division commander in regard to value of the psychological examinations. It may be revolutionary, but the Psychiatric Board's intelligence tests will play a great part in this division. These tests are virtually conclusive. They have proved so in thousands of cases. And men who show a high intelligence rating will be watched closely, will be given every chance for advancement. Their daily work will be taken into consideration, and if they deserve promotion, they'll get it. This is the program from top to bottom, officers and privates. 7. Recommendations. In the view of the successful results of the psychological examinations at Camp Lee, and of the high opinion of the value of the tests by all unprejudiced observers, including the commanding general, the chief of staff, the ranking medical officers, and many company officers, I recommend that the scheme be extended to include all enlisted and drafted men and all newly appointed officers, provided competent psychologists can be found to take charge. 19. In my opinion, the work should be prosecuted under the direction of the division surgeon, inasmuch as the medical department is vitally interested in the prompt identification and elimination of the mentally unfit. Henry A. Shaw, Colonel, Medical Corps. November 19, 1917. From Colonel Henry A. Shaw, Medical Corps, to the Surgeon General of the Army. Subjects: Psychological Rating of Medical Officers, Camp Lee, Vancouver. 1. The psychological examination of officers and drafted men are now nearing completion at Camp Lee, Vancouver, through the courtesy of First Lieutenant Clarence S. Yoakum, S.C., Chief Psychological Examiner at the camp. I am able to present certain information and data in regard to them which in my opinion have a very direct bearing on the present condition and future policy of the medical department. 2. The statistics which are here reported are based upon psychological tests of 1,166 officers, including infantry 227, artillery 169, engineers 63, quartermaster corps 72, medical officers 236, of whom 188 were medical corps, 36 dental corps, and 12 veterinary corps. The ratings of these officers as a body were as follows. In the A class, very superior, intellectually competent to command, 44%, and the B class, superior officer type, 32%. In the C class, average private type, 24%. Analyzing these ratings according to corps of arm of the service, we find the following percentages in each grade. Table 1 is displayed on the page, showing by corps and arm of service percentages of officers and men in each grade. 3. It will be noted that the officer group as a whole is represented by 44% in the A grade. The engineers contribute 66% of their total to this grade. The artillery 57, infantry 44, quartermaster 33, while the medical corps shows only 27%. In the B grade, the representation of the medical corps is a trifle above the average, while the engineers and artillery are slightly below. In the C grade, the average is represented by 24%. The engineers give only 5% of their strength, the artillery 13, the infantry 18, the quartermaster 28, and the medical corps 40. In other words, in the A grade, which contains 44% of all officers, medical corps is 17% short of the average, has a smaller representation than any other group, the engineers being 2.5 times as numerous. Proportionally, in the B grade, the medical corps is about equal to the average, while in the C grade, average private type, which contains only 24% of the total officers, the medical corps is represented by 40% of its strength, a far larger proportion than any other group, the engineers showing only 5% of their number, the artillery 12, infantry 18, and quartermaster 28. Comment on these figures is unnecessary. They speak for themselves. The only question is whether or not they represent a true state of affair. 4. With reference to the comparative efficiency of the officers of the various arms of the service, I am not in a position to judge. I am of the opinion, however, that the order of mentality as shown by the psychological scores is fairly close to the truth. It is unreasonable to believe that the engineers have succeeded in attaching to their corps a larger number of technically trained young men than any other branch of the service. It is also probable that the officers' training camps have drawn into the commission grades a larger number of college-trained men than either the quartermaster or the medical corps. 5. As to the question of whether these low ratings of the officers of the medical, dental, and veterinary corps are borne out by the records of the officers as a group, I should say that on the average they are, and this without the slightest disparagement to certain officers of the very best professional type, whose services deserve the highest praise. I gained the impression by talking with the division surgeon and the base hospital commander that there was a fairly large class of medical men who were so incompetent professionally that they could never become efficient medical officers, and I believe that this same state of affairs is true of most other cantonments. There is a sprinkling of medical officers of the highest character and finest professional attainments in every military camp. A fairly large group of medical men of average ability, and another group, altogether too large, of men who are lacking in early education, in medical training, and in professional skill, and who were unable to earn a livelihood before the war, and who welcomed the opportunity to receive the stipend of a first lieutenant. These are the men who are bringing down the ratings of the medical corps. If continued in the service, they will cripple its efficiency and will seriously affect its prestige with the line. 6. In my opinion, the medical department must immediately take steps, first to weed out the undesirables, and second to prevent the entrance of such into the corps. With reference to the first consideration, there are 3 methods by which this may be accomplished. A. Relegation to the inactive list. B. Discharge from the service on recommendation of a board of officers appointed by a division commander. Bulletin No. 32, War Department, 1917. C. Resignation. The first method should not be resorted to except after the failure of the other 2. But even an incompetent medical officer cannot be gotten rid of by discharge, or if he cannot be induced to resign, he should be put on an inactive list, even if such a procedure unduly increases the length of that list. The main object is to rid the medical corps of its incompetence. With reference to the other 2 methods, I recommend that the attention of division surgeons be invited to the necessity of adopting means to separate from the service all members of the medical, dental, and veterinary corps whose records indicate that they will not make efficient officers. The quicker method is resignation. Every possible means to this end should be attempted, and if all fail, the officers should be brought before a board under the division surgeon and should insist on the right to name the members. 8. As to what means should be adopted to keep undesirables out of the service, I believe that the time has come when we must insist on a higher standard of professional ability, and we must exercise greater care in the selection of candidates. In my opinion, every medical officer, before being commissioned, should be required to produce evidence that he has spent a year as house officer in an approved hospital, or has had equivalent practical experience. At training camps, some means must be adopted to subject candidates to more rigid scrutiny as to their general intelligence and professional attainments. They should be accepted only on probation, the right being preserved by the War Department to discharge them upon the recommendation of the commander at the expiration of the probationary period. Judging from the results of the psychological examinations at Camp Lee, the adoption of this scheme at the medical officers' training camps would give the commandant a ready and reliable guide and would furnish information on which further observation could be made. I recommend that steps be taken to initiate some such a scheme. Henry A. Shaw, Colonel, Medical Corps. Section 6. Recommendation for continuation and extension of psychological examining. Because of the importance of early decision as to the continuation of psychological service in the Army, the Chief of the Section of Psychology addressed to the Surgeon General immediately after official inspection of examining in 2 of the 4 cantonments in which it had been authorized, a letter requesting an early decision concerning the continuation of psychological work. It was forwarded by the Surgeon General with the following letter to the Adjutant General. December 7, 1917. From the Surgeon General, United States Army, to the Adjutant General of the Army. Subject: Continuance of psychological work. 1. Enclosed with this communication is a report from Major Robert M. Yerkes, SC, Chief of the Section of Psychology, Office of the Surgeon General, with reference to the psychological examinations which have been practically completed at 3 of the National Army cantonments. Also a copy of a report by Colonel Henry A. Shaw, M.C., concerning the examinations of one of the cantonments, Camp Lee, Vancouver. 2. The purpose of these tests as outlined by Major Yerkes is as follows. A. To aid in segregating and eliminating the mentally incompetent. B. To classify men according to their mental capacity. C. To assist in selecting competent men for responsible positions. 3. In the opinion of this office, these reports indicate very definitely that the desired results have been achieved. Scores of drafted men, mentally incompetent, have been identified by the psychological tests much earlier in their military careers than would have otherwise occurred. The classification of men according to mental ability, as determined by these examinations, has corresponded in general in a very striking way with the estimates previously made by officers familiar with them, and in many instances could be mentioned where men selected for responsible positions solely on their psychological records had fully justified that selection. 4. The success of this work is a large series of observations. Some 5,000 officers and 80,000 men makes it reasonably certain that similar results may be expected if the system were extended to include the entire enlisted and drafted personnel and to all newly appointed officers. 5. There appears to be no objection on the part of the commanding officers to the prosecution of this work at divisional cantonments on the ground that the time of the men is being unduly sacrificed, and I am of the opinion that these examinations can be continued without just criticism whatsoever on the score. 6. In view of these considerations, I recommend that all company officers, all candidates for officers' training camps, and all drafted and enlisted men be required to take the prescribed psychological tests. I recommend also that the work be prosecuted by psychological examiners under the control of Major Yerkes, SC, and at divisional camps under the general direction of the divisional surgeon. I recommend further that the division commanders be directed to furnish the necessary facilities for carrying out this work. 7. The extension of the examinations will involve considerable preliminary work on the part of the section of psychology. I therefore request that a decision on this point be rendered as early as possible for the Surgeon General, H.B. Birmingham, Brigadier General, National Army. The matter was referred by the Adjutant General to the Chief of Staff and by the Chief of Staff to the Training Committee of the War College Division of the General Staff for investigation and report. In connection with the investigation conducted by this committee, Major Yerkes appeared before the committee for a hearing and described at length the methods of psychological examining, the results obtained, and the plans and purposes of the Surgeon General's office in connection with continuation and extension of the service. At conclusion of this hearing, the Training Committee requested information concerning the reactions of line officers to psychological examining. It was stated by Major Yerkes that chief psychological examiners in the several cantonments had already been instructed to obtain statements from company commanders to whom reports had been made of the psychological ratings of their men. Major Yerkes further offered to request by telegram that the 4 chief psychological examiners forward directly to the Training Committee of the War College the responses of officers. The committee accepted this offer, and appropriate telegrams were sent. Pending receipt of statements from company commanders and final decision of the Training Committee concerning the extension of psychological work, Major Yerkes presented to the committee memoranda bearing on the results and success of the examinations in the camps. He further emphasized at this time the disadvantages under which the work had progressed thus far and the opportunity for securing even greater value by the establishment of more favorable conditions. Section 7. Reports of Company Commanders. As a result of the special request for the opinions of company commanders relative to the value of psychological ratings, 322 reports were received. They distributed as follows: Camp Devons 102, Camp Lee 147, Camp Dick 63, Camp Taylor 10. Analysis indicates 4 types of judgment concerning the value of psychological ratings. 1. Favorable. 2. Favorable with qualifications. 3. Unfavorable with qualification. 4. Unfavorable without qualifications. The distribution of these judgments is indicated by the accompanying table, from which have been omitted 3 Camp Dick's reports from officers who state that they feel incompetent to judge of the results because of limited opportunity to observe, and the 10 reports received from Camp Taylor because they are not comparable with reports received from other camps. Table 2 is displayed on the page. In all, slightly more than 250 of the reports, 82% are favorable, about 18% are unfavorable. A considerable number of the reports indicated more or less serious misunderstandings of the nature and purposes of psychological examining, as well as of the significance of the results. Except for this, however, reports of commanding officers in their several cantonments would have been favorable in more than 85% of the cases. This in view of the facts that the work is entirely new, it was done under extremely unfavorable conditions, and that the reports were made in many instances that the results had lost value for assignment, is a remarkably favorable showing. Section 8. Decision concerning extension of examining. The Training Committee of the General Staff, on the basis of the reports of commanding officers described above, the materials supplied by the section of psychology and the statements of the chief of that section, voted to concur in the recommendation of the Surgeon General that all company officers, candidates for officers' training camps, and all drafted and enlisted men be required to take psychological tests. It was further recommended by the committee that this action be taken by the War Department. The following paragraphs from the report of the committee have peculiar significance. Intelligence tests do not measure the educational status. They measure the intelligence status, and the latter has an important bearing in estimating military service ability. It is recognized that intelligence ratings alone should not determine a man's selection for promotion, but must be supplemented by a knowledge of personality, appearance, energy, resourcefulness, military zeal, initiative, tact, and ability to command men. The record charts herewith show very clearly that the intellectual capacity is measured by the psychological examination has a large bearing on the man's position in the service. This subject of psychology in its relation to military efficiency is an entirely new one, and the War College Division approached it with a good deal of doubt as to its value. A very thorough study of the reports submitted, however, has firmly convinced it that this examination will be of great value in assisting and determining the possibilities of newly drafted men and all candidates for officers' training camps. The recommendations of the Surgeon General for the extension of psychological examining were approved by the War Department on December 24, 1917, and to the Surgeon General's letter of December 7 was appended the following second endorsement. War Department, AGO, December 24, 1917, to the Surgeon General, U.S. Army. With the information to the scheme of psychological examinations of company officers and all newly drafted and enlisted men is approved, and that he submit a plan to secure the services of the necessary psychologists and put this system of examination into effect. By order of the Secretary of War, John S. Johnston, Adjutant General. This favorable decision concerning the psychological service was peculiarly fortunate as well as gratifying to the men who were responsible for the work, because it came just before the annual meetings of the American Psychological Association. Announcement of the action was made at the meetings, and the prospective need of a large increase in psychological personnel was strongly emphasized. End of Section 2. Section 3 of Psychological Examining in the United States Army by Mearns Yerkes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 3. Period of Extension of Examining. Part 1. Section 1. Official Plan and its Approval. In compliance with the request of the Secretary of War, dated December 24, 1917, that the Surgeon General submit a plan for the extension of psychological examining, the section of psychology prepared the following as a third endorsement on the original recommendation for extension. Third endorsement. War Department, SGO, January 3, 1918, to the Adjutant General of the Army, with a plan for the psychological examining of company officers and all newly drafted and enlisted men as per request of second endorsement. Plan for psychological examining in the Army. 1. Provision of personnel. A. Staff organization. The following personnel will be required for each divisional training camp or other examining station of equal size. 1. Officers and Sanitary Corps, 4 men. Chief of Psychological Service, Captain or Major, Clinical Psychologist, First Lieutenant, Captain or Major, Assistant Psychologist, First Lieutenant or Captain, Assistant Psychologist, First Lieutenant or Captain. 2. Non-commissioned officers, 4 men. Sergeants 2, Corporals 2. 3. Enlisted men. From medical or sanitary enlisted groups, 20 men. All enlisted men will be on psychological duty only during periods of psychological group examining. At other times they will be on regular military, sanitary, or medical duty. The number of enlisted men needed will depend wholly upon the necessary speed of examining. If more than 400 soldiers are to be examined per day, there will be needed 4 additional enlisted men for each additional 100 soldiers examined. It is desired that commissioned and non-commissioned officers and enlisted men be specially assigned to psychological duty and be organized as a special psychological unit under the command of the Chief of the Psychological Service. Total estimated personnel for 31 divisional training camps and special staff, Office of the Surgeon General and Medical Training Camp. Officers, Sanitary Corps, National Army, Majors 27, Captains 51, First Lieutenants 54, Non-commissioned officers, Surgeons 62, Corporals 62, Enlisted men 620. Officers, Sanitary Corps, 132 non-commissioned officers, 124 enlisted men, 620. B. Sources of personnel. 1. Men over 31 years of age to be recommended for appointment in the Sanitary Corps as rapidly as possible, 50 approximately. 2. Men within draft age, qualified by professional training for psychological work and imperatively needed, 75 approximately. 3. Men already in the military service, especially qualified for psychological examining by their professional training and transferable to the Sanitary Corps, 20 approximately. 4. Existing personnel for psychological service, commissioned officers, 19, recommendations pending. 3. Total, Major 1, Captains 4, First Lieutenants 14. C. Provision for special training of men in military psychology. It is desired to establish a 2-month training course covering military and psychological topics of importance, under the general direction of a qualified instructor with the rank of captain or major, in connection with the training camp of the medical department at Fort Oglethorpe, Georgia. The program of such a course has been prepared and submitted for necessary modification and approval to the Training Camp Division, Office of the Surgeon General. It is provided that approximately 1 month be devoted to military and military medical training, and an equivalent period to psychological methods as applied in the Army. It is further provided that at least 150 officers of the Sanitary Corps shall be trained in this course for psychological service during the next 6 months, and at least 125 enlisted men be similarly trained during the same period. It is further desired that at least 50 commissioned officers be ordered to Fort Oglethorpe for this special course of training as soon as possible. D. In accordance with Section 150, Induction into the Military Service out of order of the Selective Service Regulations, is designed to have certain qualified psychologists, not to exceed 100 in number, apply immediately on the approval of this plan to their local boards for induction into the enlisted reserve corps of the medical department in the medical or sanitary service, in order that they may be ordered to Fort Oglethorpe for special training in psychological examining. A list or list of such men will be supplied to the Adjutant General in advance of action by the registrants, with requests that he instruct the proper local boards to have the men report direct to the Commandant of the Medical Training Department, Fort Oglethorpe, Georgia, instead of to the nearest mobilization camp. Before, during, or after the special course of training for psychologists at Fort Oglethorpe, it is desired to recommend men within the draft age as well as those above the age for appropriate commissions in the Sanitary Corps. Unless it is permissible so to recommend professional psychologists between the ages of 21 and 31, the psychological service will be seriously hampered, if not rendered practically ineffective. 2. Provision of proper buildings for psychological examining. A. General Plan. It is deemed essential, in view of the relatively complex character of the work and the need of the rapid examining of hundreds of men per day, both by groups and individually, and also because of the large quantities of apparatus, printed materials and confidential reports, and report materials to be safely stored, that a special building be provided in each divisional training camp for the conduct of psychological work and for the housing of the psychological staff. The psychology building should be located conveniently near or in connection with the proposed group of quarantine barracks or tents in which for a period of 2 weeks after their arrival at camp men are to be held under medical observation. So far as possible, it is desired that the building be in proximity also to either the base hospital or division headquarters. The building should provide, as per rough sketch attached, 1. On the first floor, A. An examining hall, approximately 30 by 60 feet, for the examining of groups of 150 to 200 men. B. An examining hall, approximately 30 by 50 feet, for the examining of groups of 50 to 80 men. C. A storeroom, approximately 12 by 20 feet, for record materials of various sorts. 2. On the second floor. D. A room approximately 30 by 40 feet, for the scoring of records. E. A record room and executive office. F. A storeroom for apparatus and miscellaneous supplies. G. 3 rooms for individual examining. H. 4 rooms for officers' quarters. I. Washroom, toilet and shower. The estimated cost of the required housing facilities, including necessary furnishing of benches, tables, and chairs, is $10,000 to $12,000. B. Special furniture and other equipment by rooms. Room A. Plain benches to seat at least 150 men. B. High workbenches or tables to accommodate standing at least 60 men. Room C. Shelving for 2 sides. Room D. Tables and chairs to accommodate 30 scoring clerks. Other rooms furnished with shelving, tables and chairs. The building will require approximately 50 chairs and 25 tables. 3. Materials for psychological work. The following are the chief materials for psychological work. A. Apparatus and materials other than printed matter. Pencils, paper, stopwatches, lapboards, blackboards, charts, Stanford outfits, point scale outfits, performance outfits, stencils, Stenquist sets, typewriters, adding machines. Estimated cost of above equipment per camp, $500 to $750. B. Printed materials. Literacy test blanks, alpha examination blanks, beta examination blanks, individual examination blanks, individual record and report blanks, examiner's guides, and miscellaneous blanks. Estimated cost of printed materials per man examined, if the total number provided for be 1 million or more, 2 to 3 cents. 4. Scheduled program of psychological work. It is provided that all men shall be examined at the rate of 400 per day, but if desired, that number may be increased to 800 per day without additional space or materials. From the detention quarters, men would be reported in groups of 100 to 200 at examining room A according to prearranged schedule. The following is the examining procedure. 1. Literacy test to divide the original group report into A. Men who speak and write English fairly well. B. Those who do not, 5 to 40% of the entire group. Time for this segregation test, 10 minutes. 2. The A group remains in examining room A for alpha examination, on the basis of which intelligence rating is given. Time for alpha examination, 40 to 50 minutes. 3. The B group, after literacy test of I, is transferred to examining room B, where it is immediately given the beta examination for the purpose of assignment of an intelligence rating. Time for beta examination, approximately 60 minutes. 4. All individuals receiving intelligence ratings of E very poor in either alpha or beta examinations are to be given careful individual examination as promptly as feasible. In accordance with the results for individual examining E, men will be A. Recommended to medical officer for discharge, or B. Recommended to assignment to service battalion of the depot brigade because of mental inferiority, or C. Reported as suitable for regular assignment in training organizations. In this connection, it is deemed especially desirable that a service battalion be organized for each division within the depot brigade, to which, pending individual examination or execution of recommendation, men rated as E in mental ability may be assigned. It is further deemed desirable that service organizations be created for the effective use within the army of men who, by reason of inferior intelligence, cannot be satisfactorily used in regular training organizations. So far as can be predicted, as present, the advantage time per man for psychological examination will be about 70 minutes. The average time given by psychological examiner to each man will be approximately 5 minutes. This moderate demand is conditioned chiefly by the examining of men in large groups. 5. Use the results of psychological examination. The principal purpose of psychological examination will be A. Discovery of men of an inferior mentality who should either be discharged from the army or unassigned in the light of their mental characteristics to special organization. B. To discover men of superior or special abilities who should be assigned to regular organizations or special branches of the service in accordance with psychological findings. C. To furnish approximate measurement of mental capacity which may be used in connection with the assignment of men to organizations to the end that companies or regiments within a given arm of the service may be of approximately equal strength mentally and therefore actively. In order that the above purposes may be achieved, it is proposed that a report be prepared of psychological examination of every enlisted man and every newly appointed officer and made available in connection with such other official papers concerning him as are utilized in connection with assignment. The further special report of all men of very low intelligence or of abnormal mental constitution be made to the proper medical officer. It is clearly desirable that the results of psychological examination be properly correlated with those of other medical examinations, with the occupational and other inquiries conducted under the jurisdiction of the Adjutant General by the Committee on Classification of Personnel in the Army. W.C. Gurgas, Surgeon General, United States Army. This plan was submitted to the Surgeon General for approval on January 3, 1918, was forwarded by him to the Chief of Staff and by him to the Training Committee of the War College Division of the General Staff for consideration and report. Upon favourable report of this committee was based on a fifth endorsement. Fifth endorsement. War Department AGO, January 19, 1918, to the Surgeon General. With the information that in accordance with directions given him under date of December 24, 1917, he is hereby authorized to establish in his office a division in psychology for the purpose of making psychological examinations of all company officers and candidate officers in officers' training camps, and also of all the newly drafted and enlisted men. The commissioned personnel for this service will be secured by recommending for commission in the Sanitary Corps selected men skilled in psychology. Where possible, men over the draft age will be recommended, but authority is hereby granted also to recommend men within the draft age, provided sufficient number cannot be secured over the draft age. The enlisted personnel will be secured in accordance with Section 150 of the Selective Service Regulations, providing for the induction into the military service out of order of specially qualified men. Authority is granted for the establishment of a school for special training in psychology in connection with the Medical Department Training School at Fort Oglethorpe, Georgia. The Quartermaster General will construct the necessary building at each cantonment for the examining board in psychology, and furnish the necessary plain furniture for these buildings in accordance with the plans and specifications submitted by you, by order of the Secretary of War, John S. Johnson, Adjutant General. On the basis of this approval, the Division of Psychology, which had been created by the Surgeon General in accordance with authorization of the fifth endorsement initiated on January 20, 1918, the necessary preparations for the proposed extension of psychological examining. This was done on the assumption that the War Department had unconditionally approved such necessary provisions for work, as the essential personnel, suitable housing in camps, and required examining materials. It was further taken for granted by the staff of the Division of Psychology that the Adjutant General would issue to commanding officers all orders necessary for their guidance and for the free and effective conduct of psychological examining. It is to be noted at this point that no general orders were issued until August 1918, and that in consequence this new service was attempted in divisional training camps and in various other stations under decidedly disadvantageous conditions. The Chief of the Division of Psychology has especially inquired of officers of the General Staff as to whether the Division should have requested the issuance of orders by the Adjutant General, and has been informed that it was not the duty of the Surgeon General to formulate or request the necessary orders, but that the Adjutant General of the Army should prepare and issue them with the advice of the Surgeon General, and in accordance with the expectations properly aroused by the fifth endorsement. This is but one important instance of the difficulties in the psychological service which resulted from lack of coordination, misunderstanding, or ignorance of the nature and requirements of the work. No individual was at fault. Everyone was doing his utmost to facilitate military preparations, and it is not surprising that in various directions important actions were overlooked. Since preparations for the extension of psychological examining were varied in character and covered a period of several weeks, it is desirable that they be described under a number of categories. Of these, the most important are provision of personnel, provision of buildings, the revision of methods of examining, and the preparations of new supplementary methods, the requisition and manufacture of necessary examining equipment, and the organization of examining in Army camps. Section 2. Provision of psychological personnel. Staff of the Division of Psychology, Office of the Surgeon General. The principal tasks of the staff of the Division of Psychology were the organization and administration of psychological examining throughout the Army, the preparation, revision, and standardization of methods of examining, the securing of reliable standards of judgment, the formulation of suitable instructions for the guidance of examiners and of officers who desired to use psychological ratings, the accumulation of data concerning the relation of psychological ratings to military value, and the analysis of results for the preparation of official and scientific reports. The personnel of the staff necessarily varied both in numbers and in special professional training and interest. During certain periods, the staff were considerably augmented to facilitate the preparation of methods or of reports. On March 5, 1918, the plan for the reorganization of the staff of the division to meet the requirements of the extension of work was presented to the Surgeon General. This plan provided for the following officers: 1. Head of Division, responsible for general organization of work, direction of staff, and field activities, Roger M. Yerkes. 2. Assistant Administrative Officer and Personnel Officer, to be acting head of division in absence of the head, Charles S. Berry. 3. Inspector of Camp Examining, to have general charge of conduct of psychological examining in stations so far as reports to the Surgeon General's Office, Division of Psychology, are concerned, Clarence S. Yoakum and William S. Foster. 4. Reconstructional Psychological Officer, to be charged with psychological aspects of reconstructional work, and assigned to the Division of Special Hospitals, for purpose of organization and administration of personnel, to be considered a member also of the staff for the Division of Psychology, Melville E. Haggerty. 5. Officer responsible for revision of methods and analysis of reports. It will be the task of this officer to conduct inquiries concerning the value of psychological examining and to improve methods of work, as well as to direct the statistical handling of results in cooperation with the statistical department of the office. Lewis M. Turman. 6. Officer responsible for preparation of reports for the Surgeon General and other officials. This officer shall also be responsible for publicity in connection with psychological work. Administrative officers and Harold C. Bingham. 7. Statistical expert who shall be charged with the solution of such statistical problems as arise in connection with the handling of methods and results. 8. Trained and experienced psychological examiner who shall conduct or supervise such individual or group examinations as are made by the Division of Psychology on request of individuals and bureaus within the War Department, either in or about Washington. Harold C. Bingham. 9. A filing clerk. 10. Statistical clerk. 11 to 12. Stenographers. The following list indicates assignments to the staff to July 1st, 1919. A list is displayed on page 31. Organization of a School for Military Psychology. The staff of the Division of Psychology appreciated from the first the importance of providing for the selection and training of the requisite number of officers and enlisted men for psychological examining. Immediately following approval of the plan for extension, steps were taken to organize a suitable training school for military psychology. The first move in this direction was made when Major Yerkes suggested to Colonel P. M. Ashburn, M.C., the need of a special training school for military psychologists. Colonel Ashburn expressed the opinion that a special school might be arranged for at the Medical Officers Training Camp, Fort Oglethorpe, Georgia, or Fort Riley, Kansas. He referred the matter to Colonel E. L. Munson, M.C., Chief of the Division of Training Camps of the Surgeon General's Office. On learning of the nature of the need of the Division of Psychology for personnel, Colonel Munson addressed the following memorandum to Major Yerkes. December 29, 1917. Memorandum from Major Yerkes, Division of Psychology. 1. With reference to our conversation relative to the training of the officers working under your division, the Training Camp Division is prepared to train any reasonable number of such officers as the Medical Officers Training Camps. 2. They will be expected to conform to all the rules of discipline and administration pertaining to these camps, and be given such part of the basic course of instruction as will reasonably be considered to pertain to their functions as officers under the medical department. 3. It is suggested that a course of 2 months would probably suffice for these purposes, to which would also include such amount of special training in psychology and other matters as you may think necessary. 4. please inform this office of the number of psychologists you would desire to have trained, including the average to be so trained and the maximum number which could be expected at any one time. Please also submit a syllabus of the instruction in psychology and what other subjects you may desire to take up for consideration in getting up the general program. The latter will then be tentatively drawn and submitted to you for conference and final action. 5. Please arrange for the selection and assignment after this course is arranged of such officers as you desire to send to these training camps for duty as instructors under the commandant of the camp. 6. It is possible to establish 2 such schools if you so desire, one at Fort Riley, Kansas, and one at Fort Oglethorpe, Georgia. But if no large number of student officers are to be instructed, it would be preferable to establish but one school which it is considered should be established at Fort Oglethorpe rather than Fort Riley, as plans of expansion contemplate the final concentration at Fort Oglethorpe of all the training facilities of the Medical Department. E. L. Munson, Colonel, Medical Corps. In response to Colonel Munson's information and request, Major Yerkes replied, suggesting a course of instruction 2 months long, one half devoted to military medical matters, and the remainder to specifically psychological subjects. The letter stated that approximately 150 psychologists should be trained, 50 to report in successive methods. On receipt of this information, Colonel Munson prepared the necessary instructions for the Division of Psychology and transmitted them to Major Yerkes in the following memorandum. January 5, 1918. Memorandum for Major Yerkes, Division of Psychology. 1. The attached letter established a course for psychologists as part of the Medical Officers Training Camp, Fort Oglethorpe, Georgia, is furnished for your information. 2. You should ask for orders for the necessary officers to carry on the work in psychological training. They should be ordered to report to the Commandant, Medical Officers Training Camp, Fort Oglethorpe, Georgia, for duty as instructors. 3. You should ask for orders directing the necessary officers and men to report to the Medical Officers Training Camp, Fort Oglethorpe, for the proposed instruction. As far as possible, they should report on 1 or 2 definite dates, so that companies and instruction may be organized and systematically commenced. 4. You should make request on the Supply Division for whatever special apparatus, equipment, and supplies will be needed in your psychological work. Effort should be made to expedite its arrival at Fort Oglethorpe. It should be addressed to the Commandant, Medical Officers Training Camp, Fort Oglethorpe, Georgia. 5. You should prepare in detail a syllabus of the proposed course in psychological training, as described in paragraph 6 of the attached letter of instructions. 6. This syllabus you should send to your representative on the staff of the Commandant for reference to the letter. 7. Please communicate direct with the Commandant, Medical Officers Training Camp, Fort Oglethorpe, on all matter other than those of the general policy of this course of instruction. E. L. Munson, Colonel, Medical Corps. On the same day, he prepared, by direction of the Surgeon General, a letter to the Commandant of the Medical Officers Training Camp at Fort Oglethorpe, Georgia, which created and provided for the proper organization and conduct of a school in military psychology. This letter, which includes the schedule of instruction for the course, follows. January 5, 1918. From the Surgeon General, United States Army, to Commandant Medical Officers Training Camp, Fort Oglethorpe, Georgia. Subject: School in Military Psychology. 1. A school for military psychologists will be established as a special course for selected student officers, as a part of the general scheme of instruction carried out in the Medical Officers Training Camp at Fort Oglethorpe, Georgia. 2. The purpose of this school is to conduct training of psychologists along military lines, from the military viewpoint and in the military environment, and coincidentally, to develop its officers physically and train them in subjects which they should know under the conditions in which they would practice their specialty, including organization, regulations, paperwork, relations with enlisted men, and their general functions as officers. 3. About 50 psychologists will be required monthly. Classes under instruction should be arranged for on the basis of a course lasting 2 months. 4. The senior instructor in psychology detailed by this office on the staff and instructors of the training camp will, under the supervision of the commandant thereof, be in direct charge of the course. 5. The routine work of psychologist at your camp will, as far as possible, be demonstrated and utilized as part of the subjects of instruction. 6. The general instruction to be given will relate to the principles of psychological examination. Detailed information as to the general nature and scope of the work to be done will be furnished by the psychology section of this office. The course of instruction in psychology based thereon will be prescribed by the commandant of the training camp after conference with the instructor in psychology. 7. The course in general training in psychology will cover a minimum of 2 months. In addition to instruction in other subjects, the course in psychology will comprise a total of 167 hours. 8. Officers under training as specialists in military psychology will be quartered and subsidized in the medical officers training camp and subject to its discipline at all times. 9. They will be organized as a special company. Hours of instruction in military psychology will be arranged by the commandant of the training camp. 10. The schedule for the first month is as follows. Page 33. Image is displayed. First Company of Commissioned Psychologists, School for Military Psychology, Camp Greenleaf. Page 32. Image displayed. First Company of Enlisted Psychologists, School for Military Psychology, Camp Greenleaf. Page 33. List is displayed. General instruction. Setting up. 15 minutes daily for 25 days. 6.5 hours. Drills, marches, etc. 52 hours. Inspections, 4 hours. Tent pitching, shelter tent, 2 hours. Tent pitching, pyramidal tent, 2 hours. Personal equipment of sanitary soldier, 1 hour. First aid using soldier's equipment only, 2 hours. Customs of the service, 2 hours. Duties of the soldier, 2 hours. Organization of military forces of the United States, 2 hours. Organization of medical department for war, 2 hours. Relation of medical department to rest of Army, 1 hour. Army regulations, 12 hours. Manual for the medical department, 12 hours. Field service regulations, 6 hours. Methods of supply at home and in the field, 2 hours. Paperwork relating to the medical department, 4 hours. Paperwork relating to the quartermaster's department, 2 hours. Military hygiene and camp sanitation, 6 hours. Psychological instruction. Organization and administration of psychological examining, 6 hours. Paperwork related to psychological examining, 6 hours. Group examining practice, 10 hours. Scoring, organization and methods, checking, filing, etc., 12 hours. Individual examining practice, 14 hours. Statistical method, 10 hours. Total, 180.5 hours. 11. The schedule for the second month is as follows. Setting up, 15 minutes daily for 26 days, 6.5 hours. Drills and marches, 26 hours. Inspections, 4 hours. The regimental detachment, its equipment, use and internal administration, 2 hours. The ambulance company, its equipment, use and internal administration, 2 hours. The field hospital, its equipment, use and internal administration, 2 hours. The evacuation hospital, its equipment, use and internal administration, including its establishment, 2 hours. Liquid fire, poison gases, protection against symptoms and treatment, practical, 4 hours. War psychosis and neurosis, shell shock, 8 hours. Trench warfare, including demonstration of trench system, 2 hours. The sanitary service, line of communication, 2 hours. Base hospitals, their organization and management, 3 hours. General hospitals, their organization and management, 2 hours. Organization, functions, and limitations of the American Red Cross, 1 hour. The civil sanitary function of the medical department in occupied territory, 1 hour. Manual for court-martial and military law, 4 hours. The Articles of War, 1 hour. The Geneva and Hague Conventions, 1 hour. The Rules of Land Warfare, 2 hours. Psychological instruction. Examination of recruits with papers and fingerprints, 3 hours. Group examining practice, 40 hours. Individual examining practice, 36 hours. Statistical methods and reporting, 10 hours. Mental incompetence types, 10 hours. Service organizations, 2 hours. Malingering, 6 hours. Reporting results, 2 hours. Total, 184.5 hours. 12. About 25 to 50 selected enlisted men to work under the Division of Psychology will be kept at your camp under instruction thereof. Some of them will be sent with a view to being tried out as to their fitness for appointment as officers of the Sanitary Corps under the Division of Psychology. All should be given such part of the basic course for enlisted men, including the physical, military, and professional, as might be advantage to them in their special service with psychologists. Their further special training under the Psychology Division will be outlined by the representative of that division on your staff of instructors given to your approval. They should be organized as a separate company under officers of the Sanitary Corps serving under the Division of Psychology. 13. Receipt of this letter will be acknowledged. E. L. Munson, Colonel, Medical Corps. Subsequently, the Division of Psychology arranged also for a group of approximately 50 enlisted men to report at the Medical Officers Training Camp, Fort Oglethorpe, and forwarded a syllabus of a course in military psychology and the necessary supplies. Captain William S. Foster was appointed senior instructor in charge. In August 1918, he was succeeded by Lieutenant John E. Anderson. The history of the School for Military Psychology is recorded in the following official report of the senior instructors. On January 23, 1918, Captain William S. Foster, Sanitary Corps, National Army, was ordered to report to the Commandant for duty as instructor in the school. While awaiting the arrival of student officers and men, he was assigned to Company 16 of the Medical Officers Training Group for intensive military training. On February 4, 1918, officers and enlisted men detailed for instruction began to arrive. No barracks for the use of additional companies were at that time available, so that until a sufficient number of officers to form a company of 25 to 30 should arrive, commissioned psychologists were assigned to companies 13, 14, 15, and 16, which were already formed from officers of the medical department. Similarly, until facilities and adequate personnel for the formation of a company of enlisted psychologists were obtained, these men were assigned to the Camp Greenleaf Infirmary Detachment. On February 8, 22, commissioned psychologists then in camp, together with certain other officers of the Sanitary and Veterinary Corps, were combined in Company 15 until February 16, when the psychological officers of this company became Company 28, Battalion 7, MOTC, and moved to a section of the camp where facilities for special training were available. Commissioned psychologists received in the same training as that given regularly to medical officers. The first group of the commissioned psychologists, Company 28, is shown in Plate 1. On March 7, the enlisted psychologists, then numbering 49, were moved from the infirmary to the tents of the recruit section of the Division of Hospitals and Sanitary Trains, Battalion 14, and formed Company F of that battalion. In addition to their military training, special psychological training for these soldiers was begun at that time. On April 20, Company F became Psychological Company 1, and together with the commissioned psychologists of Company 28, was moved to more commodious quarters, formerly occupied by Basin Field hospitals. On June 20, a building specially constructed for psychological examining was completed, and both groups of psychologists were consolidated and quartered, the officers in the psychological building itself and the enlisted men in the nearby barracks of the motor sanitary units in Camp Greenleaf Annex. Formal instruction in military psychology was discontinued August 1, 1918. The first group of enlisted men in training for psychological service, Company F, is shown in Plate 2. The content of instruction followed closely the outline given in General Munson's letter to the Commandant, establishing the school, see above. The military instruction for enlisted psychologists followed as closely as possible that given to the officers, save that in certain cases, such as Army regulations and manual of the medical department, abbreviations and substitutions were made, and parts of Manson's handbook for the sanitary troops were used as a text. This instruction was conducted by officers of the school. The first lectures were given in a lecture room formed by throwing together rooms in a former officers' quarters. Later, mess halls, and yet later a lecturer's table in the open air, before an amphitheatre under the trees were used, until in May, special psychological buildings became available. This building is located centrally in Camp Greenleaf, near the headquarters of the Division of Hospitals and Sanitary Trains. It is of 2 stories, 120 by 30 feet. On the lower floor of the building is a large room, with benches and lap beards for use of about 200 men in the Alpha Group examination. At the opposite end of the building is a similar room fitted with benches, tables, shelves, and special lighting arrangements for the beta group examination for about 100 illiterates and foreigners. Between these two rooms is a hallway, with a drinking fountain and supply room, which is used also as a library and is fitted with shelves and counter. Above the beta room is a well-lighted scoring room, provided with tables, chairs, and shelves, and sufficiently large to accommodate 50 clerks and scorers. The remainder of the upper floor consists of 5 rooms for individual examining, 2 officers, a second room, a supply room, 2 lavatories, and 4 rooms which serve as quarters for the commission examining staff. Pictures are displayed on the following page. Morale staff at Camp Greenleaf, General Munson is shown in the corner, and staff of the School of Military Psychology, Camp Greenleaf, May 1918. From left to right, Captain Foster, Lieutenant Anderson, Lieutenant Owen, Lieutenant Murchison, Lieutenant Pechstein, Lieutenant May, and Lieutenant Frost. Psychological training, as outlined in General Munson's letter, has been supplemented in several ways. Lieutenant Mark A. May has given a course of 4 lectures on the political and religious creeds commonly held by conscientious objectors. Upon 3 occasions, lectures have been given by personnel officers and supervisors, and practical experience in personnel interviewing has been secured by student officers and men at the recruit depot, Fort Oglethorpe, and at Camp Forest. Special lectures on the psychological aspects of reconstruction have been given by Lieutenant Colonel Mock and Major Haggerty of the Surgeon General's Office. Considerable practical experience in actual examining, both of groups and of individuals, has also been given to students. The extent of such examining at this camp will be noted in detail later in this report. The instructor in psychology has given several general lectures on the nature and purpose of psychological examining to the medical student officers as part of their scheduled instruction. Psychological instruction has been conducted almost exclusively by officers of the school. The most important course given by psychologists are as follows: Organization and Administration of Psychological Examining, Captain Foster, Lieutenant Jones; Paperwork relating to Psychological Examining, Captain Foster; Alpha Group Examining, Captain Hayes, Lieutenant Murchison; Beta Group Examining, Lieutenant Wheeler, Lieutenant Owen; Scoring, Lieutenant Wheeler, Lieutenant May; Individual Examining, Captain Rowe, Lieutenant Anderson, Lieutenant Patterson, Lieutenant Pechstein, Lieutenant Mayers; Mental Incompetence, Lieutenant Anderson, Captain Rowe, Lieutenant Pechstein; Statistical Methods and Practice, Lieutenant Morgan, Lieutenant May; Malingering, Lieutenant Patterson; Conscientious Objectors, Lieutenant May; Military Topics, Lieutenant Murchison, Lieutenant Owen, Lieutenant Myers; Gas Instruction, Lieutenant Murchison; Drill, Lieutenant Anderson, Lieutenant Murchison, Lieutenant Lane, Lieutenant Owen. Psychologists upon arrival in the camp were given alpha examination and filled out a modified officer's qualification card. On this card were listed students' topics of specialization and publication and the amount and variety of psychological and applied psychological training, as well as preference as to psychological duty. His ability in the practice courses was frequently tested and estimated by the instructors in charge. The officers' military grades were reported weekly by the company commander to the battalion commander, who revised them. In lecture courses, grades were determined by recitations and final examinations. Recommendations as to promotion and assignment of commissioned psychologists were made by a board of examiners. In the case of enlisted men, the data on the qualification cards, the report of the company commander as to military record, and the marks obtained in the training course were similarly secured. A written examination on general psychological topics and a final oral examination furnished a further basis of recommendation by a board composed of officers of the school. The record of the school with regard to military activities has been high. For the system of weekly written and practical examinations to determine the military grades in the officers' training camp, and of awarding a banner each week to the company showing the greatest improvement in drill and inspections, was discontinued early in April 22. Psychological officers of the 43 who had at that time had more than a month's training had received a white hat band designating an A or highest grade, and the banner had been once awarded to Company 28. In few other companies at the camp were there more than 3 white hat bands. On May 31, 1918, by direction of the Commandant, Camp Greenleaf, a suggested program for the organization of psychological stimulation of troops, moral work, at this camp was submitted by Lieutenant John F. Anderson in the absence of the senior instructor. The essential feature of this program was to begin the work in Detention Camp Battalion 15, with the staff consisting of one moral officer, an assistant morale officer, a chaplain, 2 headmaster surgeons, and 1 enlisted man for each company, the latter to act in the capacity of 6th sergeant, to lead in informal singing on all possible occasions, and to assist in drill, games, athletics, and the giving of personal information to recruits. These psychologists cooperated with civilian agencies, YMCA, Knights of Columbus, Jewish Welfare Board, and Fosdick Commission on Training Camp Activities, and the Red Cross. A 15-day repeating program was established, including inspirational and informative talks, tagging of all recruits with a card bearing name, new address, and printed paragraph intended to promote patriotic and military ideals. The systematic direction of the writing of home letters by all recruits on their first day in camp, enclosing mimeographed letter from the section commander, the furnishing to company commanders of syllabi of inspirational talks, and the putting into effect of an evening program of 2.5 hours entertainment organized as a matter of daily routine. On June 6, 1918, the office of Camp Morale Officer was created and Captain William S. Foster appointed thereto. The above program was submitted for criticism to Major Commander of Battalion 15. On the basis of these recommendations, a revised program was submitted to the Commandant June 12, 1918. On June 15, 1918, this revised program was ordered to be put into effect. On June 17, 1918, First Lieutenant Elliot P. Foster, Sanitary Corps, National Army, was appointed Assistant Morale Officer. In Plate 3 are reproduced pictures of the staff at Camp Greenleaf in June 1918 and of the morale surgeons. On January 10, 1919, Lieutenant Anderson submitted a report covering the period from the relief of Captain Foster from duty, August 7, 1918, to the abandonment of the school, January 9, 1919. Instructional work was continued during this period on a reduced scale. Lectures and courses on psychological topics were given by Lieutenant Anderson, Lieutenant May, and Lieutenant Owen. An intensive 3 days course on personnel work was given by Dr. E. K. Strong of the Committee on Classification of Personnel, Adjutant General's Department. Following this work, Captain Rosenblum of the Adjutant General's Department conducted practice in personnel work. At another time, Captain Buhler and Mr. Evans of the Committee on Classification of Personnel gave a course in trade testing. A greater part of the time was spent in the actual conduct of examinations. From July 27 to December 7, 1918, a total of 49,948 men was examined, including 4,474 officers. Morale work was continued. When Captain Foster was relieved from duty, Lieutenant Anderson was made Camp Morale Officer. On August 31, 1918, Lieutenant Anderson was relieved from his duty, and the Assistant Morale Officer, Lieutenant E. P. Frost, became Camp Morale Officer. He was succeeded by Lieutenant R. V. Boyle, M.C., on October 23, 1918. At this time, the morale work ceased to be under the direction of a psychologist. Under Lieutenant Frost and Lieutenant Boyce, morale work was greatly extended and the organization perfected. The School of Military Psychology has undoubtedly been of extreme importance for psychological service. For however, through the scientific training or the technical psychological training of a man, he is ill qualified for psychological work in the Army until he has had a few weeks of intensive military training, and in addition training in military psychology. It is believed that this school doubled the value of psychological service during the first 6 months of 1918. Personnel of the Division of Psychology. Personnel lists are presented herewith. The first list shows the commissioned officers of the Sanitary Corps in psychological service with successive commissions and dates and successive assignments to October 31, 1919. Assignment to the School of Military Psychology for purposes of instruction is indicated by the name Greenleaf, printed in italics. A second list is that of the enlisted men in the medical department who were trained in the School for Military Psychology. On page 36 to page 40, lists are displayed. Section 3. Appointments and promotions in the Sanitary Corps for Psychological Service. The appointment of a number of psychologists, not to exceed 16, in the Sanitary Corps was approved in September 1917. These officers were to have the grade of First Lieutenant. In addition, 2 officers were appointed for service in the office of the Surgeon General, Major Robert M. Yerkes to organize psychological examining, and Lieutenant Arthur S. Otis to have charge of statistical work. In the plan for extension of psychological examining to the entire Army, which was approved January 19, 1918, provision was made for 132 commissioned officers, distributed as follows: 27 majors, 51 captains, 54 first lieutenants. It was assumed that the Division of Psychology would be permitted to secure this officer personnel in accordance with the approval quoted on page 29 of this report. One of the early activities of the Psychology Committee of the National Research Council and subsequently of the Section of Psychology, Surgeon General's Office, was a gathering of pertinent information concerning men who might be considered for appointment in the Sanitary Corps. Data concerning more than 600 applicants for psychological appointment were secured, properly classified and filed. The psychological staff of the Surgeon General's Office was therefore prepared, when the need for additional officers presented itself, to recommend qualified candidates. During January and February, recommendations were made in order that a group of 50 student officers might report for training at Fort Oglethorpe. Subsequently, this number was increased to 79, which is 53 less than the number of commissioned officers approved by the War Department. In accordance with the plan of the division, qualified psychologists were to be recommended for appointment as rapidly as arrangements could be made for their training at Fort Oglethorpe. This was extremely difficult because of the interference of academic and other professional obligations. It would have been possible to recommend immediately on authorization the total number of 132 psychologists, but in order to secure so large a number, it would have been necessary to accept many men of relatively poor equipment, as contrasted with certain of the men who were willing to enter the service as soon as they could make suitable arrangements with their institutions. Another immediate reason for delay in the commissioning of psychologists is found in the temporary postponement of recommendations. A short delay occurred in March, and again early in April. A delay of several days was occasioned by the request for appointment in the Sanitary Corps of a large number of men for the gas service. About the middle of April, the Division of Psychology was notified by the ranking officer of the Sanitary Corps that recommendations might be made. As it was important to secure appointments for approximately 50 additional psychologists to report in May for the training course, the necessary papers were prepared and as rapidly as possible placed in the hands of Lieutenant Colonel W.D. Wrightstone. But before action had been taken on any of these recommendations by the Adjutant General, the Division of Psychology was requested to present an estimate of its personnel requirements during the year 1918. In response to this request, a personnel table was prepared and submitted to the officer in charge of the Sanitary Corps. Before estimate of the required personnel had been submitted, the Division of Psychology was notified that, pending careful investigation of the personnel of the Sanitary Corps and of requirements for the various kinds of work provided for by the Corps, no recommendations for appointment or promotion would be received by the Adjutant General. Since this additional and indefinite delay threatened to interfere most seriously with the training of a sufficient number of competent psychologists, and thus to render impossible satisfactory compliance with the instructions of the War Department, and all drafted men and all company officers should be given psychological examinations, the following special request for authority to recommend 50 additional psychologists for appointment in the Sanitary Corps was addressed to the Adjutant General of the Army. This letter was written by Major Yerkes and transmitted by Lieutenant Colonel W.D. Wrightstone, Chief Officer of the Sanitary Corps. From the Surgeon General, U.S. Army, to the Adjutant General of the Army. Subject: Authorized Personnel, Sanitary Corps, N.A. for Psychological Service. 1. January 19, 1918. The War Department authorized the securing of special commissioned and enlisted personnel for psychological service, in accordance with plan outlined in third endorsement, copy of which accompanies this communication. 2. This authorization provides for commissioning in Sanitary Corps of 132 officers. To date, approximately 80 officers have been commissioned. It is desired to complete the number up to the original authorized quota of 132 immediately. 3. This is a professionally qualified personnel, the needs of which cannot be met by officers already in the Sanitary Corps. The course in military psychology in progress at the MOTC Fort Oglethorpe, to which it is desired to send at least 40 commissioned officers for special training on April 29. 4. The fact that the Sanitary Corps has exceeded its allowance of officers at present renders it impossible to recommend appointment of additional psychologists. The situation is urgent. During the next few weeks, the Division of Psychology will be expected to examine upwards of 200,000 men in the various recruit depots, training camps, and ports of embarkation, and unless we are able to increase our personnel immediately and rapidly, it will be utterly impossible to do the work which has been ordered. 5. In view of the above facts, it is urgently requested that special authorization be immediately granted the Surgeon General to recommend appointment in the Sanitary Corps of 50 additional personnel qualified men for psychological service. The name to be ordered on appointment to MOTC Fort Oglethorpe, GA, for training in military psychology. For the Surgeon General, W.D. Wrightston, Lieutenant Colonel, Sanitary Corps. On April 26, Major Yerkes was summoned to the War College by a member of the Committee on Organization of the War Plans Division of the General Staff. To this officer, all pertinent information concerning psychological personnel and needs was presented, and at the close of the interview, Major Yerkes was given to understand that the officer favored approval of the request for authorization to recommend the appointment of 50 additional psychologists, and that the Division of Psychology might expect final word concerning the matter the following day, Saturday, April 27. Early the following week, the Division of Psychology was notified by telephone that the special request had been disapproved. Later formal notice of the disapproval was received. This peculiarly interesting and puzzling fact about this action is that the Committee on Organization saw fit to disapprove an essential portion of a plan which had previously been carefully investigated and fully approved by the Surgeon General, a committee of the War College Division of the General Staff, the Chief of Staff, and the Secretary of War. The unfavorable action of the committee was taken despite the evident fact that the training of psychologists and thus the securing of an officer of personnel adequate for immediate needs would thereby be rendered impossible. Having failed at various times to secure authorization by individuals or committees charged with special tasks to do precisely what the War Department had fully authorized in January 1918, the Division of Psychology prepared in May to make the best possible use of its available personnel while awaiting final action of the Committee on Organization of the War College with reference to personnel to be allowed the psychological section of the Sanitary Corps. On May 7, the Committee recommended to the Chief of Staff that no additional ranks or personnel be allowed the psychological section of the Corps pending investigation of the value of psychological examining. It also recommended that the Adjutant General address the Commanding Generals of National Army cantonments and National Guard camps and the Commanding Officers of Army posts, although requesting a report on 3 points, namely 1. The value of psychological work in the military establishment, 2. The desirability of continuing the work, 3. The possibility of having medical officers make psychological examinations. On May 16, 1918, the Division of Psychology received an informal memorandum addressed by Lieutenant Colonel W.D. Wrightston of the Sanitary Corps to Colonel C.L. Furbush of the Medical Corps, in which it was stated that the General Staff had disapproved changes in psychological personnel pending the special inquiry described in the preceding paragraph. By inquiry for the Surgeon General, the Chief of the Division of Psychology learned that, prior to January 1st, reports concerning psychological work had been received by the Adjutant General in response to special requests mentioned above, and approximately 90 commanding officers. The Adjutant General had referred to these reports to the Committee on Organization, which body had in turn placed responsibility for their analysis on Major L.P. Horsfall. Representatives of the Division of Psychology subsequently explained to this officer that the majority of the reports were unfair to the psychological service, because few of the officers called upon to make report had knowledge of this new kind of work. It was indeed shown to the satisfaction of Major Horsfall that the reports in most instances described neuropsychiatric work instead of psychological examining, that in other instances they confused the work of the neuropsychiatrist with that of the psychologist, and that not more than one report in 4 dealt strictly with psychological examining. As a result of this exhibition of the unreliability of the data presented in the reports, Major Horsfall and subsequently Colonel J. W. Craig, to whom the matter was referred on transfer of Major Horsfall to another division of the General Staff, concluded that the official reports supplied no basis for decision concerning the desirability of additional psychological personnel. They therefore investigated the work to their satisfaction in other ways. To correct the serious misconceptions and prejudices concerning the psychological examining which had been created by the steady influx of seemingly unfavorable official reports over a period of several weeks, the following memorandum was prepared for the Chief of Staff by the Division of Psychology. September 12, 1918. Memorandum for the Chief of Staff. Relative to the reports on supposedly psychological service. 1. In May 1918, the Adjutant General directed the following letter to commanding officers of cantonments, camps, and army posts. From Adjutant General of the Army. Subject: additional personnel for psychological duties. The Secretary of War directs that you submit at once to this office a report as to the benefits derived from the work of psychological officers and as to the advisability of continuing such examinations and whether such examinations can be made by the regular medical personnel on duty under your command. 2. During May, June, and July, it is understood by this office that upward of 100 replies in this request were received by the War Department. Inasmuch as these replies are supposed to be, with a few exceptions, unfavorable to psychological work, and have led to conclusion on the part of various officers of the General Staff that this work has little, if any, value to the Army and should be discontinued, it is deemed of prime importance that the following facts be considered. 3. At the time above, requests for report were sent to commanding officers. Psychological service had been fully organized in 4 cantonments. Psychologists had recently been assigned to about 20 additional cantonments and camps, but they had not had opportunity completely to organize their work, much less to acquaint commanding officers with it and to demonstrate its values. 4. In this connection, attention is invited to the fact that psychological service was originally introduced on a purely trial basis. As a result of extensive trial in 4 cantonments and careful investigation and consideration of value to the service by the War Plans Division of the General Staff, it was decided in January 1918 to extend this service to the entire Army. February, March, and April were required in preparations essential to the extension of work, such, for example, as a suitable training in military psychology of necessary officers and manufacture and distribution of examining materials and other supplies. In May, when the request for report was made of commanding officers, the service was just about to be organized for the entire Army. 5. No misleading or undesirable effects could have resulted from this premature and unfair investigation had it not been that psychiatric work had been in progress in practically all cantonments, camps, and army posts for many months. The following is what actually happened. Practically every commanding officer reported on what was supposed to be psychological service. This was done often in ignorance of the fact that no psychological work had been attempted in the station in question, and quite as frequently regardless of the fact that the work had been very recently organized and could not be fairly judged. 6. The majority of the reports received and supposed to deal with psychological work are in fact reports on the nature and value of neuropsychiatric work, which is currently independent of and different from the service for which the Division of Psychology Surgeon General's Office is responsible. Furthermore, in many of the camps and cantonments to which psychologists had recently been sent, the commanding officers had confused psychological and psychiatric work in such wise that grave injustice is done to both, as well as the Army itself. 7. Analysis of upward of 100 reports mentioned above indicates that the reports of line officers are at least 75% favorable to psychological work in those stations where it had made sufficient progress towards complete organization to justify any report. 8. This showing is wholly in line with the result of the original trial of methods in 4 cantonments, for at that time the War Plans Division of the General Staff learned by direct inquiry that somewhat more than 75% of the company commanders and other officers who had first-hand knowledge of psychological service and its results were favorable in the continuance and extension of the work. It would be remarkable indeed if the Army should have changed so radically as the large number of unfavorable reports mentioned above would seem to indicate. The case is, in fact, a perfectly clear one. The War Department has been misled by the confusion of similar terms and the most serious of injustices to important new work in the interests of military efficiency has been done. 9. At the present time, psychological work is well organized and perfectly established in all cantonments and intended camps. At least 3 out of 4 of these military establishments report favorably concerning the value of the work, and from the commanding officers of several of the cantonments and camps, enthusiastic appreciations have been received by this office. Robert M. Yerkes, Major, Sanitary Corps, USA. Although originally only the rank of First Lieutenant was authorized for psychological appointees in the Sanitary Corps, in connection with the plan for the extension of psychological service, the grades of First Lieutenant, Captain, and Major were authorized, and on the basis of this authorization, the Division of Psychology proceeded to make preliminary arrangements for the appointment of psychologists of maturity, professional competence, and important position, for whom the higher grade of Captain and Major were essential. The work of the School of Military Psychology was planned on the assumption that it would be best for the service to send officers there with relatively low grade, with the expectation of recommending them for promotion if their records justified it. In pursuance to this plan, several psychologists were sent to the training camp as enlisted men who would otherwise have been commissioned as first lieutenants because of professional qualifications and obvious value to the service. Experience through the initial stages of psychological examining in the camps indicate the serious disadvantages of having an officer with the grade of First Lieutenant at the head of the work. It was therefore decided that the chief psychological examiner in the divisional training camps should in all cases be an officer with the grade of Captain or Major. In order that a sufficient number of professionally qualified, experienced examiners who had been trained at Fort Oglethorpe might be rendered available as chiefs of the psychological service in various stations, the following recommendations for promotion were made to the Surgeon General in April 1918. For appointment as Majors, Captains G. F. Arps, W. S. Foster, J. W. Hayes, W. S. Hunter, B. F. Pittenger, E. C. Rowe, M. R. Trabue. For appointment as Captains, First Lieutenants J. E. Anderson, H. C. Bingham, J. L. Bruckner, H. B. Cummings, E. A. Dole, G. O. Ferguson, J. D. Hauser, J. T. Metcalf, W. S. Miller, J. J. B. Morgan, J. K. Norton, D. G. Patterson, H. A. Richmond, C. C. Stetch, C. P. Stone, T. M. Stokes, H. P. Shumway, C. H. Dole. Because of the peculiar importance of these promotions for the psychological service, Major Yerkes, by permission of the ranking officer of the Sanitary Corps, presented the recommendations to the Surgeon General with full explanation concerning the professional reasons for recommending the promotion of certain men whose ages were under those usually required for promotion in the medical department. The Surgeon General referred to the matter to Colonel Furbosch for advice. Subsequently, Major Yerkes was twice called in conference concerning the matter, and thereupon the Surgeon General approved the promotions as listed above with 3 exceptions. Major Yerkes was notified by Colonel Furbosch of the Surgeon General's approval and assumed that the promotions would be made prior to the assignment of chief psychologists in the various divisional training camps. On this assumption, men who had been recommended for grades of Captain or Major were assigned as chiefs of the psychological service. Late in April, and nearly a month after recommendation and approval, Major Yerkes learned upon inquiry concerning the reasons for delay in the promotion of certain officers, that the ranking officer of the Sanitary Corps had returned to recommendations for the promotion of psychologists to the Surgeon General, who had disapproved them. This action was taken without notification of the Division of Psychology, which proceeded with its personal arrangements on the assumption that the promotions would be made in accordance with the Surgeon General's officially announced approval. The importance of this particular miscarriage of justice is greater than might at first appear, because the majority of the officers recommended for promotion had served as psychological examiners since September 1917. Many of them are men highly trained for professional work in psychology and qualified to hold important academic or other institutional positions. Furthermore, the failure of these promotions necessitated the organization of psychological examining in several training camps under the direction of a first lieutenant of the Sanitary Corps. This officer, since he had to deal chiefly with officers of the line and staff of higher rank than himself, was at a very serious disadvantage. It is scarcely possible to overemphasize the injustice to the psychological service of this particular and peculiar disapproval. almost simultaneously with the inquiry concerning the value of psychological examining initiated by the Committee on Organisation of the General Staff. 2 other investigations of the work were undertaken. This one was made for under the direction of the First Assistant Secretary of War because of numerous criticisms which had reached the Secretary's office. This investigation was conducted by Mr. G. H. Dorr. The other investigation was conducted for the General Staff by Colonel J. R. Burt. These 3 inquiries into the nature and value of the psychological service were undoubtedly inspired by the same motive, namely the desire to ascertain whether psychological examining yielded sufficiently important practical results to justify its continuation and extension. Each investigation was conducted independently. As has already been indicated, misleading inferences and resulting unfavorable recommendations on the basis of the reports of commanding officers were avoided by action of the Division of Psychology. Nevertheless, further development of psychological examining awaited the reports of Colonel Burt and Mr. Dorr. Both of these investigators submitted detailed statements. It is unnecessary to do more than report the nature of their conclusions and recommendations. Formal report was made by Mr. Dorr on June 10, 1918. After describing in detail the procedures of neuropsychiatric and psychological examining, this investigator made the following recommendations concerning psychological service. The present force of psychologists should be transferred from the Sanitary Corps and placed under the Committee on Classification of Personnel, and the psychological work in the camps hereafter be conducted by them under the direction of the camp and division personnel officers. The machinery now set up for the psychological test of all men inducted into the service at the time of their arrival at camp should be given a thorough trial. To give it this trial, it is essential that the results of the psychological tests be in the hands of the camp personnel officer prior to the time that the men are assigned out of the depot brigade. Such small increase in personnel as may be necessary to effect this should be made. Personnel officers should be instructed to make such use of the psychological tests in making assignments of inducted men as appears to be practicable, treating the results of the tests as a rough index of mental alertness, but not of other military qualities. They should be instructed to report at the end of 2 months on their observations as to the value to them in their work of the information afforded by these tests. Personnel officers should be instructed to place in the hands of regimental and company commanders lists of the psychological test rating of men assigned to the divisional organizations at the time they arrive in those organizations. General instructions should be issued pointing out the object of the psychological tests and of the ways in which they have been found useful in certain of the camps, with instructions to company commanders to report at the end of 2 months their observations as the extent of the use to which they have been able to put their tests in the selection and training of their men. The ultimate determination of whether the group psychological examinations are of sufficient value to warrant their continuance should await the result of the observations so obtained, for no matter what the theoretical merits or demerits of the tests may be, the practical value must depend on the use to which they are put. The existing tests should be revised, with the aid of officers accustomed to the training and handling of troops. Psychologists attached to the camp and division personnel officers should be subject to call for aid in solving problems of discipline, training, and morale. Definite steps should be taken looking to the development of this branch of the psychological work. The test should not be applied to officers except at the request of camp or divisional commanders and the chiefs of staff corps. Officers engaged in psychological work who fail to establish effective working relations with officers in command of troops should be promptly transferred to other lines of activity. End of Section 3. Section 4 of Psychological Examining in the United States Army by Robert Yerkes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 3, Period of Extension of Examining, Part 2. Colonel Burt on June 18, 1918, reported favorably, as is indicated by the following quotations. The introduction of the psychological division is a distinct step forward in military progress. Its work is full of possibilities in the direction of classifying personnel, equitably distributing personnel, and speeding up organization and training. However, to be productive of proper results, a firm controlling hand from the War Department must be kept upon it, in order that no theorist may be permitted to ride it as a hobby for the purpose of obtaining data for research work and the future benefit of the human race, and this at the expense of present military training. Furthermore, if it is to be continued in existence, since it is of importance, it should be systematically backed up by the War Department. So far, the Psychological Division has an insufficient personnel. Camp commanders have not been directed to give it a place in camp organization. No building has been assigned to it, and in the overcrowded cantonments, the psychologist has become a pest, since a building was to be furnished him and none has been at hand. Consequently, his examinations have been held on sufferance, here, there, and anywhere. If he had had a distinctive niche in the cantonment where groups of men could have been sent to him systematically, little opposition to his division would have been reported by cantonment commanders. It is recommended that the Psychological Division, with its examinations, be continued with limitations and curtailments as follows. Psychological examinations to be given to all candidates of officers' training schools or camps, to such other company officers, only as commanding officers of stations where psychologists are on duty may designate, and to all newly drafted or enlisted men at those points where large numbers are collected for muster into the service. Rating results of psychological examinations to be presented to the division personnel officer, and by him to organizations concerned at the earliest practical moment. It being borne in mind that the greatest value of said ratings depend upon the division personnel officers being able to make use of them in the equitable distribution of men to organizations, not after distributions have been made, and by the organization commanders having ratings at hand immediately upon the entrance of men into the companies. This will speed up organization, since within limits it will enable commanders at once to place alert-minded men in line for special technical instruction. Among this class, self-effacing, non-professional men will gain early recognition, to at once arrange for special training for the low grades and to know immediately which are the average men for all general instruction. That the Psychological Division is provided definitely with a handling either by construction or assignment at any station where it is to work. That the Psychological Division be given a definite personnel sufficient for its needs, and in camps or cantonments, that cantonment commanders be informed that additional permanent enlisted personnel from the Depot Brigade, the Medical Corps, or camp sanitary troops shall be assigned to the Psychological Division for instruction in their duties and for work in psychological examinations when needed. At other times, those men to be used on other duties. So far, this division has trained enlisted men in camps for use at times of incoming new drafts, and in some cases lost them by requisition transfer at the time the drafts appeared. Camp commanders have received no instruction to furnish any personnel for use in psychological tests. The definite orders be published covering the above, since no regulations so far have been issued through the Adjutant General of the Army to carry on the psychological examinations. The only instructions now governing as cantonments are those issued to camp surgeons from the Office of the Surgeon General. In a spirit of cooperation, the camp commanders considered that this expressed a desire of the War Department to have the examinations conducted. That a scheme be devised by which low mentality cases may be recommended for assignment to special organizations, not for service as camp police or necessarily labor organizations, but in special training organizations under specially selected officers who will understand their particular needs for training. It is believed that the majority of such cases, although possibly requiring double time for development over that necessary for the average and superior mental grades, still can be brought forth into good average soldiers who will stand the trench strain. The undersigned is not convinced that the stupid man with proper training and leading is necessarily going to give way in the trenches. Though the above, the superior and average cases as determined by the psychologist to be apportioned equally by the division or camp personnel officer to regiments and separate organizations. The average cases are included with the superior, since practically the average enlisted man often becomes a better soldier than the quickly grasping examination man, often superficial, who obtains a higher rating. Particularly so since no psychological examination can measure the characteristics of leadership, loyalty, judgment, perseverance, etc., which go to make up the valuable soldier's character. It must be said, however, that with few exceptions, the judgment displayed in picking candidates for officers, the 3rd and 4th training camps were examined psychologically, have been confirmed by superior ratings. The grouping of superior and average men in fighting organizations and to below average men to special training for replacements in fighting organizations will be a further step in advance, as the former should then complete training in much less time than they would if retarded by the slowest men. Herein lies an especial line for speeding up training. It will meet with opposition through lack of intimate contact with the psychologists, fear of the new and unknown project, and the idea that the Army is to be saddled with the hobby. It is noticeable that the higher-ranking officers of long military service generally condemn the psychological test as unnecessary from the standpoint of an organization commander. This is due, A, to fear of having a hobby saddled upon the Army, B, to lack of knowledge of the psychological examination and its uses, C, to their ability to perform practice or judge their own men, D, to the fear that examinations will encroach upon training time. The younger officers who are now to be company commanders are inclined to believe that the psychological ratings are of value in confirming organization commanders in their estimates of men. So far, due to transferring personnel from and to organizations, lack of fixed personnel for the psychological division to enable records to be made quickly, and definite instructions to camp personnel officers to use of value has been made of psychological ratings in organizations, except in depot brigades. Camp personnel officers have, however, used them to some extent when called upon to supply particular classes of men for special services. The application for examination results is yet in its infancy. This and continuous changing of drafted men to and from camps have prevented any systematic use of ratings by division or camp personnel officers. The favorableness of Colonel Burt's report and recommendations were both surprising and gratifying to the officers of the Division of Psychology, because he had observed the psychological service only in camps in which it was either imperfectly organized or unsatisfactory because of extremely adverse conditions. The favorable results of an investigation enabled the Division of Psychology to renew its request for additional officers. This is done early in July in the following letter. July 10, 1918. From the Surgeon General, U.S. Army, to Adjutant General of the Army. Subject: Officer Personnel, Sanitary Corps for Psychological Examining. 1. At present, in compliance with action taken by the War Department January 19, 1918, the Surgeon General's Office is conducting psychological examination of drafted men in 27 National Army and National Guard camps. Examinations should be in progress in several additional camps and posts which receive or train drafted men. But the officer personnel allowed the Division of Psychology by the General Staff is inadequate to man these additional stations. 2. The following table indicates the existing distribution of officer personnel for this work and the immediate need. The detailed table of the needs of camps is omitted. It may be summarized as follows. Number of camps with no officers on duty, 7. With 1 officer, 6. With 2 officers, 5. With 3 officers, 10. With 4 officers, 3. Number of camps requiring no officers, or 1, none. Requiring 2 officers, 10. Requiring 3 officers, 5. Requiring 4 officers, 18. Requiring 4 officers, 15. Requiring 5 officers, 1. Number of camps without shortage of officers, 5. With shortage of 1 officer, 13. With shortage of 2 officers, 14. With shortage of 3 officers, 1. With shortage of 4 officers, 1. Officers on duty at camps, 64. Officers required at camps, 112. Shortage of officers at camps, 45. 3. The attached table of organization for psychological personnel, Sanitary Corps, indicates first, the present distribution of officers now on duty in this service. Second, the personnel imperatively needed to endure psychological service effectively in accordance with the instructions of the Secretary of War. 4. The following explanatory statements supplement the data given in the proposed table of organization. At the Training School in Military Psychology, Fort Oglethorpe, Georgia, 4 officers are needed continuously for instructional and other camp duties. The allowance for National Army and National Guard camps, as indicated in paragraph above, is 112 men. At present, only 64 are on duty in these stations. The number is adequate for approximately half the work which should be done. It is clear that if psychological examining is to be conducted, it should be provided with an adequate personnel for complete and reasonably thorough work in every camp. The number of officers needed varies with the nature and use of the camp, from 2 to 5. For cooperation with psychiatric officers at recruit depots and certain other stations, such for example as disciplinary barracks, Fort Leavenworth, either 1 or 2 psychologists are needed. The allowance made in the table for the stations is 16. At least this number is required for immediate assignment in compliance with urgent and repeated requests from Colonel Bailey, Chief of the Division of Neurology and Psychiatry, Surgeon General's Office. Table is displayed on the page. Personnel required by the Sanitary Corps Medical Department, Division of Psychology. In the Surgeon General's Office for Administration of Psychological Examining, Development, Revision, and Improvement of Methods, and the Analysis and Reporting of Results, and for the conduct of such examining as is requested in and about Washington, 5 officers are required. The total in the above items is 137 officers. 5. It is desired that this table of organization be approved in order that approximately 30 enlisted men in the Medical Corps who have had 2 months training in military psychology at Fort Oglethorpe may be appointed either as second lieutenants or as first lieutenants for psychological service, and that approximately 30 psychologists not at present in the service may be recommended immediately for appointment in the Sanitary Corps, and ordered to Fort Oglethorpe for necessary military and psychological training in preparation for assignment. In this connection, it must not be overlooked that training in military psychology is absolutely essential for effective work in examining stations. This office is not willing to commission men and assign them to duty as examiners without the special training given at Fort Oglethorpe. Since the School of Military Psychology at Fort Oglethorpe is the only source of officer supply, it is clearly important that this office be authorized to send additional psychologists to that station at the earliest possible moment for training and preparation for assignments in various camps and posts. For the Surgeon General, R.B. Milner, Colonel, Medical Corps, N.A. The above request for permission to increase the officer personnel of the Division of Psychology to a total of 137, which was only 5 more than the number authorized in January 1918 by the War Department, was disapproved early in August in accordance with the following endorsement on recommendation of the Division of Operations of the General Staff, and has later appeared as a result of complete misunderstanding of the nature and purpose of the Army's psychological examining. War Department, AGO, August 13, 1918, to the Surgeon General of the Army. 1. The request of the Surgeon General for additional Sanitary Corps officers for psychological examining duties is not favourably considered. 2. It is not considered necessary that every soldier passing through divisions, depot brigades, replacement training centres, or recruit depots to be given a minute psychological examination. Suspect or doubtful cases should be set aside for special examination and study. 3. A great part of the work connected with psychological examinations should be performed by medical officers on duty at depot brigades, recruit depots, base hospitals, etc. The expert psychologists being called upon for advice whenever necessary. By order of the Secretary of War, C.S. McNeill. It is perfectly clear from this endorsement that the misleading reports of commanding officers referred to above determined the decision and the specific recommendations. Since the disapproval rendered it practically impossible to continue the service satisfactorily, and since it also did grave injustice to the personnel by rendering promotion impossible, a request for reconsideration, accompanied by detailed statement of the principal facts concerning the service, was prepared for the Surgeon General by the Chief of the Division of Psychology and forwarded to the Chief of Staff early in September. This lengthy communication is reproduced here in full because it gives a connected account of the chiefly significant incidents in the provision of the commissioned personnel for psychological examining from the beginning of this work to September 1918. Preparatory to the formation of this request for reconsideration, the Chief of the Division of Psychology conferred with various members of the General Staff, and thus learned of the surprising misunderstandings and prejudices which had developed as a result of the misleading reports from commanding officers. August 31, 1918. From the Surgeon General, U.S. Army, to the Chief of Staff. Subject: Commissioned Personnel for Psychological Section Sanitary Corps. 1. On July 10, 1918, the Surgeon General's office made request to the Adjutant General for additional appointments and grades in the Sanitary Corps Psychological Section. This request was disapproved by second endorsement dated August 13, 1918. 2. Almost simultaneously with disapproval request for psychological personnel, General Orders No. 47, establishing psychological work and definitely providing for its conduct, was approved. These two important actions are so related to one another that it is obviously impossible for the medical department to comply with the spirit of the General Order. It is therefore necessary to renew immediately request for additional psychological personnel and grades, basing estimate of need upon General Orders No. 74 and such existing special requests for established relations of psychological work as are deemed of primary importance. 3. The attention of the staff is respectfully called to the fact that by order of the Chief of Staff, Psychological Service has been thoroughly investigated during the past 3 months and fully reported on. That as a result of this investigation and report, Colonel R.J. Burt of the War Division of the General Staff prepared by direction of the Chief of Staff General Order referred to above. Thus far, in connection with provision of personnel for psychological work, the investigation, report and recommendations of Colonel Burt have been ignored. Simultaneously with investigation by the General Staff, the Assistant Secretary of War ordered thorough inquiry concerning psychological service. Such inquiry was made with extreme care by Mr. G. H. Dorr of the Secretary's Office. Mr. Dorr's report was favourable to the continuance of psychological work and especially called attention to its importance as supplementing the personal work of the Army. On recommendation of the War Plans Division, a letter of inquiry concerning the value of psychological work, its continuance, and the possibility of having medical officers take charge of it was sent to the commanding officer of cantonments, camps, and posts. This letter elicited upwards of 90 replies, most of which had nothing to do with psychological service, since psychological examiners, at the time of the inquiry, being assigned to relatively few stations. Almost all of the reports confused psychological service with neuropsychiatric work. Several of the remainder, ostensibly reporting on psychological service, were from stations in which the work had been recently established and was incompletely organized. The conclusion of all officers of the staff who considered these reports on their merits is that they are entirely irrelevant to the psychological service, grossly misleading and therefore valueless on a basis for decision concerning the continuation, conduct, or relations of psychological work. The attention of the staff is invited to the fact that psychological service is entirely distinct and different from neuropsychiatric service. The psychological work has reference primarily to classification according to intelligence and effective assignment, whereas the neuropsychiatric examining has to do with mental diseases or pathological conditions. 4. The numerous reports, memoranda, and official actions concerning psychological service which have accumulated during the past year make it wholly clear: 1. That there has been much confusion, misunderstanding, and uncertainty concerning this new work. 2. That whenever the staff has secured reliable information from the department and officers who are responsible for the psychological service or from line officers who have had opportunity to judge of its value, the resulting action has been favourable. 3. That all unfavourable decisions have been based upon the mistaken idea that psychologists are attempting to do a portion of the work of the medical department, or that the examination of every individual is unnecessary because most men are mentally normal. 4. That although the War Department has ordered competent investigators to make exhaustive inquiry concerning the value of psychological work to the service, action has sometimes been based upon fragmentary or incorrect information instead of upon reliable and unprejudiced official reports of investigators and of the Surgeon General. 5. Conferences with General Staff members have indicated the extreme desirability of presenting in connection with this request statements concerning the present status of psychological service, its varieties, ways in which its results are being used, and the judgment of various line and medical officers on its values. 6. In order that the specific requirements of General Orders No. 74 may be complied with, it is requested that increase in personnel is indicated below be authorized. A. It is ordered that the psychological division be established at these points where depot brigades are or will be established. The experience of the division has proved that 4 commissioned officers are required for the satisfactory organization and conduct of the various kinds of psychological service demanded by depot brigades and desired by personnel adjutants, commanding officers, and medical officers. Every cantonment will have a depot brigade. It is estimated that during the next few months there will be at least an average of 4 additional depot brigades. This statement is based upon the best information that the Division of Psychology has been able to secure from the Operations Division of the General Staff. It is therefore indicated that for psychological staffs in 20 depot brigade camps, 80 commissioned officers will be needed. These officers will see 1. That an intelligence grade is secured for every man reporting a depot brigade. 2. That this grade is promptly entered by personal adjutant on the qualification card and used as relevant information in connection with the assignment of men to duty. 3. That the mental grade, along with other important personal data, is promptly reported to the commanding officer to whom soldier is assigned. 4. That profitable ways of using information concerning soldiers' mental rating shall be explained to and discussed with commanding officers. 5. That medical officers shall be assisted as seems necessary or desirable in the examining of men of low-grade mentality or those who are difficult to train or to control. Psychological service in the depot brigade will be primarily personnel work, despite the fact that it is conducted under the supervision of the Surgeon General. Its only medical aspect and reference will be cooperation of psychologists with medical officers and assistance of the latter in securing mental grades for men who are either feeble-minded or so nearly so that they cannot be assigned to regular military organizations. It is regarded as important by the Committee on Classification of Personnel in the Army that intelligence grade be furnished by the psychological staff to the personal adjutant for every soldier within a few hours after he reaches camp. Dr. Walter D. Scott, Director of the Personnel Committee, has prepared a statement of opinion which is appended to this letter. This task necessitates the group examining of draftees in depot brigade camps. All available evidence indicates that intelligence grading or rating is of great practical importance. The Division of Psychology urgently requests that in connection with action in personnel for psychological work, the Personnel Committee of the War Department and the following officers who have made special study of psychological work be consulted: Colonel R.J. Burt, Lieutenant Colonel L.P. Hochfeld, Lieutenant Colonel Edgar King, Dr. W.D. Scott, and Mr. G.H. Dorr. Far more pertinent than would at first seem is the following paragraph from cablegram received by the War Department from General Pershing, July 17, 1918. Prevalence of mental disorders in replacement troops recently received suggests urgent importance of intensive efforts in eliminating mentally unfit from organizations, new draft prior to departure from the United States. It is doubtful whether the War Department can in any other way more importantly assist to lessen the difficulty felt by General Pershing than by properly providing for initial psychological examination of every drafted man as soon as he enters camp. The examination is made on men in large groups and requires very little time. It enables the examiners to single out for special study and report those cases which are of doubtful value to the service and which perhaps should be used in this country rather than overseas. In the opinion of line officers, medical officers and psychologists, as well as of the civilian experts who have inquired into this matter for the Secretary of War, it is of prime importance to use the simpler methods of mental rating which have been devised to assist in classifying and properly placing soldiers of the United States Army. The following description of conduct of group psychological examination of drafted men as they report in camp is taken from the report of the Chief Psychological Examiner at Camp Dix. It at once indicates the simplicity and expeditiousness of the procedure. It is literally true that no officer, as far as the division has been able to learn, who has observed this method of making a mental survey of our drafted men, and of thus securing results which are merely useful in personnel adjutants, to company commanders and to medical officers, has remained unconvinced of the practical importance of this work for the Army. A verbatim account of procedure in examining at Camp Dix is submitted here. The account shows the dispatch with which examination is conducted as coordination with the other procedures through which the recruit must pass. B. The psychological division shall be established at Camp Humphreys, Virginia. To comply with this specific order, it is necessary to send a staff of 4 officers to this engineers' camp. The organization will be in no wise different, so far as can be foreseen, in Camp Humphreys than at any other divisional training camp. The engineers of the Army have been keenly and intelligently interested in psychological service and have sufficiently appreciated its possibilities, especially to request that the work be adequately provided for in their large camp. In this connection, attention is directly to letter, which is appended, concerning psychological service, written November 22, 1917, by Colonel E. W. Markham of the 303rd Engineers. This letter was written very early in the history of psychological service in the United States Army, and when methods were relatively crude and results certainly much less valuable than today. C. A staff of 5 commissioned officers is required for the proper conduct of service in the office of the Surgeon General. This includes, in addition to an administrative officer, an assistant administrative officer who is also responsible for personnel, 2 officers charged with the analysis of reports, revision of methods, and preparation of new methods, and an officer in charge of materials, who serve in addition as an examiner, responding to requests for psychological examinations in and about Washington. During the past year, more than 5,000 examinations of commissioned officers, enlisted men, and civilian personnel of various corps of the War Department have been made in and about Washington by special requests of commanding officers or heads of departments. It is further necessary to provide 2 inspectors who shall from time to time thoroughly investigate the organization and conduct of psychological service in camps and other stations, and fully report thereon to the Division of Psychology, Surgeon General's Office. At present 2 inspectors are on duty. D. A school for military psychology shall be established at Fort Oglethorpe, Georgia. This portion of the general order has already been complied with since the school was organized at Fort Oglethorpe in February 1918. Since that time, more than 70 officers of the Sanitary Corps Psychological Service have been given at least 2 months intensive training in the school. There have also been trained during that time period approximately 260 enlisted men, most of whom accepted voluntary induction into the Army at request of the Division of Psychology on account of their special professional qualifications and intellectual fitness for psychological service. This is probably by far the strongest group of enlisted men in the United States Army. Approximately 25% of the enlisted men, in the judgment of the instructional staff and of the commanding officer at Fort Oglethorpe, earned promotion and commission appointments in the Sanitary Corps during their service as students in the school military psychology. The attention of the staff is especially invited to the following fact. Practically all of the enlisted men in the psychological service are college graduates who have had in addition professional postgraduate work in psychology and allied topics. It is safe to say that practically every one of the nearly 25% of this personnel recommended for commission by the authorities in Fort Oglethorpe would have won commission in an officers' training camp. Nevertheless, the action of the War Department in disapproving provision of adequate personnel for psychological service has rendered it impossible for the Medical Department to promote these men from the enlisted group. They are today, as they have been for months, doing officers' work, although they are still enlisted men. The seriousness of this injustice cannot easily be overemphasized. The Division of Psychology has done everything in its power in the first place to avoid injustice, in the second place to remedy it by securing approval of additional appointments. For the instructional staff of the School of Military Psychology at Fort Oglethorpe and for the conduct of psychological service in Camp Greenleaf, a staff of 5 commissioned psychologists is required. C. The Psychological Division is required by general order to maintain at the School for Psychological Personnel, Fort Oglethorpe, Georgia, a trained reserve and reserve in training, composed of officers and enlisted men. In view of the varieties of psychological service now in progress, it is believed that the trained reserve of commissioned officers should number 15 men. Since more than 260 enlisted men have already been trained and are available for duty in the camps, it will be unnecessary to train any considerable number of psychologists in the enlisted group. It is believed to be desirable to select so far as possible for this service limited servicemen with proper educational and professional qualifications. This has been done in the past so far as has seemed feasible and will be continued in the future. The reserve of commissioned officers in training will, it is believed, be adequately provided for by the regular 10% allowance granted in connection with officer personnel. The above items, under letters A, B, C, D, and E, meet the specific personnel requirements of General Order No. 74, but in addition it is to be noted that the orders provided that commanding officers shall requisition psychologists for various kinds of work in accordance with need. It is therefore necessary to enumerate, as in the following paragraph, needs which are existent and demands which, aside from those listed in this paragraph, are urgent. 7. It is deemed essential by the Division of Psychology, Office of the Surgeon General, that psychological personnel be provided as follows. A. The War Department Committee responsible for the organization and conduct of development battalions desires a well-trained and otherwise competent psychologist be assigned in each camp for service on staff of development battalion. It is understood that he should be responsible for morale work in the battalion as well as for specifically psychological work and certain educational measurements, and that he should assist not only with the classifications and rating of men, but also with their training. Since every camp will have its development battalion, 32 commissioned officers will be needed. On August 31, a letter was addressed to the Chief of Staff by the Surgeon General requesting authorization for appointment in the Sanitary Corps of 32 officers to be assigned to duty in development battalions as officers responsible for morale, mental examining, aside from neuropsychiatric, and measurements of soldiers' response to training. Evidence already accumulated in the form of reports received by the Surgeon General's office, statements by line officers and officers of the General Staff, indicates convincingly that the assistance of psychologists in development battalions is likely to prove of great and increasing importance and to be urgently desired, requested, and unless otherwise provided for, requisitioned in accordance with General Orders No. 74 by commanding officers of these organizations. It is believed that the psychological officer assigned to development battalion service can be adequately supported by private or non-commissioned officers trained in military psychology, and that on the whole it is likely to prove desirable to use competent enlisted men for much of this work, rather than commissioned psychologists. One commissioned officer for development work in each camp will be absolutely essential, however. B. At present, psychological work is organized and in progress in 27 camps. It has been organized in one additional camp and has been requested by commanding officers in yet another camp. Several of these camps will not have depot brigades and therefore would not by order be supplied with psychologists. In view of this situation, the Division of Psychology recently telegraphed several camps which lack depot brigades, but in which psychological work has been organized, requesting that permission be granted to remove psychological officers. In every instance, this permission was refused on the ground that the psychological work was needed in the camp. The indications that this action is based upon substantial evidence of the practical value of psychological work are such that the Surgeon General's office does not deem it either wise or expedient to entirely abandon psychological service in camps which lack depot brigades. Since, however, there would be relatively little group examining to be done in these camps, and the work would consist chiefly of the study of individuals who proved inept, unruly, or otherwise difficult to use in the regular organizations, it would be necessary to assign only one psychologist to each of these camps in addition to the psychologists assigned to the staff of the development battalion. It is estimated that there will be at least 12 camps lacking depot brigades, but in every sense entitled to and almost without exception desiring psychological service. An allowance of 12 commissioned officers is therefore requested for such assignment. Psychological service has not been organized in camps Beauregard, MacArthur, McLean, Fremont, or in the camp of limited service men at Syracuse. MacArthur has especially requested the assignment of a psychologist, but lack of officer personnel has rendered it impractical to attempt to comply with this request. C. The Division of Military Aeronautics has recently requested the General Staff to authorize the application of psychological methods to its enlisted personnel. This request was endorsed by the Surgeon General with the recommendation that the existing organization and personnel for psychological service, medical department, should so far as possible be used for conduct of work in the Division of Military Aeronautics. The Division of Neurology and Psychiatry of the Surgeon General's Office has repeatedly and insistently requested assignment of a psychological examiner to each neuropsychiatric board. It is estimated by the chief of this division of the Surgeon General's Office that at least 20 psychologists should be available for such service. The Division of Psychology has never been able to assign men in compliance with these requests because of the shortage of officer personnel. This estimated need is not included in the following tables, because it is deemed desirable that the Division of Neuropsychiatry should make special requests direct to the Surgeon General, and that if the Surgeon General approve the assignment of psychologists to assist neuropsychiatric boards, the General Staff should be asked to authorize the necessary increase in psychological personnel. Further, the Division of Physical Reconstruction has requested the assignment of psychological officers, one to be stationed in each special reconstructional hospital. 8. The following table indicates the distribution with respect to assignments and grades of the 77 officers of the Sanitary Corps authorized by the General Staff for Psychological Service. 2 tables, which were included in the memorandum, are omitted here. They were similar to the table furnished the Adjutant General, see page 47, but were more detailed. They show the number of officers on duty, Majors 3, Captains 16, First Lieutenants 56, total 75, and the number of officers required, Lieutenant Colonel 1, Majors 25, Captains 46, First Lieutenants 43, Second Lieutenants 40, total 155. 9. The following information concerning the history and status of personnel in the psychological service is extremely important in connection with General Staff action on present request. When the Medical Department originally, in September 1917, undertook to make a thorough trial of proposed methods of mental examining in order to determine their value to the military service, 16 competent psychologists were commissioned as first lieutenants in the Sanitary Corps. This grade was given irrespective of age, professional status, previous military experience, or prospective value to the service. Some of the men should have been majors, others captains, and a few second lieutenants, but the grade of first lieutenant was the only one made available. At the same time, by authorization of the Secretary of War, 24 men were given civil appointment as psychological examiners. This was done because the Surgeon General deemed it undesirable to commission many psychologists prior to demonstration of the military value of proposed methods. Most of these civil appointees were men of professional qualifications, similar to the commissioned officers, and if appointed in the Sanitary Corps, they would have been entitled to ranks varying from second lieutenant to major. These 40 psychological appointees, 16 in the Sanitary Corps and 24 under civil appointment, have served the Army faithfully and under extremely difficult conditions, working long hours and often 7 days in the week, with almost no reward for the War Department's disapproval of requests for additional grades, and appointments has, with a very few exceptions, prevented promotions. In view of these circumstances, it seems unreasonable to expect these original appointees and the 35 psychologists who were appointed in the Sanitary Corps during the first 3 months of the present year to continue to serve efficiently and contentedly. It is clearly the duty of the War Department either to provide for their normal promotion, as in the case of any other military group, or to order psychological service discontinued and request that these officers either choose other service or resign. Approximately half of the officers now in the psychological service have already been recommended by the Division of Psychology for promotion. Many of these recommendations were made early in April 1918, but it has thus far been impossible for the Division to secure the necessary authorization for favorable action. The situation with respect to enlisted psychologists is even less satisfactory. When the School for Military Psychology was organized, it was with the definite understanding that 132 psychologists could be commissioned in the Sanitary Corps in accordance with authorization of the Secretary of War dated January 19, 1918. A copy of this authorization, which was written as fifth endorsement to a recommendation from the Surgeon General for extension of psychological work, together with plan of the medical department for securing necessary psychological personnel, is attached to this letter. At the time of the organization of the school, February 1918, psychologists were being commissioned as rapidly as possible, but owing to professional obligations, there were many delays in securing competent men. Consequently, the entire number of 132 was not secured at once, but arrangements were made by which groups of either 25 or 50 commissioned or enlisted men could be sent to the School for Military Psychology at Fort Oglethorpe. It was definitely understood by the Division of Psychology that these men could and should be recommended for promotion to non-commissioned or commissioned appointments according to their performance in the training school. No definite promises were made to individuals, but the understanding between the Surgeon General's office and the students involved was perfectly definite and is clearly justified by the assurances which had been received from the War Department. Between February and July 1918, approximately 250 carefully selected men accepted voluntary induction for training in military psychology. Thus far, approximately 50 of these men have been highly recommended for promotion to commissioned appointment. They are among the ablest young men in the Army. They came into the service by special invitation and because of special qualifications for a kind of work which the Secretary of War had ordered. They have been cut off from opportunities for promotion and used as privates for non-commissioned officers for work which should be done by commissioned officers. It is so obviously unfair to these young men to have them continue in their present work without promotion that the War Department should immediately authorize additional appointments in the Sanitary Corps Psychological Service. A further pertinent consideration with respect to psychological appointments is this. Suitable candidates for commission appointments are available in the psychological service. They are highly trained, and it is merely a case of promoting them according to value to the service and merits. It is believed that this is a much more pertinent argument for the creation of additional appointments for psychological work than any other except the urgent need and demand by line officers for various kinds of psychological service. Assurance may also be given to the War Department that the men in the psychological service, both enlisted and commissioned, are of such native ability, education, and military experience that with few exceptions they can be used effectively in other services should the need for them in the psychological service disappear. The majority of them would make efficient personnel adjutants. Others would render admirable service as hospital adjutants. Many are fitted and eager for line service. Recently, one commissioned psychologist has been transferred to the Tank Corps and is serving as personnel officer. A second was recently requested by his commanding officer to accept transfer to the infantry and promotion to the rank of major in order that he might be placed in command of the development battalion in his camp. There are several officers in the psychological service equally well fitted for such military responsibility. The Army need have no misgivings about the military usefulness of the 350 men who have been recruited and trained for psychological service. For in the first place, they have been carefully selected on the basis of personal quality, mental ability, and professional training. In the second place, they have been given from 2 to 4 months of intensive military training and training in military psychology at Fort Oglethorpe. 10. The psychological service has now developed to an important extent in several different directions. These are merely enumerated below, but the accompanying memoranda more or less adequately illustrate the significance. A. Psychological examining of drafted men by groups in order that an intelligence rating or mental grade may be assigned every soldier for use by personal adjutant, company commander, or such other officer as has need of it. See W.D. Scott letter attached. B. Classification of soldiers on the basis of mental ability so that promising material for non-commissioned officers may promptly be selected and that satisfactory candidates for officers' training camps may be chosen. The evidences of the selectional value of mental grades are now convincing. C. Service in development battalions in connection with the rating of men, measurement of their response to training, and development and control of morale. D. Assistance to judge, advocate in connection with court-martial cases in order that the courts may be provided with adequate and reliable information concerning the mentality of a man before sentence is passed. This is particularly important in connection with men of low-grade mentality and conscientious objectors. Grave injustices are frequently done by sentencing men irrespective of their degree of intelligence and responsibility. In various camps, the judge advocates at present are availing themselves of the assistance of psychologists. E. Psychologists are prepared to assist with the development and control of morale in training camps. Not all are especially qualified for this kind of work, but they should, on the whole, be able to understand more fully than any other single group of officers the mental factors underlying morale, and to deal effectively with many of the serious problems arising in connection with unsatisfactory camp conditions. Germany is using psychologists most effectively in this field. F. Assistance in neuropsychiatric or other medical officers in the examination of cases of suspected imbecility, morality, or affective deficiency has been rendered by psychologists in many camps during the past 6 months. This service is of such nature that the neuropsychiatrists are eager to have it continued. It is, in no sense, a duplicate of their work. The methods of psychological work, especially developed for the benefit of the United States Army, have aroused interest in France and England, and undoubtedly in Germany also. England, chiefly because of American initiative, has recruited chief psychologists from other arms of the military service and has initiated various lines of psychological work. Up to the present moment, approximately 1,100,000 men have been given mental examination in the United States Army. Some 41,000 of these have been examined individually. The percentage of soldiers found to be mentally unsatisfactory, aside from the cases of pathological mental condition dealt with by neuropsychiatrists, is less than 0.5%. And under existing conditions, not more than half of this number need be discharged from the Army, since development battalions and labour organisations provide for special study, assignment, and use of men who would be serious nuisances if placed in organisations for regular military training. No single criticism or complaint concerning psychological work has been more frequent than the charge that it results in the rejection or discharge of too many soldiers. This complaint is entirely without foundation. It arises from the confusion of psychological work with neuropsychiatric work. Psychologists discharge no one. They merely report the mental grade of a soldier to designated officers, chief of whom are the personal adjutant, the soldier's commanding officer, and the medical officer. As a matter of fact, relatively few men, certainly well under 0.25%, have been rejected or discharged because of, or partially on account of, report of psychological examination. There is persistent misunderstanding of the primary purpose of psychological examining, which is the proper placement of every soldier in the service and not his rejection from the service. The main interest of psychological officers is in increasing the human efficiency of the Army and in finding the proper place for every soldier who has sufficient intelligence to labour effectively. From the Surgeon General, S. J. Morris, Lieutenant Colonel, Medical Corps. Under date of October 1, 1918, the Surgeon General was notified by the following endorsement of favourable action concerning a request for additional psychological personnel. Second endorsement. War Department, AGO, October 1, 1918, to the Surgeon General. 1. Under authority conferred by the Act of Congress, authorizing the President to increase temporarily the military establishment of the United States, approved May 18, 1917, and July 9, 1918, Public 193, the President directs that, for the period of the existing emergency, the Medical Department Sanitary Corps be increased by 1 Lieutenant Colonel, 14 Majors, 14 Captains, 28 Second Lieutenants. The officers hereby authorized will be obtained as provided in the third paragraph of Section 1 and by Section 9 of the Act of May 18, 1917. 2. The number of First Lieutenants will be decreased from 57 to 31. This decrease to be accomplished as follows. No vacancies in the grade of First Lieutenant shall be fitted until the number has been directed by promotion or otherwise below 31. No vacancies thus created above the grade of the First Lieutenant shall be filled, except by promotion, until the number of First Lieutenants has been reduced to 31. 3. The authorization above is for the purpose of providing personnel for the Psychology Division of the Sanitary Corps, Medical Department, as set forth in the accompanying table marked G1. By order of the Secretary of War, H. B. Creer, Adjutant General. Table G1 is displayed on the page. Personnel required by Sanitary Corps, Medical Department, Division of Psychology. Thus ended happily the persistent attempts of the Division of Psychology to secure authorization for the essential officer personnel. The officer communications tell the story of initial approval, subsequent disapprovals, and finally return to favorable action, but they do not adequately indicate the basis for this surprising trend of events. Intimate knowledge of the situation enables the Chief of the Division of Psychology to state that there was seldom, if ever, anything which could be characterized as personnel. The service suffered from its newness, its peculiar sort of novelty, from persistent confusion with neuropsychiatric work, and from other natural misunderstandings, from reasonable skepticism concerning practical value, and finally from the investigation prematurely made by the Committee on Organization. Section 4. General Orders covering psychological examining. It has already been pointed out on page 29 that general orders concerning psychological examining were not issued by the War Department during the important period of extension of examining. Indeed, not until August 14, 1918, were essential directions placed in the hands of commanding officers by the War Department. The orders finally issued were modified from those prepared by Colonel Burt as a result of his thorough investigation of psychological examining. War Department, Washington, August 14, 1918. General Orders No. 74. 7. The Psychological Division shall be primarily established in the Office of the Surgeon General, the School for Military Psychology, Fort Oglethorpe, Georgia, at those points where depot brigades are or will be established, and at Camp Humphreys, Vancouver. In addition, the Surgeon General shall maintain at the School of Training for Psychological Personnel, Fort Oglethorpe, Georgia, a reserve trained and in training, composed of officers and enlisted men. Such reserve will be called upon to furnish, under direction from the Chief of Staff, psychological personnel, either permanently or temporarily, for such other points, and at such times as necessity for the same may arise. Chiefs of Staff Corps, Department Commanders, and Commanding Officers of posts or stations may make official requests for permanent or temporary psychological personnel for detail at schools, camps, or stations as necessity arises. Psychological examinations of line officers will be made only on the recommendations of commanding officers and of officers of Staff Corps upon request of the respective Chiefs of Staff Corps. Psychological examinations for all candidates for officers' training camps will be held where sufficient psychological personnel is present and where time may permit the results of such examinations to be placed in the hands of organization commanders before final recommendations on candidates are made. These results will be used only as assisting guides in making selections. No particular psychological rating shall be declared as the minimum to be attained by any such candidates. Directors of training camps may request that psychological examinations of students be held where ratings may be deemed of value. Such recruits arriving at depot brigades or other points where a psychological division is established as may, in the opinion of the commanding officer, require such examination, will be examined psychologically and during their 2 weeks period of quarantine only. Subsequent to that period, such examination will be held for groups when necessary, and individually by direction of commanding officers as they shall nominate. Organization commanders and camp or post surgeons where psychological examiners may be present will recommend when necessary that special examinations of particular cases be held. Under direction of cantonment commanders, any special branch or office of the cantonment organization may request the assistance of a psychological examiner where it is deemed his service would be of value. Commanding officers of development battalions will requisition for these examiners whenever necessary. Commanding officers, other than cantonment commanders, may make requisition for psychological examiners from time to time as necessity arises. Camp or post surgeons under whose jurisdictions the psychological personnel shall fall will be responsible to their respective commanding officers that the examinations are properly held, that psychological examiners reduce the time occupied in individual examinations to the lowest practical minimum, in the majority of cases by questioning and by personal observation solely, particularly where recommendation for transfer to a development battalion is the obvious solution, and that they resort to detailed standard psychological tests only in the more doubtful cases, that the reports of examinations be promptly made, that judicious coordination be established between the psychological and psychiatric divisions, to the end that the facilities of both may be used to obtain the most prompt action on low mentality cases. Psychological reports where ratings only are given will be forwarded to personal adjutants for their use in connection with the qualification card information in allotting recruits to organizations, and further by such adjutant to proper organization commanders for the information of the latter. If this be without the depot brigade, the ratings should accompany the men concerned wherever possible. The information thus conveyed will be considered as an assisting and accelerating guide to commanders in assigning their men for particular duties and in training. Attention is here invited to the fact that it may be possible for regimental commanders to perfect and produce well-balanced organizations by judicious use of psychological ratings, at time of incoming large drafts and in connection with the assignment of men to companies, and possibly by company commanders by special grouping with the idea of speeding up training. Where, in addition to ratings, psychological reports recommend discharge, individual examination or assignment to development battalions, camp or post surgeons under direction of commanding officers will provide for special examinations of the individuals so reported before disability boards. Such disability boards shall be composed of medical officers, not all of whom shall be of any one class of specialists, as for example, psychiatrists, and in addition, wherever practical, of one experienced line officer. Psychological reports shall be placed in the hands of organization commanders at the earliest practical date, in order that their ratings may be made of value. In special cases where time does not permit that complete individual examinations be made, psychological examiners will make for the information of the surgeon and personnel officer some such provisional qualification card report as illiterate or otherwise as the case may be. Under direction of commanding officers, the psychological personnel present will be supplemented when necessary by enlisted members of the medical or sanitary corps, who shall remain on psychological duty only in the rush of examination of large groups and while making up rush reports on the same. Commanding officers shall provide quarters for the psychological division, while bearing in mind that their principal need is for 1 or 2 large rooms to hold groups of approximately 100 men during examinations. If need be, the commanding officers of base or other hospitals will be called upon for temporary space, or directors of the YMCAs temporarily, where no other space is available. Minor office space and individual examination rooms will be furnished in available situations. Centralization of the psychological division in post or cantonment is desirable but not obligatory. If necessary, tentage will be used. When deemed for the benefit of the service at large, the Surgeon General may request that commanding officers of stations where psychological examinations have been held be called upon for recommendation towards the improvement of the psychological division and its service. The Surgeon General may transmit direct to camp or post surgeons such technical instructions conveying the psychological division as he may desire. All such communication will be laid before the commanding officers concerned for their information. None of the above instructions shall apply to the Division of Military Aeronautics. 702 AGO, by order of the Secretary of War. Peyton C. March, General Chief of Staff. This order was unsatisfactory to the Division of Psychology, chiefly because it made the psychological examining of enlisted men optional with commanding officers. Fortunately for the service, psychological staffs were so well organized in almost all camps, and the service so well established on its merits when this order arrived, that in only 2 or 3 instances was there an attempt to restrict the examining of enlisted men. It nevertheless seemed desirable, if the service were to be continued on a satisfactory basis throughout the Army, that the order should be thoroughly revised in the light of the information available in the Office of the Surgeon General and in accordance with demonstrations of value. Consequently, on November 4, 1918, a request for a revised order was presented by the Division of Psychology to the Surgeon General. This request was now forwarded to the Adjutant General of the Army because of the signing of the armistice. The proposed revision of the General Order is presented in full in order to exhibit the relations, conditions, and instructions which the staff of the Division of Psychology deemed essential for the efficiency of the service. November 4, 1918. From The Surgeon General, U.S. Army, to the Chief of Staff. Subject: Revision of General Orders No. 74, War Department, 1918. 1. It is requested that Section 7, General Orders No. 74, War Department, 1918, be rescinded, and the following substituted therefor. 1. A Division of Psychology shall be established in the Office of the Surgeon General. 2. A School for Military Psychology shall be established at Camp Greenleaf, Georgia, to supply adequately trained personnel for the administration of mental tests in the Army. In this school, the Surgeon General shall maintain a reserve, trained and in training, composed of officers and enlisted men. Such reserve will be called upon to furnish, under the direction of the Chief of Staff, psychological personnel, either permanently or temporarily, for such points and at such times as need may dictate. 3. The Army mental tests will be administered in all cantonments, camps, or other points at which drafted men are received, physically examined, and either temporarily or permanently assigned to organizations. Psychological personnel will be assigned to other Army training stations or posts as and when needed. Chiefs of Staff, Corps, Department commanders, and commanding officers of posts or stations may make official requests for permanent or temporary assignment of psychological personnel as seems necessary. Under direction of cantonment or camp commanders, any special branch or office of the cantonment or camp may request the assistance of a psychological examiner where it is deemed his service will be of value. Commanding officers of development battalions will requisition for such examiners as necessary. 4. All officers below the rank of field officer will be given the Army psychological test for officers, and the mental rating thus obtained will be entered on the officer's qualification card. All candidates of officers' training camps will be given the Army mental tests, and the ratings thus obtained will be placed in the hands of organization commanders before final recommendation of candidates has been made. The mental rating will be used as an assisting guide in selection. All recruits arriving at depot brigades or other receiving stations at which physical examinations are made will be given the Army mental tests. This will be done as promptly as feasible after a man has arrived, as in any event prior to physical examination and accomplishment of qualification card by personnel officer. 5. A mental rating of every recruit shall be reported within 24 hours of examination to the personnel adjutant. This rating shall be entered promptly on qualification card and service card, and shall be made permanently available to personnel adjutant and commanding officers. All recruits who receive a mental rating below D as a result of group Army mental tests shall promptly be given individual Army mental examination by psychological officers. The mental rating obtained in each individual examination shall be reported promptly to the personnel adjutant. All recruits rated in individual examination below D, and in addition all for whom special neuropsychiatric examination is indicated as desirable, shall be immediately reported, either directly or through the personnel adjutant, to the neuropsychiatrist. 6. The commanding officer of cantonment camp, post or other station in which mental tests are administered shall see that suitable building or necessary space for proper conduct of this work is provided. All those points where depot brigades are established, it is essential that a special building with space equivalent to that of small barracks building be made available. Commanding officers of cantonments or camps may requisition special psychology building if necessary. This should not be done where available building can be assigned and suitably adapted to psychological needs by minor alterations. The psychological building or allotted space shall be located near the point of physical examination, personal classification and assignment. 7. Psychological staff shall be composed of officers of the Sanitary Corps and enlisted men of the Medical Department trained in military psychology. Under direction of commanding officers, the psychological personnel present will be supplanted when necessary by enlisted men drawn from such organizations as can best spare them. These enlisted men who are temporarily assigned shall remain on psychological duty only during the examination of large draft quotas and while rush reports are in preparation. The psychological staff shall be attached to the camp or other station, not to the division. It shall be under the control of the Chief Medical Officer and will be suitably quartered by him. 8. It shall be the duty of the Chief Psychological Examiner to see that a reliable mental rating is secured and reported for every recruit, and every officer below the rank of field officer. In addition, the Chief Psychological Examiner shall, so far as possible, render special service to medical officers, to judge advocates, to commanding officers of organizations, to morale officers and educational directors by making special examination of individual cases or groups referred for examination and report. 9. The mental rating of officers or enlisted men shall be considered in connection with assignment, promotion, demotion, rejection, discharge, or court sentence. It shall be used by the personnel adjutant to assist in selecting men of adequate intelligence for a given type of organization, to secure an adequate level of intelligence in different organizations, to guarantee the immediate rejection or discharge of men whose intelligence is so inferior that they cannot be used in the Army, to assist in the prompt assignment of men of inferior intelligence to development battalions or labor organizations, to safeguard the interests of the individual and assist the judge advocate in connection with court-martial proceedings. When deemed for the benefit of the service at large, the Surgeon General may request the commanding officers of stations where psychological examinations have been held be called upon for recommendation toward the improvement of the psychological division and its service. The Surgeon General may transmit to direct to camp or post surgeons such technical instructions covering the psychological division as he may desire. All such communications will be laid before the commanding officers concerned for their information. 2. This revision of General Orders, number 74, is necessary, first because the order is not interpreted uniformly in different camps, and second because it does not provide for the examining of officers and of enlisted men. Instructions issued by the Adjutant General of the Army, October 8, 1918, require that the intelligence rating of an officer be made available to the Personnel Board in its review of the qualifications of the officer when he is summoned by said board. The examining of officers below the rank of field officer is necessary in order that intelligence ratings may be supplied. Paragraph 5 of General Orders, number 74, as originally approved by the Surgeon General and by the General Staff reads, all recruits arriving at depot brigades or other points where the psychological division is established will be examined psychologically, etc. This was subsequently changed as a result of misunderstanding of the nature and purpose of psychological examining to read, such recruits arriving at depot brigades or other points where the psychological division is established as may, in the opinion of the commanding officer, require such examination will be examined, etc. This alteration is extremely unfortunate in its effect because it renders uncertain the availability of the intelligence rating of an enlisted man. All camps and cantonments in which psychological service is organized have issued orders requiring that the intelligence rating be entered on the service record and the qualification card. End of Section 4. Section 5 of Psychological Examining in the United States Army by Mearns Yerkes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Harvey. Chapter 3, Part 3. Section 5. Provision of Buildings for Psychological Service. In preparing plans for the extension of psychological examining, following the request of the Secretary of War, dated December 24, 1917, the staff of the Division of Psychology sought the advice of various officers of the General Staff and the Medical Department, and in accordance therewith requested that a special building for psychology be constructed in each training camp. Page 27 to 29. That this request seemed reasonable to the Committee of the General Staff, which prepared the recommendation, is indicated by the last paragraph of the approval, which reads, the Quartermaster General will construct the necessary building at each cantonment for the examining board in psychology, furnish the necessary plain furniture for these buildings in accordance with plans and specifications submitted by you. Following this endorsement, and in accordance with the general plan which had been approved, the Division of Psychology completed a detailed plan and description of the proposed psychological building. The plans were submitted to the Division of Hospitals Office of the Surgeon General, which prepared and forwarded to the Office of the Quartermaster General, Construction Department, the necessary blueprints. While this work was in progress, Major Yerkes proceeded in accordance with authorization of the hospital's division to secure tentative designation of location for buildings in each camp. To this end, the following letter was dispatched. To Division Surgeons, January 14, 1918. From the Surgeon General, U.S. Army, to the Division Surgeon, Camp. Subject, Location of Psychology Building. 1. The War Department has approved plans for the psychological examining of company officers and all newly drafted and listed men in endorsements, copies of which are attached. 2. In order that these examinations may be properly conducted, a special building is to be provided by the Quartermaster General in each divisional training camp. The proposed building will be 120 feet long, 30 feet wide, 2-story, as per rough sketch enclosed. Plans for this building are shown in the Examiner's Guide, page 197 of this volume. 3. Psychological examining will be conducted under direction of the division surgeon. The results will be reported to him, to division headquarters, and as desirable, to the commanding officer of the base hospital. 4. In the opinion of this office, it is important that the building for psychology be located near division headquarters, and if possible between division headquarters and the base hospital. Where there is no available space close to division headquarters, it will probably be preferable to seek a location near the base hospital. 5. You are requested in consultation with the commanding general of the division and the camp quartermaster to select what would appear to be a suitable site for the proposed building and to advise this office at the earliest possible moment. Attention Major Yerkes, Division of Psychology concerning decision. 6. It is desired that the site selected be so designated that satisfactory directions may be given to the constructing quartermaster from this office. 7. If additional information is desired or uncertainties develop, you will address the Division of Psychology, this office, by direction of the Surgeon General, Robert M. Yerkes, Major Sanitary Corps. As a result of this letter, suitable location was selected and designated by the commanding general in almost all of the camps and cantonments. But before this information could be used, action by the general staff, reported below, rendered it irrelevant. In order to expedite preparation of plans, estimates, and all necessary preliminaries to construction, Major Yerkes kept in touch with the division hospitals of the Office of the Surgeon General and with the construction department of the Office of the Quartermaster General. With everything in readiness for construction, the Acting Quartermaster General on February 5, 1918, addressed the following memorandum to the Chief of Staff. February 5, 1918. Memorandum from the Acting Quartermaster General to the Chief of Staff. Subject: Psychological buildings for National Army cantonments and National Guard camps. 1. Attached hereto is a request from the Surgeon General of the Army requesting the construction of a psychological building at each National Army cantonment and each National Guard camp. 2. The following instructions in reference thereto have been given by the Secretary of War to the Quartermaster General. You will establish at each cantonment a building for the use of the Psychological Examining Board and furnish the necessary benches, tables, etc. in accordance with plans submitted by the Surgeon General. The estimated cost of each building, including furniture, is $12,000, and funds for this purpose will be charged to the deficiency authorized by the Assistant Secretary of War. 3. Letter of advice from the Surgeon General is that one of these buildings is desired at each divisional camp. 4. It is estimated that the cost of this construction for 16 cantonments and 16 National Army camps will be construction and repair of hospitals, $363,000. Supplies, services, and transportation, $16,000. Funds are not available under the appropriation construction and repair of hospitals, but this amount has been included in the deficiency estimate submitted to Congress for inclusion in the urgent deficiency bill now pending. Funds required under supplies, service, and transportation can be charged to the amount authorized as a deficiency by the Assistant Secretary of War on December 14, 1917. 5. The Surgeon General urges the construction of these buildings as a war necessity for the mental examination of men before going to oversea duty, and authority is therefore requested to proceed with the work. 6. Return of the original papers to this office for its records is requested when action is taken. General W. Goethals, Acting Quartermaster General. This memorandum went to the Equipment Committee of the General Staff, which, after consideration of the matter, recommended disapproval of the construction of special buildings at such time as funds may be made available for this construction by Act of Congress. Official notice of disapproval was sent to the Surgeon General February 14, 1918. On receipt of this information, it was learned through conference with War Department officials that the Equipment Committee deemed it wholly feasible and desirable that psychological examining be done in hospital buildings, as originally, instead of in buildings especially constructed for this purpose. This fact was presented to the Surgeon General, who promptly disapproved and continued use of hospital wards for psychological purposes on the grounds that they should at all times be available for medical purposes. Thereupon, in accordance with the desires of the Surgeon General, the Chief of the Division of Psychology prepared for his signature the letter which follows. February 14, 1918. From the Surgeon General, U.S. Army, to the Adjutant General of the Army. Subject: Expenditure for psychological building in each divisional training camp. 1. Disapproval by Assistant Secretary of War, on recommendation of General Staff, of deficiency expenditure amounting to $384,000 for a psychology building in each National Army and National Guard camp, is acknowledged with the following information. 2. Reversal of decision of General Staff concerning plan for psychological examining and recommendation that the work be conducted in base hospitals instead of in special buildings is evidently based upon serious misunderstanding of requirements and relations of psychological work and practical availability of hospital space. 3. The base hospital space, as extended by recent action, is provided and required for medical purposes. It cannot, in fairness to the health of the Army, be assigned permanently for psychological use. 4. Temporary assignment of requisite base hospital space for psychological examining is, in the opinion of the Medical Department, both undesirable and wasteful. 1. Because the conduct of said work in accordance with plan originally approved and fully authorized by the Secretary of War will require special furnishing of 2 large hospital wards, or one of the prospective 2-story hospital buildings. This special furnishing, as per specifications originally submitted, is in a large measure built in, consisting of benched tables nailed to floor, platforms, shelves, etc. 2. Because the cost of adequate and appropriate base hospital space will be at least $20,000, as contrasted with $12,000 expenditure for special building. Obviously, even should medical requirements permit it would not be economical to use base hospital space for psychological use. Only dire necessity would, in the opinion of the Medical Department, justify the recommendation of the General Staff that this extremely important new work be suspended until Congress authorizes necessary expenditure for provision of special building. 5. In accordance with authorization originally given by the Secretary of War, the Division of Psychology, this office has proceeded a. to secure personnel of 132 commissioned officers, 124 non-commissioned officers, and 620 enlisted men. b. To establish school for special training in military psychology at Medical Officers Training Camp, Fort Oglethorpe, Georgia. c. To devise and perfect the necessary methods of work and to secure requisite apparatus and printed materials for the examining of 500,000 soldiers. At the present time, work along these several lines is well advanced. Approximately 60 men have been commissioned for psychological service. Approximately 50 have been enlisted in the same service. An enlisted company and also a commissioned company are in training at Fort Oglethorpe. A large portion of the material necessary for contemplated work has been requisitioned. Attention is called to the fact that the labours of the Division of Psychology at the expenditure thus far entailed will be, in a large measure, wasted unless the essential features of the original plan of work are fully approved by the War Department. 6. Psychological examining was originally conducted at base hospitals in order that its military and medical values might be demonstrated to the satisfaction of line and medical officers. This was accomplished. There resulted unqualified and enthusiastic approval and endorsement of this work by line and staff officers as well as by medical officers. On the basis of this endorsement, most strongly expressed by the War College Division of the General Staff in memorandum for the Chief of Staff as follows, the results of these examinations are very remarkable. The subject of psychology and its relation to military efficiency is an entirely new one, and the War College Division approached it with a good deal of doubt as to its value. A very thorough study of the reports submitted, however, has firmly convinced us that this examination will be of great value in assisting in determining the possibilities of all newly drafted men and all candidates for officers' training camps, and of the unqualified approval of the Surgeon General's plan for the extension of psychological work. The Division of Psychology has proceeded expeditiously and in accordance with good business principles, with all preparations necessary for bringing the plan to effect at the earliest possible moment. 7. The prospective psychological work is not what has been done. Instead, it provides for more varied and important applications of the methods of psychological examining of their results. For this reason, the inference of the General Staff that this work can very well be done, at least temporarily, in base hospitals is incorrect. As a matter of fact, even were base hospital space temporarily devoted to this work, it would have only a fraction of the value to the Army, which would result if the work were done as planned in special buildings adjacent to division headquarters. 8. Psychological examining is not a temporary bit of work, but is planned continuous throughout the period of use of a divisional training camp. The results of the work are especially important in connection with those of the personal office in each camp. The strictly medical reference and significance of psychological reports are quite overshadowed by their military significance. All psychological records for this reason should be conveniently accessible to company, regimental, and other commanding officers, and the psychological staff should be centrally located in the camp for purposes of consultation with line officers. The work obviously is related most directly and importantly to division headquarters. It has no special or necessary connection with the base hospital, and even if most adequately housed in or about the base hospital, it could not be conducted there without sacrifice of certain of its most important values. Major Yerkes of the Division of Psychology has stated that in his judgment this sacrifice would probably amount to 1/2 of the prospective value. 9. It should further be emphasized that the proposed psychology building is to be provided not for the examining of an occasional individual, but instead A. For general psychological and psychiatric surveys of all enlisted men and company officers in every divisional training camp. B. For thorough psychology of psychiatric examination of each man for whom such study is indicated as desirable for military, medical, or social reasons. C. For conferences between psychologists and line and medical officers concerning problems of human behavior and mental characteristics which directly affect military efficiency. D. For such instruction concerning the relations of psychology to military activities as is deemed desirable by the division commander and his staff. E. For discussion of problems of re-education and rehabilitation, nervous instability or liability to shock, feeble-mindedness, malingering, etc. In brief, the psychology building is planned as a center for the study, under the direction of the division surgeon and commanding general, of all problems of human behavior and mental fitness which arise within the camp community. Without such a building, most of these proposed purposes provided for by the plan originally approved by the General Staff cannot be achieved. The Medical Department therefore submits that since this work is important to the efficiency of the Army and should, in accordance with the opinion of the General Staff already forcibly expressed, be conducted for the entire Army, the important provision of special psychological buildings is an imperative necessity. 10. The General Staff having approved an extremely carefully prepared plan, in which only essentials were asked for, subsequently, and after a period of nearly a month, disapproves one special and fundamentally important item of said plan. The Medical Department must direct attain to the result. This partial disapproval practically destroys the value of the original plan for the extension of psychological examining. Had special building been disapproved originally, a new plan would have been prepared by the Surgeon General's office for consideration of the General Staff. The Division of Psychology stands ready to do its utmost to assist the Army whatever the difficulties or inconveniences, but unless the psychological building can be provided immediately, the success of this work, in accordance with reasonable predictions of the Medical Department and expectation of the General Staff, is jeopardized. The Medical Department has been placed in the false position of being forced to attempt to carry into effect what it considers an excellent plan, which after initial complete approval has been emasculated. 11. Finally, the medical department is compelled to disapprove recommendation of the general staff that psychological work be conducted at base hospitals. The plan for provision of special psychology building is urged as a necessity for achievement of results which the Army has a right to expect and demand in view of expenditures already made for psychological service. These results are briefly such as follows: A. The discovery and discharge of those who are seriously mentally defective. B. The proper assignment within the Army of men of low-grade intelligence, so that the time of officers in attempting to train them beyond their capacities shall not be wasted. C. Assignment of men so that organizations shall have adequate mental strength and similar organizations, as for example regiments of infantry, approximately equal mental strength in order there shall be no seriously weak points in the line. D. Assistance in selection of men intellectually competent to command officer material. C. Selection of men for special kinds of military service, as for example service which requires unusually good vision, hearing, quickness of reaction, etc. F. The special study of individuals referred to psychologists by camp officers and of any psychological military problems which are formulated by divisional officers and presented to the psychological staff. 12. This work is new, as was pointed out by the War College Division of the General Staff. The medical department, in originally undertaking to test its value, accepted a risk. Having obtained adequate evidence of remarkable military value, it presented a definite and extensive plan. It now submits that there is every reason to believe that this plan should be carried out to the letter, and that the prospective value of psychological work is so great as to justify deficiency expenditure for psychological building in each divisional training camp. Every division that goes abroad without psychological survey and without thorough individual psychological examination of intellectually weak individuals carries with it many men, perhaps even as many as 1%, who are not worth their transportation for military purposes. It is requested that the facts submitted in connection with the disapproval of psychology building be given earliest possible consideration by the General Staff, in order that waste of effort and expenditure may so far as possible be avoided and the Division of Psychology, Surgeon General's Office, enabled to fulfill the reasonable anticipation concerning its services to the Army. W.C. Gorgas, Surgeon General, U.S. Army. The recommendation of the above letter was disapproved by the War Department on February 19. This disapproval left the Medical Department no choice but to provide for psychological examining in hospital wards, and as such provision was deemed inexpedient, the Surgeon General promptly arranged to place the matter before the Secretary of War. This was done on February 23rd, with emphasis of the fact that existing camp buildings might perfectly well be utilized for psychological examining if made available. The Secretary of War stated that, in his opinion, buildings were available in most camps and that he would institute inquiry concerning the matter. The outcome of this inquiry and of instructions issued on the basis of information was that in the majority of National Army cantonments, suitable barracks buildings were assigned for the use of psychological examiners, and that in National Guard camps more or less satisfactory temporary arrangements were made. The conditions varied extremely in the different camps, but in very few was the housing arrangement equal to that which the War Department had originally authorized. It was assumed, however, that funds would shortly be made available by Congress for the new reconstruction, and that in the meantime psychological examining might go forward under difficult conditions. After the passage on March 28 of the Deficiency Expenditure Bill, which was supposed to have carried an item of $384,000 for psychological buildings, the Division of Psychology, on the assumption that funds had been made available, recommended the construction of buildings in camps which most needed them. This recommendation was met by the information both from the Construction Department of the Quartermaster Corps and from the Equipment Committee of the General Staff that the funds had not been made available for this special construction, and in consequence it could not be authorized. The Division of Psychology therefore prepared to make the best of an extremely unfavorable situation. However, in the summer, an officer of the Corporation Section of the General Staff, in searching for information concerning various matters pertaining to psychological examining, discovered that funds actually had been appropriated by Congress in the Deficiency Bill of July 8 for the construction of special buildings to facilitate psychological examining, although no official information had been received by the division. The Chief of the Division of Psychology referred this report to the Construction Department of the Quartermaster Corps for confirmation, which was supplied. Thereupon the Medical Department recommended the construction of special buildings for psychological examining in several camps. On November 11, 1919, several buildings had been authorized by the War Department, but so far as is known, none had been constructed except the one early provided for special instruction purposes at the School of Military Psychology, Fort Oglethorpe, Georgia. The failure of the War Department to provide special buildings for psychological purposes, in accordance with the original plan and authorization, proved a most serious handicap. The practical value of this work to the Army was undoubtedly seriously lessened by the unsatisfactory facilities temporarily provided in lieu of special examining buildings. Once more a misfortune occurred where it could least well be sustained. Undoubtedly, difference in points of view, misinformation, misunderstanding, and inadequate appreciation of both the demands and values of psychological examining were chiefly responsible for the unfortunate series of events which constitute the history of buildings for psychology in Army camps. It is quite clear that, except for certain misunderstandings in the general staff, the buildings would have been provided promptly. It is equally clear that they would have been provided eventually, in spite of objections, had not been for delay in the appropriation of funds. In accordance with the original plans of the Medical Department, special buildings should have been ready for this work not later than April 1918, but as a matter of fact it was October before the difficulties were so far overcome as to guarantee construction even where buildings were most sorely needed. The housing facilities for psychological examining provided in the various camps are briefly described in Section 6, Infra on Camp Organization. The situation in the several camps may be indicated briefly. The special building was constructed in Camp Greenleaf. Supply company barracks, such as were used in many camps, are shown in Plate 4, A and B, and Plate 6A, this volume. A reasonably adequate barracks building, or part thereof, was provided in camps Bowie, Dodge, Funston, Grant, Humphreys, Jackson, Lewis, Meade, Pike, Sherman, Taylor, Travis, and Upton. Other types of buildings, less suitable, were provided in camps Custer, Devens, Dix, Lee, and the majority in the National Guard camps. Section 6. The Organization of Examining in Camps. Camp Organization. The efficient organization of psychological examining in a large training camp was an administrative undertaking of considerable magnitude and difficulty. The chief psychological examiner was held responsible for the following important tasks: A. The organization of an adequate and efficient staff. B. The training of a reliable clerical force at the strength required by the camp. C. Arrangements of suitable space and equipment for conduct of examinations. D. Arrangement of schedules of examining and for systems of reporting results. E. Establishment of profitable cooperative relations between the psychological staff and the personal adjutant, the headquarters staff, medical officers, and the commanding officers of the principal camp organizations. F. Familiarizing officers of the camp or division with the nature and use of intelligence ratings and with the possible values of psychological service to the organizations. G. Organization of methods of classifying, filing, and storing data of examinations. H. The discovery and development of new lines of service, and the maintenance of a state of preparedness to respond to a reasonable request for special help. No commanding officer in the psychological service complained that his work was too easy or that it lacked interest. On the contrary, there was extreme eagerness and enthusiasm for this new kind of administrative work, and remarkable success was achieved by many chief psychological examiners. The following general scheme of staff organization was proposed on the basis of inspection of camp conditions. 1. Chief Psychological Examiner, responsible for general administration, correspondence, and camp contacts. 2. Clinical Psychologist, responsible for direction of individual examining. Neuropsychiatric contacts and the study of the success of low-grade men. 3. First Assistant Psychological Examiner, responsible for direction of group examining, oversight of psychological building, scoring of examination papers, and handling of records. 4. Second Assistant Psychological Examiner, responsible for psychological service to development battalions and relations of the psychological staff to such organizations. 5. Third Assistant Psychological Examiner, responsible for personal office relations, use of intelligence ratings, and special assignments. To facilitate improvement of psychological service and increase its practical values through the interchange of ideas and varied sorts of information, a monthly bulletin was prepared by the staff of the Division of Psychology and issued to all examining stations between June and September 1918. This bulletin proved extremely valuable. Its content was varied and has served at once as a medium of news and of information relating to the conduct of the service. Suggestions from psychological staffs of material that might properly be included in the reports were solicited, although it was necessary to emphasize the military and practical nature of the report. The following quotation is from a letter from the Surgeon General of the Army which accompanied the first number of the report. In this monthly report, the extreme necessity of intensely practical psychological service will constantly be emphasized. The psychological staff, which renders maximum service to the Army, is incomparably more important than that which conducts special investigations or makes interesting statistical studies for more or less impractical scientific ends. It is hoped that the report may serve to increase rapidly and over a long period the value of psychological military work, and that it may stir every psychologist to more enthusiastic and determined effort to understand the problems of human behavior which are presented by his camp, and to do his utmost to assist in their solution. Service is the only excuse for the presence of professional psychologists in the Army. It is the only thing which will keep them there, enable them to command the respect and admiration of the officers and enlisted men for whom and with whom they work. To illustrate the materials of this monthly bulletin, that for August 1918 is reproduced below. Office of the Surgeon General, Division of Psychology, August 1918. Third monthly report issued September 3, 1918. 1. Activities of the Division of Psychology. During the last few weeks, the activities of the Division have considerably increased in variety as well as in evident value to the Army. The organization of development battalions has offered an important additional opportunity for usefulness. The same is true of morale work. From many examining stations, the Division of Psychology is receiving reports which clearly indicate that various lines of psychological service are now organized effectively and are coming to be appreciated in a lively manner by officers of the line as well as by many medical officers. In the majority of examining stations, the psychological staffs evidently appreciate the fact that practical service is the only justification for the continuation of psychological examining or any other kind of psychological work in the Army. The chiefs of the psychological service are coming to appreciate the fact that they must, in every sense, justify their work in the eyes of the commanding general of the camp, as well as in the judgment of the medical officers. Indeed, a most important single word of advice from the office is, demonstrate your usefulness to the officers of your camp, and thus command their interest and cooperation. The Division of Psychology, for reasons which need not be explained to the professional psychologist, has had to contend with many varied difficulties in the organization and administration of its work. Some of these difficulties are obviously accidental and merely unfortunate. Others are due to weaknesses in our methods or in the ways in which we have attempted to use our results. Recently, the War Department approved general orders concerning psychological work, which definitely establish it and provide for its conduct in the Army. General Orders No. 74 has been forwarded in the mimeographed form, pending publication by the War Department to all psychological staffs. 2 copies were sent, one for the camp surgeon to be submitted by him to the commanding officer of the camp, the other for the chief psychological examiner. Additional copies of these orders can be sent, but unless they are especially requested, no additional copies will be sent until the printed form is available. Almost at the same time, the general orders were approved. A request for additional personnel and grades was disapproved. The disapproval was based upon unfortunate misapprehension and misunderstanding concerning the existing needs for psychological service and the status of the personnel which is employed. Unfortunately, a letter stating that no additional personnel would be granted for psychological service was sent to each camp. This letter was sent in ignorance of the fact that general orders concerning psychological work had been approved. is clearly contradictory of the general orders and will doubtless be ignored by camp authorities. It is only fair to the service to state that the Assistant Chief of Staff attempted to recall the letter before it was dispatched, but was too late to prevent distribution. The Division of Psychology has made a new request for additional appointments and ranks based upon the requirements of the above orders and upon such needs as are evident and such special requests as are available. There is every reason to believe that the staff will fairly and carefully consider this new request, and is believed by this division that favourable action will be taken. The above statements are made to assure members of the psychological service, whether commissioned or enlisted, that psychological work in a variety of forms is to be continued in the Army, and in all probability extended, that the opportunities for promotion according to merit are likely to be as good in this service as in any other, that every thoroughly trained and otherwise competent psychologist is urgently needed and should by all means stick to the service instead of requesting transfer. Patience is required, sacrifice also, but every man should remember that the injustices which he is suffering are suffered by thousands of men who are equally competent and meritorious. The Chief of the Division of Psychology believes that never in the history of the service have conditions been so encouraging as at present. Although fully realizing the danger of prophecy, he feels impelled to say that there are numerous indications that the tide has turned and that military opinion is rapidly becoming favorable to various lines of psychological work. It is clearly our duty to work determinedly and with constantly increasing appreciation of the military needs for the improvement of military efficiency. 2. Methods and results. Since the last monthly report, instructions have been issued for the modification of examination beta by the omission of test 8 and elimination of weighting, and for the use of abbreviated forms of the 3 methods of individual examination. It is believed that the simplification of methods thus affected and the resulting economy of time should greatly enhance the value of the psychological service by making possible a larger amount of attention to the new problems constantly arising. Data on intelligence score distributions in certain Army occupations have been received from 15 camps. It is hoped that a digest of this material can be completed in time for the summary to go to the psychological staffs before the next monthly report is issued. The suggestion in the last monthly report regarding the desirability of gathering data which would throw light on the correlation between intelligence grade and value to the service is beginning to bring results. Attention is invited to the report from Camp Kearney, which is summarized elsewhere in this report. Data along this and similar lines should be collected in large amount in order to lay a solid foundation for the future development of the psychological service. A number of letters from commanding officers have lately been received expressing appreciation of the aid rendered by the psychological staffs. The following excerpt from a letter written by a camp commander to the Chief Psychological Examiner is typical. The psychological work done and being done by naming Chief Examiner in this camp has been consistently good and has proved of much practical value. At first, due to the innate conservatism of line and even of medical officers, his task was a rather uphill one, but now, largely due to his own energy and tact, and to the thoroughness and honesty of his work, practically all officers have been convinced of its practical value and unique assistance in rating, sorting, and disposing of the diverse kind of men, as well as officers who pass through such a camp. I consider such an excerpt and his specialty among the most useful aids lately given the Army toward the scientific and non-wasteful utilization of the manpower. The following statement made by Secretary Baker in an address before the School for Personal Adjutants at Camp Mearns will also be of interest. The rating scale for officers and the tests for mental alertness, psychological tests, and the application of a perfectly rational method to the great problem of putting a man in the position where he can be of the most service to the country and to the common cause. Such statements are very gratifying and should encourage us to bend every effort toward increasing the practical value of the psychological work and toward enlarging its applications. In order to indicate the types of problems rising in the various camps and the ways in which these problems are being met, a considerable part of this report has been devoted to summary notes and letters of chief psychological examiners. 3. Inspection of psychological service. Systematic inspection of the work of psychological staffs was initiated on August 29 when Major Yoakum and Captain Foster started on itineraries that include all stations where examining is in progress. In addition to inspection of present work, investigation will also be made regarding the desirability of organising psychological service at certain new stations. It is planned to have inspections completed at as many camps as possible within the next 6 weeks. The visit of the inspector should in numerous ways benefit the service. Inspectors will report concerning the satisfactoriness of buildings, equipment and personnel. Methods of examining, filing and reporting grades will be investigated. Inquiry will also be made concerning the use made of grades by personnel, medical, line and staff officers. The usefulness of psychologists in dealing with the problems centering about the development battalions and other special military organizations will also be investigated. The new provision in military psychology should aid in coordinate the work of various psychological staffs. Examiners are expected to cooperate with the inspector in every way by furnishing promptly and fully any information or assistance required. 4. Examining for the month of July 1918. 1. Number of stations in which psychological examinations are being made: National Army camps 16, National Guard camps 11, other stations 4, number of camps reporting 28. 2. Number of men examined: enlisted, white 254,407, coloured 37,426, total 291,853, total to date 847,419. Officers: white 3,129, coloured none, total 3,129, total to date 22,967. 6. Number of cases reported for discharge 1,193. Service organizations 2,245. Development battalion 2,425. Regular training 7,187. Special service or training 300. 7. Mental age 6 years or below 851. 7 years 1,481. 8 years 2,882. 9 years 2,661. 10 years 1,583, 11 years 896, 12 years 620, 13 years or above 426. Orders have been requested for the transfer of examiners from various stations to Camp Humphreys, Vancouver, for the organisation of a new staff in response to recent demands for examining at the station. The orders provide for the transfer of Captain Joseph W. Hayes from Camp Upton, First Lieutenant Harold A. Richmond, formerly at Camp Dix, from Camp Greenleaf, and First Lieutenant Gary C. Myers from Camp Gordon. In addition, 10 listed men are to be transferred from Camp Greenleaf to complete the staff organisation at Camp Humphreys. Regular psychological service should become well established at this station early in September. 5. Morale work. Morale work has gone forward with increasing success in Camp Greenleaf. It has been extended from the detention section to other sections of the camp, and it is the intention of the commanding officer to make it camp-wide. Copies of Major Yerkes' report on the Camp Greenleaf work have been requested by numerous officers in Washington as well as in the camps. Everything indicates that it is highly important for the Chief Psychological Examiner at each camp to bring this matter to the attention of the Chief of Staff or commanding officer in his camp, and in case of interest to do everything possible to further the organization of morale work and to assist with its conduct. The Division of Psychology is not officially responsible for morale work, and there is no thought of attempting to transform psychologists into morale officers. But just as in the case of Captain Bassett, who was recently requested by his commanding general to take command of the Development Battalion at Camp Logan as a Major of Infantry, so the Division of Psychology would feel compelled, in case a psychologist could clearly render greater service in that capacity, to approve the transfer necessary for appointment as morale officer. Our sole interest is in the advancement of the military service. The development of our own special and professional interest should constantly be subordinated to military efficiency. The situation must be viewed in the large. 6. The School of Military Psychology. Formal instruction in military psychology at Camp Greenleaf was temporarily suspended on August 2nd. All psychological officers and nearly all enlisted psychologists had completed their courses of training on that date. It is expected that about 50 enlisted men required as psychological aides in reconstruction work will shortly be sent to the school when formal training will be resumed. For the present, informal instruction, consisting chiefly of actual examining, has been substituted. Some 20,000 soldiers of the detention camp and other medical units have now been examined. Arrangements are completed for the examination of new recruits as they arrive at camp. Lieutenant Anderson has been appointed instructor in psychology and chief examiner. Lieutenant Frost is extending the scope and improving the character of morale work. Qualified substitutes have been provided for all except 12 of the enlisted psychologists who were on duty as morale soldiers. Lieutenant Mearns has been relieved from duty with Psychological Company No. 1 and assigned to the Camp Greenleaf Infirmary to assist in the mental examination of incoming recruits. 7. Development Battalions. The formation of development battalions has given rise to some of the most important problems which have confronted the psychological service. The following notes from letters of chief psychological examiners show the great need for practical help in the classification, training, and placement of men in such organizations. Camp Sherman, July 22, 1918. I have suggested to our educational director that he classify the men to be developed into 3 groups according to the intelligence as shown by our records. I also suggest to him that he select his teaching staff with reference to our grading. He has accepted both suggestions and incorporated them in a letter to the proper authorities. The psychological examiner in this camp will undertake to cooperate with the educational director as to the best method of instructing the men in the development battalion. He will also cooperate with the director in reporting progress which these men make. Camp Cody, July 20, 1918. Psychological ratings have been made of all men in the development battalion. About 150 were discharged on mental grounds, and the men retained were classified according to mental ability. Camp Sevier, July 18, 1918. At request from Division Surgeon, examinations were given to 75 men who had been recommended by their company officers to Summary Court Officer for transfer to Development Battalion on the ground of mental deficiency or inaptitude. The Psychological Board concurred in the recommendation of company officers in 44% of the cases. The ruling has been made in this camp that in the future the Summary Court Officer must have the recommendation of the Psychological Board before ordering transfers for mental deficiency or inaptitude. Camp Sevier, July 15, 1918. The division surgeon here thinks General Orders No. 45 should be rewritten to include a formal recognition of the necessity of obtaining the recommendation of Psychological Board before transfers for inaptitude or mental deficiency. Previous to ruling to this effect at Camp Sevier, there was a great lack of uniformity among commanding officers in recommending transfers. Camp Sevier, July 25, 1918. Preparatory to sending the 81st Division abroad, company commanders were asked to recommend the unfit for the development battalion. Over 300 men were recommended, a number which the camp surgeon believed to be unnecessarily large. As a result of the difference of opinion, 359 men were marched in a body to the Psychological Examining Board for individual psychological examination. Within 2 days, abbreviated examinations had been made of these men with the result that of the 359 recommended for Development Battalion, 162, 45%, were recommended by the psychologists for Development Battalions, and 197, 55%, were recommended for regular service. Of those above the mental age of 9, all but 15% were considered fit for regular service. Of those between 8 and 9, about 60%. Of those between 7 and 8, about 10%. Of those below 7, none. Camp Travis, July 25, 1918. The commanding officer of Development Battalion has agreed to cooperate by allowing the Psychological Board to select low-grade men, 9 to 11 mentally, in Development Battalion, and try out methods of training. The commanding officer will furnish non-commissioned officers for the purpose, and the Psychological Examining Board will furnish a plan and a supervisor. Camp Taylor, August 13, 1918. Of the individual examinations made during the past week, a large percentage of the cases were referred to us by various organizations in camp. All mental cases for discharge are referred by the Disability Board for mental rating. We are assisting in every way with proper classification of mental cases in the Development Battalion. Company commanders are referring to us those men who appear hopeless as far as drill is concerned. Organizations preparing for immediate service overseas refer many cases to us. Camp Lewis, August 7, 1918. The commander of the Development Battalion has felt the need of a psychologist attached directly to the Development Battalion to assist in the problems arising in the instruction and training of the men in his charge. As a temporary arrangement, one of our trained enlisted men is being sent over daily to assist in whatever way he can. We are conducting experiments to determine the rate of learning of men in the Development Battalion with a view to recommending those who are very slow to learn to labour units. Psychological examinations have been made of the Development Battalions, Camp Wadsworth, Meade, and a number of other places. The results show, as would be expected, an extremely large proportion of low letter grades. Camp Meade has been designated as a station for special study of the problems of the Development Battalion. At the request of Lieutenant Colonel Lintz of the General Staff for the assignment of a psychologist to this station, Lieutenant Patterson has been transferred from Camp Wadsworth to study psychological problems and observe the kinds of service psychology is prepared to render. Captain Bassett of Camp Logan and Lieutenant Hauser of Camp Kearney have been sent by the commanding officers for observation of Development Battalion work at Camp Meade. 8. Cooperation with neuropsychiatric officers. Among the varieties of psychological service enumerated in an earlier monthly report, satisfactory cooperation with neuropsychiatric officers was emphasized. The following notes selected to suggest possibilities indicate what has been and has been done in this important field at various stations. Camp Upton, July 1, 1918. One individual examiner has been permanently on the Special Medical Board. Also, one in the base hospital. The latter works constantly with the psychiatrist. The former helps weed out cases for further examination. Camp Custer, August 3, 1918. At the suggestion of the Neuropsychiatric Board, 4 men have been detailed to work with the Special Psychiatric Board which handles referred cases. All recommendations are accepted without question. Of 10,542 drafted men, 175 were referred for psychological examination, 1.7%. 23 of these were rejected. Camp Custer, July 27, 1918. 4 individual examiners have been working with the psychiatrists. Camp Hancock, July 27, 1918. 1 member of the staff and 2 assistants have been detailed to work with the psychiatrists. Camp Grant, July 2, 1918. Effective cooperation has been established with the psychiatrists. Many found defective are sent home without having completed their enlistment papers, thus effecting a great saving. Camp Wadsworth, July 13, 1918. It has been arranged that in the future, while troops are being received, a staff of psychological examiners will work with the psychiatrist during the medical examination. 9. Significance of intelligence scores. Camp Kearney, August 14, 1918. Under authorization of the Chief of Staff for the 40th Division, the Chief Psychological Examiner secured the cooperation of the commanding officers of 11 different organizations in an experiment to determine the value of psychological ratings in picking men who are superior or inferior in military value. In each organization, the commanding officers designated from 15 to 30 whom they had found to be especially valuable, about an equal number who were so inferior they were barely able to perform their duties, and about an equal number who were deemed of average value. The officers had been with their men for from 6 months to a year, and knew them thoroughly. After the men were given psychological examination, the median alpha scores were found to be as follows for the superior, average, and inferior group of the different organizations. A table is displayed on the page with 4 columns, comparing the median superior, median average, and median inferior. The above figures are deemed significant. It will be noted that the median score for the superior group is in most cases almost twice as high as a median for the inferior group. The signal battalion is the exception to the rule, but here the entire battalion is so highly selected that large differences could not be expected. Camp Lee, July 16, 1918. In the 4th Engineer Reserve Officers Training Camp, 80 men were recommended for commissions and 60 for elimination. The percentage of elimination in the various letter groups were as follows: A, 69 cases, 34.8% eliminated. B, 49 cases, 38.8% eliminated. C+, 17 cases, 76.5% eliminated. C, 5 cases, 80% eliminated. Records of final eliminations from the 4th Officers Training Camp at Camp Cody show the following percentage of elimination for those receiving various letter grades. A, 2.7%, B 14.8%, C plus 18.3%, C 17%, C minus 55%, D 100%. Camp Lewis, July 21, 1918. Psychological examination was given to candidates before their admission to the 4th Officer Training Camp. No candidates below 200 were accepted. 70% of the candidates were rejected on this basis. The Committee on Selection said it was fine business. After 3 weeks' training, 19 men who had made below 230 were marked for failure. As a result of the rigid selection, the officers state that they have a remarkably bright group of men to deal with. 10. Methods of conducting examinations. Camp Dix, August 12, 1918. In the morning of the next day after arrival, the recruit is given the psychological examination. In the afternoon of the same day, he is given the various physical examinations and the psychiatric examination. All the recruits who are to be examined in the morning are ordered to report in 2 groups, one at 7:30 and one at 8:30. After segregation according to literacy, the alpha examination is given in groups up to 500, the beta test in groups as large as 100. As soon as 100 beta men have been selected, they are marched into the beta room, given a book and pencil as they enter, and seated for the examination. When the examination is completed, the men are marched into the scoring room. Another group at once enters the beta room for examination. In the scoring room, the headings are filled out by the clerks, and the men are then passed out through another door. The clerks in the scoring room now proceed to score the 100 beta books of the men just examined. This is finished by the time the next beta group has been examined. In this way, 1,100 may be given the beta examination in one day, and the papers for each group scored within 40 minutes after it is marched out of the room. The scoring of alpha examinations is similarly speeded up so that every man making E in alpha is held for beta without recall. Those making below D and beta are held until individual examination has been given. Thus 2,000 to 2,400 men are handled daily in this camp without the necessity of any recalls. Lists of low-score men found in the forenoon are sent to the psychiatrist for use in the afternoon of the same day. All but a few of the psychological grades are reported to the personnel office within 24 hours and the remainder within 36 to 48 hours. It would seem that the above arrangement is as near to the ideal as possible. There is every argument in favor for giving the psychological examination almost immediately after the men have been received in camp. The men are in better physical condition than after inoculation. It ensures that the results will be available for use by psychiatrists during the medical examination, and it gives the greatest possible opportunity for use of the grades by the personnel officer. Camp Meade, August 16, 1918. Captain LaRue has reported to the Office of the Surgeon General an experiment designed to obviate the recall of subjects for a second examination. 2 men skilled in individual examining were stationed beside the psychiatrist in the general medical examining line. These 2 examiners interviewed each recruit as he passed and then handed him a card A, B, or I, indicating that he should enter alpha, beta, or individual examining room. Of 1,617 recruits thus classified, 21% were given A cards, 69% B cards, and 10% I cards. In order to find out whether the right man had been picked for the 3 different examinations, those who received below D and alpha were recalled for beta, and those who received below D and beta were recalled for individual examination. It was found that of those who had been given A cards, only 3.6% failed to earn a grade as high as D in alpha examination, and none of these, after recall for beta, failed to earn a score of D or higher on the beta examination. Of those given B cards, 33.8% earned a grade below D on the beta examination. But when these beta failures were given individual examination, it was found that 97.7% of them were found fit for regular service. Of those given I cards, 85% were recommended for regular service and 15% for development battalion. The loss of special recommendations in the one examination plan is less than 0.5% of the total number examined. It is possible that even this loss is overbalanced by the failure to secure men who are recalled on the repeated examination plan. A special technique of interviewing would probably render the sorting still more effective. Camp Greenleaf, August 16, 1918. A short method of scoring alpha papers has been devised to do away with the recourse from alpha to beta. By a study of 1,000 alpha papers, it was found that tests 2 and 3 gave the highest correlations between number of attempts and total alpha score, viz. 0.82. It was found that in the number of attempts on 2 and 3 equals 13, the total score will be more than 15. If less than 13, the papers are scored until 15 points have been earned and then laid aside for later scoring. The method requires scoring or partial scoring of only about 10% of alpha papers. 100 papers can be scored by 5 men in 5 minutes. The operation of this rule loses only 5%, who should be recalled. Camp Wordsworth, August 23, 1918. The psychological staff in this camp is organized as follows. Individual examining staff, 1 lieutenant, 3 sergeants, and 4 privates. Group examining staff, 1 sergeant, 3 privates for alpha examinations, and 1 sergeant, 1 corporal, and 3 privates for beta examinations. Development battalion staff, 1 corporal and 1 private. Office staff, 1 sergeant in charge, aided by 16 privates in the scoring section, 3 privates in the stenographic section, 2 privates in the statistical section, 3 privates in the checking section, 1 private in charge of filing and records, 1 private in charge of stockroom, and 1 private in charge of mail. In addition, 4 privates are detailed for service in the personnel section, Depot Personnel Office, the Chief Psychological Examiner, a lieutenant, as a sergeant, as adjutant. 11. Miscellaneous lines of service. Camp Bowie, July 6, 1918. The psychological service in this station has proved to be of great value in the handling of recruits, aside from giving regularly prescribed examinations. The psychological examiners assist in the medical examinations, in cooperation with the psychiatrists during rush work, by aiding the selection of low-grade men for re-examination, and the chief examiner frequently assists in selecting men of superior intelligence for emergency work, special detail, etc., within the detention camp, as well as in the selection of men for vacancies in different camp organizations. Camp Taylor, July 31, 1918. Company commanders now refer to us for examination those men who do not get on well at drill. The Disability Board refers all mental cases to us for mental rating before they act on the cases. Our recommendation usually decides the matter. Camp Wordsworth, June 22, 1918. The adjutant of the 1st Pioneer Regiment says that he has been greatly helped by the psychological grades, that he is now able to pick out any type of man he wants. He has called in all privates who scored A and selected a number of them for responsible positions. Camp Funston, July 15, 1918. On request of the psychological examiner, the camp surgeon ordered the psychological grades placed on all service cards. The chief psychological examiner will meet the company commander of each regiment to explain the ratings. The reports of the company commanders are delivered in person so that questions may be answered. Camp Logan, July 15, 1918. The chief psychological examiner now makes lists of the men examined with score, occupation, education, and wages tabulated opposite the man's name. The officers report that it is the most valuable data they have. As a result of frequent conferences with company officers, many promotions and transfers have been made. Camp Bowie, August 3, 1918. Arrangements have been made with the judge advocate for referring to the psychologist all cases on which special information is desired. Camp Bowie, July 20, 1918. Tests will be made of prisoners not already tested. Close cooperation has been effected with the judge advocate. Conference has been held with the camp adjutant on the use of the psychological service in the problems of education, training, and morale. The commanding general desires further help in the development battalion than the routine psychological examination. The director of the YMCA desires cooperation of the psychological board in connection with his problems. Conference has been held with a prison officer at military police headquarters. In the future, all prisoners awaiting trial will be sent for examination, and a report will be made on intelligence. Camp Jackson, August 17, 1918. The psychological board at this camp has been made the final authority on literacy. A new stamp has been made by the personnel officer which shows the psychological grade indicating literacy or illiteracy. The psychological staff has been called upon to mark the psychological grade and literacy or illiteracy on the back of overseas card. Camp Bowie, August 17, 1918. The psychological staff in this camp has prepared outlines for psychological service in connection with the following problems. A. Information for the judge advocate on cases referred. B. Information on general and summary court cases. C. Information from company officers on men of high psychological rating who make poor soldiers. D. Information from company officers on men with low psychological ratings who make good soldiers. E. Information for company officers on drill tests on the psychological problems involved in educating and drilling troops. End of Section 5. Section 6 of Psychological Examining in the United States Army by Robert Mearns Yerkes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Harvey. Chapter 3, Period of Extension of Examining, Part 4. 12. Students' Army Training Corps. In the following letter from the Committee on Classification of Personnel in the Army, having unusual significance for psychological staffs, is quoted entire. It emphasizes the importance of securing ratings of all draftees by psychological examining staffs in their respective stations. Room 528, State War and Navy Building, Washington, D.C., August 31, 1918. Major Robert M. Yerkes, Surgeon General Department, Washington, D.C. My dear Major Yerkes, at a joint meeting yesterday of the Committee on Classification of Personnel in the Army and of the Committee of the General Staff for Education and Special Training, the method of selecting students for the Students' Army Training Corps was discussed. It was decided by a unanimous vote that the psychological tests now being given by you to recruits should be used as a standard in selecting recruits for the schools. The two committees therefore urged that you take all necessary steps to see that all the recruits are given the psychological tests as soon as they enter the Depot Brigade, or other recruiting points from which students are sent to the Students' Army Training Corps institutions. Yours truly, Walter Dill Scott. Psychological service was more or less completely organized in 35 stations before the signing of the armistice. These stations fall into 4 groups. A. Those in which examining was originally organized in September or October 1917, and where the work continued throughout the period of the emergency. B. Those which were provided for as soon after the official order for extension of psychological examining as suitable officers could be supplied. This group included the majority of camps which received drafted men in considerable numbers. C. Stations which seldom, if ever, received drafted men directly, and in which, therefore, the need of psychological examining was less urgent than in the former group. And D. Camps which could not be supplied with psychologists until the fall of 1918 because of shortage of officer personnel. This group included a few camps which were not authorized by the War Department until late in 1918. It has seemed desirable both for the purpose of giving definite and concise information concerning the principal characteristics of the psychological organization and its service in various camps, and to give due credit to the responsible officer, to devote a few paragraphs to an account of the conditions in each of the 35 stations. Camp Beauregard, Louisiana. In October 1918, the Inspector of Psychological Examining reported that the camp commander at Camp Beauregard, the Chief of Staff of the 17th Division, then in process of formation, and the camp surgeon favored immediate establishment of psychological service. The division and the acting camp personnel adjutants urged that the examining be established in time to assist in the classification assignment of the recruits expected to fill the 17th Division. The camp authorities reported that temporary buildings could be supplied. The inspector urged that personnel be sent as soon as the passing of the highest peak of the influenza as possible. On November 4, Lieutenant Manuel reported from Camp Pike as Chief of the Psychological Service. Subsequently, Lieutenant Metcalf from Camp Devens and Sergeant Larrabee were added to the staff. Lieutenant Manuel was assigned to Base Hospital No. 1, San Antino, in December. Lieutenant Metcalf remained in charge until January. The psychological staff upon arrival made immediate arrangement for examining the enlisted personnel in camp and for handling the expected draft. The camp surgeon requested that all men grading A in physical examination in the development battalion be examined mentally as basis of selection for transfer from battalions. Temporary buildings for the staff and for examining space were obtained in infirmaries and YMCA buildings. A clerical force of 57 men was organized to handle the draft that was suddenly stopped by the armistice on November 11, 1918. Since no draft arrived, this force was reduced to a staff of 6 to 12 men until the practical discontinuance of all work early in December. The principal work during November was the carrying out of special investigations requested by the Washington office. Data were obtained on the relation between ratings by officers and alpha scores with several hundred representative literates, and on the effect of doubling the time in the tests. Number of enlisted men examined, 2,375. Officers, 12. Total individual examinations, 25. Camp Bowie, Texas. Lieutenant Wheeler reported as Chief of the Psychological Service at Camp Bowie on April 26, 1918. Sergeant Painter and Private Cox from Camp Greenleaf in June, and Sergeant Russell and Corporal Jennings in August. The staff of this camp was established slowly and never reached an adequate total. Clerical assistance was difficult to obtain because of incomplete camp organization. The number of men on special detail varied from 6 to 40. One entire mess hall and half an adjoining one was assigned by the surgeon for this service. In May, the half building was used for other purposes, though still open for examinations. Late in June, 2 entire buildings were assigned the psychological service. In October, the staff moved to 2 one-story supply buildings, more centrally located. Men reported for examination in companies of 250 and were first separated into 2 groups, those who had and those who had not finished 4th grade. Each group was then questioned as to reading and writing ability and necessary changes made. The lower group was then sent to the beta room, the upper to alpha. Those who had difficulty in filling out the headings of the alpha blank were also sent to beta. Whenever possible, both groups were held, while by short scoring or other methods, failures were picked out for further examination. Selection for individual examining was especially studied. In October, the individual examiner, during the beta examination, selected low-grade cases, who were sent at once to the individual examining room. The beta group was held during the short scoring of tests 1 and 6, and failures sent direct to individual examination. Reports of examination were delivered in person to regimental commanders and conferences held. The 36th Division moved out of Camp Bowie early in July. Permanent organizations were examined until later drafts arrived. In September, the psychological examination was taking place as soon as the men had been registered and assigned to companies. It preceded the physical examination, which in turn preceded the equipment and personnel interview. Reports were made out and sent to commanding officers within 24 hours. Personnel cards and service records were sent to the psychological building, where ratings were entered by men from the personal detachment on special duty with the psychological board. For the limited service draft, the intelligence rating was entered on the qualification card at the meeting of the final board and considered before the men who definitely classified, and reports of cases for service organizations or discharge were acted upon by this board. Before the end of September, intelligence grades were entered on service records. Since the officer personnel changed rapidly, the chief examiner found that a large portion of his time was spent in acquiring new officers with the nature of his work and its uses. The development battalion was serving primarily as a source from which special duty men were drawn, a condition which hindered careful psychological work and full development of the service. In spite of this, the personal services of the chief examiner and his staff were unusually numerous, varied, and satisfactory. The chief examiner became practically an associate member of a medical board to examine court cases suspected of mental defect. In cooperation with the camp judge, advocate, an outline for certificate and report of psychological examination was prepared for reporting court cases, and by arrangement with military police headquarters. All the prisoners were examined while awaiting trial. By June, an individual examiner was working directly with the psychiatrist, passing the men on with a verbal recommendation. No blank was used. In July, Private Cox was detailed to work regularly with the psychiatrist. On occasion too, the staff helped the personnel officer in selecting men for special detail, even making out a series of examination questions to aid in choosing personnel interviewers. Total number of listed men examined 27,339, officers 125, total individual examinations 1,220. Camp Cody, New Mexico. Lieutenants Moore and Wood reported for duty in May 1918, Sergeant Katz, Corporal Schmidt, and Private Karn in June, Sergeant Jerkins and Corporal Weber in September, and Lieutenant Ream from Camp Humphreys in November. The clerical staff was small, seldom over 20 men on special detail. Facilities for everything but group examining were excellent. The shortage of officers was especially noticeable at this camp on account of the unusual number of important services that could have been rendered. The building in use by the psychological staff was an infirmary assigned temporarily to this work. There was unusual space for individual examining rooms and scoring rooms. The rooms in which it was necessary to do a certain amount of group examining were small and accommodated groups of 50 men or less. It was necessary, therefore, to use the Liberty Theatre and the outdoor stadium during periods of rush examining. These buildings were located about a quarter of a mile from the staff headquarters. Characteristics of examining at Camp Cody were largely due to the number of Spanish-speaking Mexican recruits. Examination Alpha was given to English-speaking men with more than 4th grade schooling. The remainder were given Examination Beta, with which verbal instructions in English and Spanish were in use after August 1st. The performance scale was little used, being replaced by a Spanish translation of the point scale. It was never possible to give individual examination to all low-grade cases. In making recommendations, a man's company record was used to supplant low-group examination grade. An unusually complete statement of meaning and use of psychological ratings was prepared for camp use. The staff made a study of intelligence levels in different branches of the service. The 34th Division having been in training 9 months, the officers were able to indicate men most valuable to their branch of the service after practically all transfers had been completed. On the basis of this study, the draft quotas were distributed to the different arms in accordance with the previously determined intelligence requirements. At the request of the intelligence officer, the psychological board made a study of the mental and emotional characteristics of the Mexican draft, with suitable recommendations. Psychologists and psychiatrists worked together in many individual examinations, especially in the cases for courts-martial, on which ratings were regularly supplied to the judge-advocate made a part of the record. An officer of the psychological board served for a time as assistant judge-advocate on a general court-martial which tried conscientious objectors. The statistical work of the staff, besides the study of arms of the service, dealt mainly with the results of examining, including relation of intelligence to schooling. Comparisons were well expressed in graphs. Number of enlisted men examined, 42,533. Officers, 949. Total individual examinations, 517. Camp Custer, Michigan. Lieutenant Toll reported as Chief Examiner in April 1918. Lieutenant Jones reported as Assistant Examiner at the same time. Sergeants Taub and Dimmick reported from Camp Greenleaf in May. Corporals Clark and Johnson, Private First Class Lefton, and Private Kellogg in June, Corporal Hoche and Jackson in August. The permanent clerical detail assigned by camp order averaged 14 men. The temporary detail varied from 6 to 20 additional clerical assistants according to the size of the draft and speed required in the examining and reporting. The regular staff was too small for the size and importance of this camp. The building finally assigned to psychological staff for office quarters was a one-story building 20 by 60 feet, previously used as a guardhouse. This space was divided into 2 large rooms and 2 very small offices. Routine work and individual examining were carried on in this building. Group examinations were held in the various recreation buildings and in certain school buildings, such as a building of the Division Bayonet School. The particular building used was selected according to its location with respect to the organization being examined. The usual arrangement where these larger auditoriums were used was to have one assigned permanently for certain hours, and for all recruits and units being examined to report to that building regardless of location. The office of the psychological staff was located near the receiving barracks and depot brigade headquarters. The staff of this camp was assigned to duty under the Depot Brigade Surgeon. This in effect localized its activities and limited its authority and opportunity for service. Examination Alpha was given to white men who were able to read and write English pretty well, and the Negroes who had gone as far as the 5th grade in school. Men unable to take Alpha or making less than 50 weighted score were reported as illiterate and were given examination beta. Short scoring of Alpha blanks before the group was dismissed was at first the regular procedure. Beta failures were recalled for individual examination. The psychological examination took place after all others. Intelligence ratings were therefore not available at the time of the personnel and other interviews. During the July draft, however, 4 examiners were detailed to work with the psychiatric board dealing with recruits referred for rejection. Practically all the lowest grade recruits were rejected by this procedure. The psychological staff at Camp Custer constantly informed officers concerning the intellectual strength of their commands by means of comparative graphs, but was even more conspicuous by the quantity and quality of its statistical work on methods. Its reports ranged from details of technique in giving and scoring tests to the large revision of examining plans, from psychographs of occupations to effect of typhoid inoculation, and was suggestive and stimulating to the Division of Psychology, Washington. Number listed men examined, 54,284. Officers, 70. Total individual examinations, 2,004. Camp Devens, Massachusetts. About the 1st of October 1917, Lieutenant Foster reported for duty. Lieutenants Anderson, English, and Metcalf reported at approximately the same time. Examining continued throughout the fall of 1917, but in the winter of 1918 the entire staff, with the exception of Lieutenant Metcalf, reported for special training at Camp Greenleaf. This officer remained in charge until June 1918, when Captain Hunter reported as chief examiner. Lieutenant Scott reported in July. The enlisted staff trained at Greenleaf consisted of Surgeons Tomlinson, Hitchcock, Wood, Stone, Steen, and Finkelder. The examining of the fall of 1917 has been reported elsewhere, pages 14f. In the summer of 1918, with the increase in the staff, changes in procedure were inaugurated. Camp examining was taken up so that all recruits reporting were examined. Alpha was given to men who professed ability to read and write English. Early in August, orders were issued that the psychological examination should precede the physical. A bulletin was issued by the psychological staff on the range of intelligence for the different occupations needed in the Army. A complete statement of the mental status of the 12th Division was prepared for use in balancing mental strength of the different units. A report of special interest was prepared on the geographic distribution of intelligence and illiteracy. The number of men and officers examined previous or to April 27, 1918 was 21,397. Number enlisted men after April 27, 48,978. Officers, 1,053. Individual examinations after April 27, 2,886. Camp Dix, New Jersey. The psychological staff reported at Camp Dix in September 1917. Lack of examining space prevented the examining of troops in large numbers before the end of November. From the beginning of the work at Camp Dix to its close in December 1918, the chief examiners were Captain Hayes, Lieutenant Richmond, Captain Berry, and Captain DeVos. As assistant examiners, the following were on duty for varying periods: Lieutenants Brigham, Richmond, Manuel, Harlan, Dole, Farber, and Woodruff. The Greenleaf trained enlisted men and non-commissioned officers were Surgeons Ellis, Bernard, Campbell, Fisher, Corporals Sweeting, Roloff, Folgerman, Aitken, Vizee, and Privates Werner, Gornoser, Edwards, Denton, Custer, Faulkner, and Goldberg. The overcrowded condition of the camp prevented the assignment of a satisfactory building for the major portion of the time. At the beginning of the work, page 15, wards in the base hospital were used. In the winter of 1918, the medical and psychological examining staffs were moved to a temporary wooden structure previously used as a cafeteria by the constructing contractors. This remained the headquarters of the psychological staff until the close of examining. At Camp Dix, about 28% of the draft was foreign-born, and about 20% Negro. To avoid excessively large beta groups, standards for admission to Examination Alpha was set low: ability to read and write English and completion of 3rd grade for white men and 5th grade for Negroes. Men making below 10, weighted score alpha, were reported as literate. Time was saved in the beta room by having the headings of the beta blanks filled out by clerks in the scoring room as the group passed out. Groups were held while low booklets were picked by inspection and scored. E men were immediately sent on to further examination. To the capacity of the staff, the remainder were listed for recall. In June it was found impossible to recall 1,000 men listed for individual examination. In July, alpha failures among Negroes were not recalled. During later rush periods, up to 3,000 men per day were examined, this being the capacity of other camp examining boards. After June, the psychological examination preceded all others except sanitary inspection and fumigation, and intelligence ratings were in the hands of psychiatric and personnel officers when the men came before them. Each D or E case was marked on the identification tag, which each recruit wears about his neck, with his intelligence rating in reading. The psychiatric board received a list of the E cases as a check. Disposition of cases was reported back to the psychological board. Late in July, Lieutenant Dole spent several days with the psychiatric board in an endeavour to increase cooperative work, for professional adjustment here had proved more difficult than at other stations. Constant readjustment of methods of clinical examining in attempts to discover common standards finally met with success in October. Camp Dix, during its enforced vacation in the fall of 1917, produced a great deal of valuable statistical work. The reports of 1918 also show a number of important studies. We may notice here statistical analysis of successive draft quotas, a report on instruction in the English classes, and the relation of intelligence ratings thereto. A statistical study of the foreign-born men in the July draft. A study on the relation of intelligence to court cases, promotions, and special duty assignments, and a detailed clinical report prepared by the clinical examiner. Previous to April 27, 1918, the number of men and officers examined was 21,026. From April 27 to the close of examining, the number of enlisted men examined was 67,776. Of officers, 2. The number of individual examinations given was 3,024. Camp Dodge, Iowa. Lieutenant Millard reported as Chief Examiner and Lieutenant Sylvester as Assistant Examiner in mid-April 1918. Lieutenant Van Houten, Sergeants Oppenheimer and Williams, Corporals Fenn and Hudson, and Privates Johnson and Brockback reported in June. Corporal King in August. About 37 men constituted the temporary detail. At Camp Dodge, the personnel office and psychological office were in the same barracks building. Psychological service occupied the second floor. Practically all of the work of the staff, including group examining, was handled in the building. A few groups were examined out of doors when the weather permitted. The mustering office and medical examining offices were in the adjoining barracks building. Camp Dodge received a large Negro draft. Examination Alpha was given to all men who had 6 grades of schooling or could read English readily. During the Alpha examination, men who gave evidence of illiteracy in Test 2 or 3 or in filling out the headings were sent to Beta. Both groups were held in good weather while the blanks were scored, and failures promptly given further examination. Beta procedures strictly followed the examiner's guide until September, when verbal instructions were developed for the Negro groups which made up 1/4 the draft at Camp Dodge. The general scheme of examining appears in the following paragraphs from our report of September 11. Psychological examining of recruits is given at Camp Dodge before the physical examination and before the filling out of the qualification cards. The intelligence ratings are placed upon the qualification cards before the men are assigned. The reports of the individual examinations are in the hands of the psychiatrist at the time of the general medical examination. The psychiatrist orderly indicates with black chalk the mental age on the breasts of all men whose mental age is under 10 years. On the day the recruits report for the psychological examination, they have no other examination. As a rule, the physical examination of the companies occurs 24 hours after the psychological examination. This gives us ample time to score and record the result of the examination. During the present draft, we have been 48 hours ahead of the physical examination. Intelligence ratings were favorably received by line officers, partially because, At the outset, a camp order directed that all officers who had not had psychological examination should report at once to the Chief Examiner for such examination. By direction of the Chief of Staff, the personnel adjutant planned to use psychological scores in making assignments in the 19th Division. The commanding officer of the Depot Brigade and the psychological rating in connection with promotions of officers in his command, both to check the recommendations of his officers and to check the significance of the score itself. He reported an unusual degree of agreement between the two ratings. The records on individual examining at Camp Dodge constitute one of the most useful sets obtained. It was usual to have practically the entire trained portion of the staff giving individual examinations during draft periods. Number of listed men examined, 68,019. Officers, 1,908. Total individual examinations, 4,632. Camp Fremont, California. Captain Roberts reported for duty in October 1918. No trained assistants were sent to his camp. Captain Roberts was assigned an infirmary as his permanent headquarters shortly after arriving. His principal work was in connection with development battalions and court-martial cases. He was also requested to give ratings on officers. A staff of 14 enlisted men was assigned to assist him in the work. The usefulness of psychological examining developed rapidly, but lasted only a short time owing to the close of active recruiting. The number of men examined during this short period of time was 3,165, of officers 320, total individual examinations 758. Camp Funston, Kansas. Lieutenant Stetch reported as Chief Examiner in April 1918 and was transferred to Camp Logan as Chief Examiner in October 1918. Captain Rowe reported as Chief Examiner in June 1918. Lieutenant Shumway was Assistant Examiner. Sergeants Ordgenblick, Bird, Erickson and Harry, Corporals Blake and Wallner, and Privates Hansen, Neal, Rakowski and Riggs, who received training at Greenleaf, constituted the permanent detail. The temporary detail varied, but was approximately 22 additional enlisted men. A psychological building was permanently assigned. It was located near Depot Brigade headquarters, and the staff was attached to the brigade staff. Much of the examining, however, was done in distant detention camps, necessitating much travel and extra administrative work. Examination Alpha was given to men who could read fairly well and had 4th grade schooling. Small alpha groups were held during the short scoring of the blanks. With large groups, a recall system was used. During examination beta, obviously low-grade men were selected by the orderlies and sent to the individual examiner. Doubtful papers were short-scored. 1/4 of all men examined were Negroes, and of these 30 to 60% made E on beta. Only the lowest cases, selected on inspection by the Chief Examiner, were examined individually with a view to discharge. The remainder were recommended for development in labour battalions. Ratings were entered on service records. Camp Order, July 9. A psychologist was assigned to work in the psychiatric office at the receiving station during several drafts, but this was later discontinued under pressure of work. Considerable work was done in examining men for special assignments. The medical officers' training camp at Fort Riley was examined from Funston. The Chief Examiner was a member of the examining board for the Development Battalion. Through the Personnel Office, 20,000 men were transferred from the Depot Brigade to permanent organizations on the basis of occupational requirements and intelligence tests. This transfer occupied but a few hours and proved an unusually successful method. Intelligence ratings were entered on the service records. Camp Funston used the opportunity afforded by its Negro draft to contribute a noteworthy report on the distribution of intelligence among Negroes from different states, and a detailed comparison of Negroes with white performance in the tests of the Stanford-Binet scale. Number of listed men examined, 75,677, officers 1. Total individual examinations, 2,497. Camp Gordon, Georgia. Major Weil reported as Chief Examiner at this camp in March 1918. Lieutenant Estabrook reported in April and became Chief Examiner in September. Lieutenant Myers reported in May, Lieutenant Layton in June. The men trained in Greenleaf were Surgeons Humphreys and Leahy, Corporal Hendrick, Private First Class Hagner, and Privates Fitch, Baylor, and Feldman. A approximately 39 enlisted men acted as assistants during rush examining. An infirmary building was used as office, scoring room, and storeroom for psychological staff. This building was located in the Depot Brigade organization. Among white men, Alpha and Beta groups were separated on the basis of ability to read and understand English newspapers and write letters home. Men receiving D in either Alpha or Beta were recalled for individual examination. Negroes, however, were all given examination Beta only. A list of the D men was sent to the commanding officer that he might send men not making good as soldiers for individual examination. The psychological examination followed the physical examination and personal interview. Reports of results were sent to personnel officer, camp surgeon, and commanding officers in from 24 to 96 hours. In July, it was ordered that intelligence ratings should be placed on service records. They were entered also on qualification cards, except in the case of immediate transfers. In September, the Depot Brigade was transferred to Camp McKellen. Examining listened, and the psychological staff was correspondingly reduced, 6 of its members being sent to Camp McKellen. Emphasis at Camp Gordon was laid on methods of instruction in the training of troops and lectures on educational methods to new officers. For a time, the work of the chief was primarily connected with this educational program. Men who received a rating below C were given extra drills, and attempts were made to improve their mental condition by school instruction. Number of enlisted men examined, 62,859. Officers, 789. Total individual examinations, 2,951. Camp Grant, Illinois. Captain Trabue, as Chief Examiner, and Lieutenant Benson reported for duty in April 1918. Captain Dearwester and Lieutenant Terry reported in May. Captain Trabue was transferred to the Adjutant General's Department for work on the classification of personnel, and Lieutenant Sylvester succeeded him in October. Sergeant Haberstad, Corporals Johansson, Beck, and Lind, and Privates Elterick, Marvin, and Perd constituted the other members of the staff trained at Camp Greenleaf. During rush examining, the temporary detail arrived from 50 to 60 additional men. Psychological examining began the latter part of May, and during the week ending June 1st, the 2 officers who had reported examined 13,321 men. On a single day of this week, they gave Alpha and Beta examinations to 2,927 men. Until the middle of September, the office space available was not very satisfactory. In addition to being too small, it was also of uncertain tenure. About the middle of September, the psychological service was assigned for permanent use, a large 2-story barracks building located near the administrative center of the camp. The organization of office work was unusually systematic. Men who could read and write rapidly, those who had at least 7th grade schooling, were given examination Alpha. At first, Alpha and Beta failures were recorded, but by September, the groups were held while low papers were scored and further examination followed at once. The psychological examination here preceded the physical from the very start. Moreover, when new recruits were examined, the clinical psychologist and his assistants worked in conjunction with the medical staff. Names of men who failed in Beta and individual examination were before the psychiatrist at the time of physical examination. Intelligence ratings on all men who went to the personal officer before the personal interview were such prompt regularity as to call forth favourable comment from the Inspector of Personnel Work. Ratings were entered on qualification cards on the evening of the day they were made out, and on all service records. Camp Order, July 21. Relations with all camp authorities were particularly cordial. Special psychological service was in frequent request, and recommendations were very generally accepted by psychiatrist, judge advocate, and other officers. Number of listed men examined, 81,341. Officers, 1,888. Total individual examinations, 3,496. Camp Green, North Carolina. Lieutenant Chamberlain reported as Chief Examiner in April 1918. Lieutenant Owens reported in September. Sergeants Rosenfield, Moore, Cribbs, and Sides, and Corporal Terrell were the Greenleaf trained assistants. Group examinations were conducted in YMCA buildings near the small building assigned as temporary offices for the psychological staff. Alpha and Beta groups were separated on the basis of ability to read newspapers and write letters home and of 4th grade schooling. Alpha failures were not given beta but individual examination. 38% of the recruits were Negroes, most of whom had to be given beta and half of whom received D-. With the approval of the Inspector of Psychological Service, the condition was met by substituting a standardized 5-minute interview for the individual examination. On this basis, Negroes were recommended for combat battalions or for labor battalions. At the receiving station, psychological examination preceded the physical, at which D men were assigned by the letter P, plainly painted on their bodies. 2 psychologists on duty with the psychiatrist gave individual examinations at this time and sent the mental ages at once to the psychiatrist. Intelligence ratings were reported promptly to the personal officer and commanding officers, usually within 24 hours after the examination. Lack of clerical help in the personal office sometimes prevented entry of ratings on qualification cards. Entry was made on service records. The chief psychological examiner at this station was eventually put in charge of the educational program in the development battalion. Number of enlisted men examined, 27,331. Officers, 476. Total individual examinations, 914. On the following page, 2 photos are displayed. Supply Combat Barracks assigned to Psychological Examining Board, and Supply Company Barracks assigned to Psychological Board at Camp Grant, showing typical psychological staff. Of the 4 officers in front, the captain at the left, the psychiatrist, with 3 lieutenants, Sylvester, Benson, Terry, are part of this. Camp Greenleaf, Georgia. Examination of recruits was not the main aspect of the psychological service at Camp Greenleaf. The School of Military Psychology, reported in Section 2 of this chapter, took first place. The examining staff changed continuously as its members were ordered out to other stations. It was, however, the only station at which was erected a permanent building especially designed for the work. Those men were given examination, Alpha, who could read newspapers and write letters home in English, but had completed the 4th grade and had been 5 years in the United States. All others took beta. Short scoring methods were used on both, and failures held for immediate further examination. No recalls were possible. Until November, the psychological examination was last on the recruits program. The first inoculation of a typhoid had usually occurred a day before. The men had to march 1.5 miles to the psychological building. A psychologist was, however, in attendance during the physical examination, who selected obviously low-grade cases and gave immediate individual examinations. Rejections were made on these recommendations, while later discharge was hard to secure. Report of intelligence ratings was made within 24 hours. They were entered on service records and on qualification cards, Camp Order July 31. In the spring, organizations at Camp Forest were examined by the Greenleaf staff. Daily examination was made of officers reporting at the Medical Officers Training School. The psychologists here made a valuable contribution toward the abbreviation of the point scale. They also produced a Yiddish translation of the point scale. A rapid alpha short scoring scheme based on the number of attempts in Tests 2 and 3 was developed. Systematic morale work had its inception at Camp Greenleaf and owed much to the psychological staff. Number of enlisted men examined, 50,011. Officers, 6,086. Total individual examinations, 2,187. Camp Hancock, Georgia. Lieutenant Morgan reported as chief examiner in April 1918. Lieutenant Hood did not report until July 1918. Assistant examiners were Surgeons William McKenna, Blanchett, and Borden, and Privates Holly, Jones, and McCarthy. Camp examining and official work began here in a room 40 by 20 feet. Later regimental infirmary was assigned for office work and individual examining. The latter building was centrally located. The ordnance training groups here were highly selected. The draft was relatively low. To avoid recalls, only white men who could read and write fairly well and had 6th grade schooling and Negroes who had attended high school were given examination alpha. Short scoring methods were developed for both alpha and beta. Failures from either were recalled for individual examination. Until September, the psychological examination followed the medical, but a psychologist and 2 assistants working with the medical board examined cases suspected by the psychiatrist of mental deficiency and reported back the mental age found. Later, the psychological examination was given first. Ratings were reported within 24 hours, entered on the qualification card, and after September on the service record. It was ordered at Camp Hancock that every paper having to do with promotions or demotions must show the intelligence rating on it. The chief examiner was appointed to serve on the board to examine men found unfit for overseas service. Number of enlisted men examined, 44,052, officers 381. Total individual examinations, 2,210. Camp Humphreys, Vancouver. Captain Hayes reported as chief examiner in September 1918. Lieutenants Patterson, Richmond, and Myers were assistant examiners and also chief examiners for short periods. Sergeants Duerman, Wickerman, Geisel, Ream, Now, Corporals Pirla, Josie, and Privates Corzine, Hines, and Schneider were Greenleaf-trained assistant examiners. Well-located and spacious office rooms and quarters were permanently assigned to the psychological staff. Line officers were favourably impressed with the value of psychological service. The distinctive feature of the work at Camp Humphreys was the full statistical report of the examination of each organisation with distribution of intelligence scores illustrated by graphs. These reports included comparative data on the draft as a whole and enabled camp officials to appreciate differences in mental strength between organisations as well as within their own command. An experimental combination of alpha and beta tests was tried and reported. Especially did Camp Humphreys afford opportunity, which was well used, for study of intelligence qualifications of various engineering organisations. Number of enlisted men examined, 13,192, officers 789. Total individual examinations, 436. Camp Jackson, South Carolina. Captain Edwards reported as chief examiner in April 1918. His assistants were Captain Ash and Lieutenant Roberts, Corporals Pearson, Whitehead, and Simmerly. First Sergeant Lancaster, Privates White, Wembridge, T, Thorpe, Shelfland, and Chambliss of the examining staff were also Greenleaf-trained men. An average of about 40 men worked on special detail with the psychological staff. The examining station was moved several times in the latter part of its work. The original building was a large two-story barracks building with sufficient space for all of the activities of the psychological service. Camp Jackson was one of the camps handling the largest number of men. The psychological staff was thus forced to try out various shortcuts in the examining program. Segregation for alpha was on the basis of ability to read and write. The Psychological Examining Board was made the final authority on literacy in Camp Jackson and made a literacy report concerning each man examined. No recalls were made from alpha to beta. Failures in each, or men who were observed to be doing little or nothing during group examination, were, in rush periods, as in July when 60% of the Negro draft failed on group examination, handled as follows. 12 men were trained to give 7 of the tests of years 10 and 12 of the Stanford-Binet scale, and all who showed a mental age of 10 years were passed. The remainder received regular individual examination. The procedure was carefully worked out and received the approval of the inspector. Even with this abbreviation, several hundred failures were missed in June. By camp order, no examination could be made within 48 hours after inoculation. September 1st, psychological examination was placed before inoculation, but was still preceded by the physical examination and personnel interview. During the physical examination, the psychiatrist sent doubtful cases for psychological examination. During psychological examination, men recommended for psychiatric examination were sent directly to that board. Cooperation was good. Lists of the men recommended for Labour or Development Battalion were sent twice a day to psychiatrist, personnel officer, and commanding officers. Ratings were reported in 12 to 24 hours and were entered on a qualification card and on a special overseas slip attached to a service record. No transfer could be made until psychological and literacy ratings had been received. Aside from routine examining, the staff rendered excellent and various service. The staff conducted examinations of aviators. The chief examiner became a member of the aviators examining board. Special educational examinations were standardized for the Field Artillery Replacement Depot. Captain Ash rendered valuable service in the Development Brigade. No illiterate could be transferred from this brigade until he could make D on examination alpha. No transfer was made into the brigade without both medical and psychological examination. The whole educational program was under the direction of the camp psychologist. After September, when the Depot Brigade moved to Camp Sevier, there was no Labour battalion, but it was ordered that all men recommended for labour should be assigned to such work. All prisoners in Camp Jackson were examined. The commanding general ordered that no men with grades less than D should be transferred to artillery replacement regiments. Batteries were, in a number of instances, organized by platoons according to intelligence. The progress of the men was indicated by transfer from the lower platoons to those more advanced in their training. Those failing to learn with sufficient rapidity in the poorest platoons were finally transferred to the supply company or to development battalions. A most interesting study was the preparation of substitute alpha and beta examinations during a shortage of blanks. The ingenious alpha, requiring only pencil and blank paper, was successfully used during the emergency. Beta was less successful. Number of enlisted men examined, 95,594, officers 3,402. Total individual examinations, 6,257. Camp Kearney, California. Lieutenant Hauser reported as chief examiner in April 1918. Sergeant Rollins reported from Camp Greenleaf in June, Sergeant Doe in August, Private Rooch from Fort McDowell in August, and Sergeant Hawke and Corporal Williams from Camp Greenleaf in October. Only one officer was ever stationed at this camp. This was a tent camp, hence no two-story buildings were available for psychological service. Part of the time the psychological board used mess hall, but the major portions of its office work was done in a tent which also served as a storeroom. This tent was well located in the point of view of accessibility, but wholly unsuited to office work. Very few Negroes, and except in the June draft, few illiterates and foreigners were sent to Camp Kearney. Alpha and Beta groups were separated on the basis of ability to read, write, and speak English, and completion of the 5th grade. The recall system was used with failures. Intelligence ratings were entered on qualification cards and on service records and were thoroughly utilized. Lack of assistance also hindered effective work. Emphasis was placed upon studies to determine the significance of mental examinations in relation to men considered best and poorest in the different companies and organizations, and upon examination of special groups, in order that additional information should be available on a level of intelligence suitable for different branches of the service. A large chart was prepared at the request of the Chief of Staff for his office, giving the information obtained from the above studies. Orders were issued to the organization of units should be based upon occupational data and intelligence ratings. The statistical unit of the psychological staff took full charge of the assignment of men from the draft to existing organizations in the camp. From Camp Kearney was received the first extensive report of the comparison of officers' ratings and alpha scores as determined for different branches of the service. Number of listed men examined, 18,510. Officers, 411. Total individual examinations, 436. Camp Lee, Virginia. Psychological examining began at Camp Lee in September 1917. The chief examiners for the entire period of examining were Lieutenants Yoakum, Hunter, and Ferguson. Assistant examiners for the period of examining were Lieutenants Jones, Bates, and Otis. Non-commissioned officers and privates trained as Greenleaf were Sergeant First Class Folsom, Sergeant Rolson, Corporals Greenberg and Leach, and Privates Lincoln, Cowdery, Amdersky, and Myrick. Experimental examining during the fall and winter has been described in detail elsewhere. In April 1918, the continual moving of psychological headquarters ended in the assignment of a building near the center of the camp and near camp headquarters for this work. The proportion of Negroes and of native and foreign illiterates was high at Camp Lee. Segregation for Alpha was on the basis of ability to read newspapers and write letters home. During the first part of the examination, men obviously failing were sent to join the Beta group. Group but not individual examinations preceded the physical examination and were reported in from 6 to 24 hours. A list of D men was sent within 6 hours after the group examination to the clerk at the mustering office. As the men appeared, this clerk marked on the body of each D man a letter P. Then the psychiatrist, if he considered the man at all doubtful, had him examined by the psychologist in attendance. Later all marked men were examined individually at this point in the process. This plan eliminated recalls and presented the intelligence rating as a partial basis for immediate rejection rather than later discharge. Distinctive work at Camp Lee was the abbreviation of Stanford Binet and performance scales and the preparation of a set of reading lessons for the English classes. Previous to April 27, 1918, 44,338 officers and men were examined. After April 27, the number of enlisted men examined was 82,071, of officers 370. Number of individual examinations made after April 27 was 3,008. End of Section 6. Section 7 of Psychological Examining in the United States Army by Robert Yerkes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings from the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Harvey. Chapter 3. Period of Extension of Examining, Part 5. Camp Lewis, Washington. Lieutenant Bruckner was chief examiner at Camp Lewis. He and Lieutenant English reported in April 1918. From Camp Greenleaf, Sergeants Kolstad and Woody and Corporal Heller reported as assistant examiners. Sergeants Howard and Teachout were reported by voluntary induction to assist in the examining work at Camp Lewis. The building was a large barracks building situated some distance from the center of the camp, but near the mustering office and receiving office. The upper floor was divided into a number of separate rooms for individual examining. Facilities for group and individual examining were therefore unusually satisfactory. Conditions and procedure at Camp Lewis were unusual in more ways than one. The draft was mainly white, and unusually intelligent and well educated. Nowhere else was the original scheme of examination so closely followed. Men who could read and write were given alpha. The short scoring procedure was used to hold D as well as D- men for examination beta. Failures on beta and men seemed to be failing during the examination were given individual examination. Psychological preceded physical examination and muster. The psychiatric board examining recruits referred many cases for individual examination, and all discharged cases not yet mustered were reported to that board for rejection. Intelligence ratings were entered on service records and qualification cards from the beginning of May, long before this was a practice at other stations. Entries made immediately after the personal interview and used in trade tests, in flagging cards, and in making assignments. There was excellent cooperation with other camp authorities, including Personal Office, commanding officers, Neuropsychiatric Board, through Sergeant Howard, who was assigned there during drafts, Development Battalion, Judge Advocate, and moral agencies. Many unusual lines of service were quickly perceived and well developed. The 4th Officers Training Camp used intelligence ratings from the start, admitting only applicants scoring 200 or more, weighted score. An interesting and practical study of the factors involved in steadiness and trigger squeeze in rifle fire was carried through and formed the basis of improved methods of selection and training. Training bulletins were issued to those during the individual examining. Number of enlisted men examined, 73,636. Officers, 1,883. Total individual examinations, 2,679. Camp Logan, Texas. Captain Bassett reported as Chief Psychological Examiner at Camp Logan in April 1918. Sergeant Cascaden reported in June, Sergeants Torres and Corporals Loomis and Weschler in August, and Privates Beard by transfer from Camp Grant, and Sergeant Bradish and Corporal McMahon in September. Lieutenant Stetch reported as Chief Examiner from Camp Funston in October. The number of men on special detail as clerical assistants varied from 2 to 22. Considerable difficulty was experienced at this camp in obtaining proper housing space and clerical assistance. Mess halls were used as long as these were available, and the construction of a special building was frequently urged by the camp surgeon and the commanding general. Recommendation of the necessary building construction was finally obtained late in the summer of 1918. Alpha and beta groups were separated on the basis of ability to read newspapers and write letters home in English. Recruits were examined after physical examination. Ratings were entered on service records. Very few recruits were ordered to Camp Logan. Examinations made were mainly of camp organizations. The chief examiner prepared a tabulated report on all the men in the 57th Infantry by companies. This report gave in alphabetical form the psychological score, the occupation and civil life wages, and education, and proved to be of special value to the company officers. Unusual value also attained to the detailed individual personal work carried on. The development of this valuable type of detailed individual personnel work led, at the request of the camp commander, to the transfer of Captain Bassett to the line as commanding officer of the Development Battalion, in order that this specially valuable service might be continuously available to that organization. Number listed men examined, 19,310, officers 674, total individual examinations 319. Camp MacArthur, Texas. Captain Harold C. Bingham reported as chief examiner in October 1918. He completed his work at the end of November. Lieutenant Fryer and Surgeon First Class Ten Hooer assisted him. An infirmary was assigned as permanent quarters for the psychological staff. It was located near the personal office and near camp headquarters. Preparations were made for examining the incoming draft, but no draft reported. The principal work of the staff was the examination of certain special units and the collection of data requested by the Washington office. Number listed men examined, 17,010, officers 60, total individual examinations 4. Camp McKellen, Alaska. Major Ward reported as chief examiner in October 1918. Lieutenant Layton reported at the same time as assistant examiner, and Sergeant Leakey, private first class, Hagner, and privates Fitch and Fieldman as trained assistants. All were transferred from Camp Gordon. On October 8, the Inspector of Psychological Examining reported that psychological personnel and authority for the construction of a building for psychological use had been requested by the camp commander. Recruits were expected, and the removal of the Depot Brigade from Camp Gordon to Camp McKellen made it advisable to supply psychological service at once. The main work of the staff when reported was, therefore, to examine existing camp personnel and make preparations for the expected draft. Prisoners in camp and depot stockade were examined. Number listed men examined, 6,566, officers 21. Total individual examinations 45. Camp Meade, Maryland. Captain LaRue reported as chief examiner and Lieutenants Malenburg and Pedrick as assistant examiners in April 1918. Lieutenant Wembridge reported in November. Lieutenant Patterson was assigned in August as special examiner of the Development Battalion. Sergeants Rich, Fossler, and Digley, Corporals Tyson and Morton, and Privates Glenn, Perrin, Cutullo, and Grosnickel were assistant examiners. The original building assigned to the psychological staff was a 2-story convalescent ward in the base hospital. Later, a large 2-story barracks building near the receiving officers of the camp was assigned for personal use. Alpha was given to men who professed ability to read and write and who had reached the 5th grade. The psychological examination followed the physical. This facilitated the operation of a one-examination plan, used in the later examining. This consisted in placing 2 expert interviewers at the exit from the medical examination board who examined each man briefly and decided whether he should report at once for the alpha examination, the beta, or for an individual examination. By this means, they prevented repeated examining. Reports were made within 24 hours. Intelligence ratings were entered on the qualification cards, and illiterate was checked on cards of all men who were unable to take the pass examination alpha. Recommendations for discharge were few because of the attitude of medical officers. The development battalions at Camp Meade were of special interest in connection with the School for Development Battalion Officers. Lieutenant Patterson, who was ordered here from Camp Wadsworth in response to a request from the General Staff that psychology be represented, developed the possibilities of psychological service in this connection. He made a complete survey and classification of the battalions, demonstrate the usefulness of intelligence ratings in selecting men for the non-commissioned officers' school, and made recommendations concerning education and training. Number of enlisted men examined, 64,045. Officers, 1,655. Total individual examinations, 4,013. Camp Pike, Arkansas. Lieutenant Stone and Manuel reported as chief and assistant examiners in April. Lieutenant Manuel was sent to Camp Beauregard in November to organize psychological service there. Lieutenant Breitweiser reported in July. Sergeants Swindle, Noble, and Given, and Corporals Granger, Schneider, Schoonmaker, Franklin, and Brown, and Private Wade were sent as assistant examiners from Camp Greenleaf. A supply company barracks was used as office and headquarters for the psychological staff. Camp Pike received very few recruits of foreign birth, but many illiterate Americans. Ability to read and write letters home was made the basis of segregation for Alpha. About half the men reported for psychological before physical examination, thus neither had the wit for the other. At the receiving station, men suspected of mental deficiency were sent to the psychological board, where they were given beta, and according to their success, either a brief interview or an individual examination. 96% of all recommendations were confirmed by the psychiatrist. The performance scale was little used, foreigners were few, and a verbal scale worked better with the Negroes. Ratings were reported within 36 hours and were entered on a new card designed to accompany the service record. This card bore also a statement as to literacy and the disposition recommended. After September, the entry was made directly on the service record and on the qualification card. Cooperation with other agencies was excellent. Examinations were made regularly of Central Officers Training School applicants, of recruits in the replacement camp, to fill the non-commissioned officer schools, and of prisoners. Cordial working relations existed with psychiatrists, personnel officers, and officers of the Development Battalion. The first request for the attachment of a psychologist to the division was received from the commanding officer of this camp. Number enlisted men examined, 74,041. Officers, 1,901. Total individual examinations, 5,720. Port of embarkation, Newport News, Virginia. Dr. Bridges arrived as civilian examiner in April 1918. Officers at Camp Stewart were given Group Examination Alpha, but the work consisted mainly of individual examinations in connection with the Neuropsychiatric Board. Aero and balloon squadrons were examined at the Aeronautical General Supply Depot and concentration camp at Morrison. Dr. Bridges was recalled to the office of Surgeon General in May. Captain Patterson and Lieutenant Mearns reported December 1st to assist the neuropsychiatric staff in the classification of nervous and mental cases from overseas and the checking of overseas diagnosis. The group method was found not to be particularly applicable to this problem. The value of individual examining was obvious, but the time allotted for classification was so short as to limit the possibility of its thorough use. Captain Patterson was recalled early in January and Lieutenant Mearns at the end of March. Additional services were the examination of medical detachments of the embarkation and debarkation hospitals and of women in the detention home, Newport News. Number of listed men examined, 1,435. Officers, 217. Total individual examinations, 106. Camp Sevier, South Carolina. Lieutenant Elliott reported from Camp Wadsworth in May as chief examiner. Lieutenants Kefauver and Lane reported as assistant examiners. Lieutenant Lane was transferred to Camp Wadsworth as chief examiner in July. Surgeons Hawes and Holmes and Corporal Evans and later Sergeant Sprankle and Corporal Wittenberg reported from Camp Greenleaf. Lieutenant White was added to the examination force in November. At different times, one or another of the camp infirmary buildings supplied space for officers, scoring rooms, and rooms for individual examinations. Group examinations were given in YMCA halls, mess halls, and later in warehouses adapted for this purpose. Methods at Camp Sevier were affected by the low-grade draft received. Fourth-grade schooling was made on the basis of segregation for examination alpha, but it was found necessary to raise this to 6th grade. Alpha and beta groups were held while the papers were scored, thus obviating recall except over the meal hour. Failures were then given further examination. 11%, an extraordinarily large proportion, was examined individually. This was made possible by training a number of enlisted men each to give a single test of the performance or Stanford Binet scale. Each man examined passed the rounds and was finally interviewed and rated by the clinical examiner. Psychological examinations followed physical. Ratings were entered on service records and qualification cards. Close cooperation with the psychiatrists and discharge boards resulted in prompt action on the psychologist's recommendation for discharge of low-grade men. Excellent relations with the Development Battalion were established at its inception, when psychological board was called on to decide immediately the fitness for overseas duty of 359 low-grade men rejected by their commanders. Rush methods were adopted for the emergency and acceptable recommendations made. Recommendation of the psychological board was thereafter made a prerequisite to transfer to the Development Battalion for mental deficiency or inaptitude. The staff was too small to undertake educational work in the battalion. The chief examiner, together with one representative, each of the camp surgeon and the camp personal adjutant, constituted a board with authority to act on all cases of misfit arising in the camp. On November 1st, a complete mental survey of the 20th Division, as constituted at that time, had been finished. For every organization, the proportion of men of each intelligence grade was tabulated. All cooperative arrangements with the camp personnel officer were completed so that with the arrival of the expected draft on November 11, the assignment of recruits would have been governed by the aim of balancing in mental strength all coordinate organizations. This appeared especially desirable as the draft would have come in about equal proportion from Louisiana and Massachusetts. Study of Negro examining was undertaken at Camp Servier. Comparison of Negro performance in each alpha and beta test with that of white men of equal mental age, and study of individual scales to discover tests particularly easy or hard for Negroes were the main lines of this work. Number listed men examined, 24,130, officers 9, total individual examinations, 2,344. Camp Shelby, Alabama. Captain Rowe was sent to Camp Shelby as chief examiner in May 1918. Lieutenants Brittweiser and Hood reported as assistant examiners later in the month. These examiners remained on duty until July. In November, Captain Pedrick reported to reorganize psychological examining. Sergeant Simon, Corporal Tyson, and Private Rosenberry reported as assistants. The number of men examined during the first period of examining was 6,080, and the number of individual examinations made was 64. Camp Sheridan, Alabama. Captain Hunter reported for duty as chief examiner in March. Captain Denenbach reported in April and later became chief at this camp. Lieutenant Clark reported in October. Sergeant Emmerich and Corporal Rickard were the only Greenleaf trained assistants. Other enlisted men were prematurely assigned from camp organizations. No permanent building was assigned to psychological staff at this camp. Men who could read and write English fairly well were given examination alpha. Later, the requirement of 6 years schooling was added to reduce the 9% who had to be recalled to beta. All Negroes were given examination beta. Only the poorest received individual examination. Practically the entire 37th Division was examined before it went overseas. Most men coming into camp were already organized and were secured for examination through their commanding officers. The white draft was examined before, and the Negro draft after, the physical examination. Group examination results were reported within 24 hours and individual examinations within 5 to 10 days after group examination. Intelligence ratings were entered on service records and qualification cards. Finally, no transfer from camp was permitted without such record. Cooperative relations were established with personnel officers, psychiatrists, commanding officers, development battalion, and judge advocate, and the use of psychological ratings was extensive. All officers were examined by order of the camp commander. Psychological ratings were found valuable in considering applicants for the 4th Officers Training Camp. The following rules were established concerning assignment of Negro recruits. The highest 5% were recommended as non-commissioned officers. Men with mental age above 8 were assigned to combat service. Men between 7 and 8 years mental age were assigned to labor battalions overseas, and the men between 6 and 7 years mental age were held for domestic service. Men rating below 6 years mental age were recommended for discharge. Psychological work at Camp Sheridan began under unfavorable circumstances, gradually became one of the important activities of the camp. A psychological report form, see page 291, was filled out for every man individually examined in Camp Sheridan, leaving on record a valuable mass of information. At the close of examining, an extensive tabulation of the distribution of ratings of all organizations was left on file. Number of listed men examined, 53,818. Officers, 1,347. Total individual examinations, 2,117. Camp Sherman, Ohio. Captain George F. Arps was chief examiner at Camp Sherman. He reported in April 1918 and was followed in April by Lieutenant Wiley and in August by Lieutenant Murchison, who eventually became chief examiner. Both Captain Arps and Lieutenant Murchison left the staff on appointment as camp morale officer. Captain Dearweester reported from Camp Grant in September for a short period. Sergeants Wilson and Cotter, Corporals Bruder and Day, and Privates Coons, Crowder, McCready, and Rubens were sent from Camp Greenleaf as assistants. Private McCready was acting first sergeant in charge of group examining. Sergeant Wilson in charge of individual examining. The building for psychological service here was a regular barracks building situated 1 block from the personnel office. 30% of the men sent to Camp Sherman were Negroes. The white draft was of high intelligence, but since the requirements for Alpha were set high, whites completion of 5th grade, Negroes completion of 7th grade, examination beta and the performance scale were extensively used. The psychological was the last examination on the recruits program. Its September intelligence ratings were regularly entered on qualification cards and service records. It would be impossible to detail the variety of important psychological services which, at Camp Sherman, were made a routine part of the work. Beside well-established relations with personnel and medical officers, judge advocate, and commanders of regular and development battalion organizations, examinations were regularly made in the officers' training camp, in the camp of conscientious objectors, where the commanding officer developed an interesting use of the ratings, and among the various welfare organizations. Army nurses were rated. The chief health officer of Chillicothe requested examination of women arrested in and about camp. At request of the intelligence section, 3 tests were worked out to measure the discrimination of minute movement, localization of light, and deductive reasoning. Lieutenant Murchison was largely responsible for the ambitious educational program which was planned and put into effect in the development battalions and training schools. Statistical work was not neglected. A graphical presentation of comparison between organizations accompanied reports, and an abbreviated point scale was prepared. Total number of listed men examined, 62,968. Officers, 1,440. Number of individual examinations, 2,762. Camp Tyler, Kentucky. Psychological examining began at Camp Tyler in September 1917. Lieutenants Trabue, Cummings, and Dole were the first officers to report for duty. Lieutenant Norton was in charge of the individual examining during the summer of 1918. Lieutenant Bear reported for duty in April 1918. Lieutenant DeVos was commissioned in February and reported for duty almost immediately after as assistant examiner. Among the enlisted personnel on service at this camp were Sergeants McWhorter, Bowie, Jackson, Erbroek, and Denslow, and Corporals Donovan and Parker, trained at Camp Greenleaf. Examining in the fall of 1917 is described on pages 16 and 17. A regular supply company barracks was finally opened for the headquarters of the psychological staff at Camp Taylor. Men able to read newspapers and write letters home, who had completed the 3rd grade, Negroes 6th grade, were given examination alpha. All others took beta, but were not reported as illiterate unless totally unable to read or write. Failures in alpha and beta were held during the short scoring of blanks or recorded further examination, except in rush examination of Negroes. 4 psychologists worked with the psychiatrist on the general examining board during physical examinations, examining individually cases suspected of mental defect. Most of these were rejected at this point. Psychological examination followed as soon as possible after the physical. It preceded the personal interview, but the personal officer did not have the intelligence rating at this time. Report was made to personnel and commanding officers on the day following examination and for entry on the qualification card. The Disability Board referred all cases before it for psychological examination before taking action. One of the most distinctive features of the work was the large number of individuals referred by other authorities for psychological examination. Examining was done at Camp Knox, and a report made on low-grade cases. The School for Chaplains was examined, making an exceptionally high record. The staff made several statistical reports on examination beta, including one on the short scoring method they developed. Previous to April 27, 23,237 officers and men had been examined. After April 27, the total number of examinations given enlisted men was 53,262, officers 74. Number of individual examinations given after April 27 was 2,319. Camp Travis, Texas. Captain Pinninger reported for duty in March and Lieutenant Stokes in April. Additional assistants trained at Camp Greenleaf were Sergeants Briggs, Goldberger, and Munro, Corporals Crutch and Ridge, and Privates Rees and Gray. In the permanent detail was Sergeant Ulrich, whose services proved invaluable in establishing the work at this camp because of his experience in Army procedure. Psychological service was permanently established here from the first in a full-sized barracks building, which later was remodeled according to the plans prepared by the staff. The basis for separation of alpha and beta groups was ability to read and write. Men who did nothing on tests 1 and 2 in alpha or on tests 1, 2, and 3 in beta were stopped and sent immediately for individual examination. Obviously, poor papers were scored before the group was dismissed. In this way, the individual examining was completed, except for a few recalls, by the time the papers were scored. To Spanish-speaking men individually examined, the Stanford Binet was given in Spanish. The performance scale was used as a check on double cases. Psychological examination was not given until 48 hours after inoculation. Ratings were reported and entered on service records and qualification cards. No transfer could be made without this information. If the rating were E or incomplete, there could be no transfer except to a labor assignment or individual battalion. Men recommended for consideration of discharge were sent by order directly to the psychiatrist. 80% of such cases were discharged. Others found unfit for regular military service were sent through the camp surgeon to the Disability Board. Men sent from other sources to the Disability Board were required to present a certificate from the psychological examiner. Psychological scores were used in the selection of men for regular service and formation of white labour battalions, and in filling requisitions for special types of men in non-commissioned officers. The transfer of men from the Depot Brigade to the 18th Division was made in accordance with psychological and occupational needs. The Chief Examiner assisted in the reclassification of the Development Battalion. Additional examining was done at Brooks Aviation Field for the 309th Cavalry, Fort Sam, Houston, and at other camps near Camp Travis. Number of enlisted men examined, 76,530. Officers, 1,025. Total individual examinations, 7,449. United States Disciplinary Barracks, Fort Leavenworth, Kansas. In December 1918, Captain Norton, as Chief Examiner, and Lieutenants Folsom and Lincoln were ordered to Fort Leavenworth to make examination of prisoners. Captain Norton and Lieutenant Folsom were relieved in January, Lieutenant Lincoln at the end of March. Alpha examinations of men who had completed the 5th grade were conducted in the barracks auditorium. Beta groups were examined in the schoolroom. Additional individual examinations were made at the request of the Psychiatric and Sociological Board and of medical examiners. Ratings were found valuable by the personal officer and by psychiatric officers who recommended to the review board the discharge of men below 8 years mentally. All intelligence ratings were considered in connection with modification of sentences. The statistical work in connection with the psychiatric survey of the institution was carried out mainly under the direction of Lieutenant Lincoln. Number of men examined, 3,605. Individual examinations, 287. Camp Upton, New York. Captain Hayes reported as Chief Examiner in April 1918. In August, he reported at Camp Humphreys to organize psychological examining. Captain Boring reported for duty in April, becoming Chief Examiner in August. Lieutenant Adams reported in June. In November, Captain Boring was called to the office of the Surgeon General, and Captain Pedrick was sent from Captain Shelby as Chief Examiner at Camp Upton. Sergeant Davis, Corporals Gill, Muller, and William Cohen, and Privates J. Cohen, Westcott, Hoffman, Browdy, Brown, Goolsby, Whitehead, and Walker were assistant examiners trained at Camp Greenleaf. All physical arrangements for examining were exceedingly satisfactory at Camp Upton. Men who could read newspapers were given examination alpha. Failures in alpha were recalled for beta. In October, a simple dictation and arithmetic test was introduced to reduce re-examination. Negroes making D- on alpha were given individual examination by a short scoring method developed for examination beta. D- cases were held for immediate individual examination. Until September, the physical preceded the psychological examination. A psychologist on the Special Medical Board, which examined the men selected by the General Medical Board, gave individual examination to cases suspected of mental defect. This arrangement was continued, although after September, the psychological examination was placed first. Men rated E were tagged, report to M and N Board, mental and nervous. A psychologist was present with the individual examination papers, and discussion concerning rejection was made conjointly. Ratings were reported to the personnel officer and to company commanders within 24 hours and entered on the qualification cards before the men left camp. Most of the recruits were assigned to some other camp at the end of 2 weeks. Entry of ratings on service records was begun in August in connection with examination of prisoners and made universal in September. Camp Order, September 22. The staff at Camp Upton was carefully organized for efficient routine work. Beside examination of the draft, a psychologist stationed at the base hospital made examination for the psychiatric staff. Prisoners were examined regularly, the development battalions were rated on literacy and on an English-speaking scale, as well as on intelligence. Statistical work under Captain Boring was directed especially toward the study of examination methods. A variety of reports on examination beta, reports on the test of English-speaking ability here devised, and on the possibilities of the personal data blanks tried out for Professor Woodworth of Columbia University were of universal value. Number of listed men examined, 61,008. Officers, 551. Total individual examinations, 3,707. Camp Wheeler, Georgia. Captain Poffenberger reported as Chief Examiner in April. On account of his serious illness, Lieutenant Marcus acted as Chief Examiner until the arrival of Captain Richmond in October. Sergeants Hoffer, Springston, Bishop, Frommuth, Corporals West and Pebble, and Privates Zollner and Neufeld were the assistant examiners who had received training in military psychology at Camp Greenleaf. Office scoring room and storerooms were in an old mess hall building. Accommodations at this camp were probably the poorest to be found. Examination alpha was given to those who had completed the 5th and later the 6th grade and who could read and write English. On the latter basis, there were 0.5% D- grades on alpha. These were recalled for individual examination. Negroes were not re-examined after beta unless they failed to make a weighted score of 20. The abbreviated point scale was chiefly used. 20% of the limited service draft at this camp required individual examination. The examination program finally worked out was as follows. Psychological examination followed within an hour after inoculation for influenza. The recruit then went before the medical examining board, with which there were 2 or 3 psychologists. Intelligence rating on group examination was reported on the temporary identification card. D- cases were at this point given individual examination by the psychologist present, and mental age considered with other causes for rejection. At the personal interview later, the recruit had with him qualification card, service record, and temporary identification card, and the intelligence rating was recorded by detail from the psychological staff on both qualification card and service record. It was ordered here that all officers should take psychological examination on arrival at camp. Men in the development battalion were classified on the basis of intelligence ratings. Psychological scores were used in routine fashion on the basis for classification of Negroes into those suited for regular duty overseas and those suited for labor battalions overseas. It was a policy of the Neuropsychiatric Board in this camp to assign to regular military training all except very low-grade cases. Number of listed men examined, 32,299. Officers, 689. Total individual examinations, 2,301. Relations of psychological to psychiatric service. From the first, the Chief of the Division of Neuropsychiatry encouraged the development of psychological service, and in every feasible way facilitated the work of the staff of the section of psychology. It was understood that during the period of official trial of methods of psychological examining in Army cantonments, psychological and psychiatric officers would cooperate as opportunity offered, but no definite instructions were given to the latter by the medical department. Psychologists, on the other hand, were urged to assist medical officers so far as possible without sacrificing the immediate demand for a thorough trial of the value of psychological methods. It was provided that psychologists should report low-grade and irregular cases to psychiatric officers and examine for the latter all cases which were referred for mental age or other type of descriptive report. Following the official inspection of psychological examining and the decision of the War Department to extend this work to the entire Army, the Chief of the Division of Neuropsychiatry requested that definite instructions concerning the relations of these two kinds of work be formulated and issued to all officers concerned. The results of this request and of conferences between Major Bailey and Major Yerkes was a formulation, under the date of February 2, 1918, of the following instructions: to promote cooperation and increase the efficiency of the psychological and neuropsychiatric service. Provision for coordination of psychiatric and psychological examination in divisional training camps. It is agreed between the Division of Psychology and the Division of Neuropsychiatry, 1. That psychiatric survey of organizations shall be made in conjunction with psychological survey. 2. That for this purpose psychiatric examiners shall be present at group psychological examinations to observe the behavior and appearance of soldiers. It is further provided that the work of the psychiatrist shall not interfere with the proper conduct of psychological examination. 3. That rooms numbered 5 and 6 in building for psychology shall be designated for psychiatric examining. 4. That the name, rank, and organization of individuals receiving the grade E in group psychological examination shall be reported promptly to the division psychiatrist through the division surgeon. 5. The report of individual psychological examination shall be accepted by psychiatrist as part of the medical examination and shall be included in the case reported if subject be recommended for discharge or for special assignment. Pierce Bailey, Major MRC, Chief of Division of Neuropsychiatry. Robert M. Yerkes, Major SCNA, Chief of Division of Psychology. The failure of the War Department to provide a special building for psychological examining rendered it impossible for officers to carry out these instructions to the letter, but they were nevertheless carried out in spirit in several important camps. Although all degrees, as well as varieties of cooperation between these groups of officers, appeared in the different camps, the relations were on the whole surprisingly satisfactory and profitable. In at least half of the camps, the reference of cases by psychologists to psychiatrists and the reverse was frequent and obviously in the interests of military efficiency. There were only a few stations in which advantage of the presence of psychological examiners was not taken by neuropsychiatrists, and in these instances, inconvenient relation of the examining buildings was quite as often responsible for the failure to cooperate as were unsatisfactory personal relations or lack of appreciation of methods or of the values of results. Despite all the precautions taken by the divisions of psychology and of neuropsychiatry to avoid it, psychological and psychiatric examinations were frequently confused and serious mistakes were made in connection with official action. These mistakes cannot fairly be regarded as attempts to injure the one service or the other. Instead, they are the natural result of similarity of terminology and of the assumption that psychological work, because conducted in connection with the medical department, is a species of medical service. One of the most interesting and important instances of misconception is that which appears in the following official letters. August 16, 1918. From the Surgeon General, U.S. Army. To the Adjutant General of the Army. Subject: Elimination of mentally defective. 1. Attention is invited to paragraph 1, letter AGO, August 8, 1918, which appears to indicate an effort to place restrictions on the rejection of men for psychiatric conditions. It would also appear from the classification heading Psychological and from the wording of paragraph 1, Psychiatric, that there was perhaps a confusion between the neuropsychiatric and the psychological examinations. These two examinations are in reality widely divergent. The psychiatric examiners aiming to detect actual cases of nervous and mental disease or tendency thereto, while the psychological examination is for the purpose of grading intelligence. The psychiatric examination is a part of the examination for acceptance or rejection of registrants, and psychiatric examiners are members of the examining board. Psychological examiners are not members of this board, and their examinations are not considered in deciding on the acceptance or rejection of a registrant. 2. Attention is also invited to attached extract of cablegram number 1464, dated July 15, 1918, from General Pershing, which calls attention to the necessity for special efforts to eliminate the mentally unfit prior to departure from the United States. 3. Attention is further invited to the attached memorandum from Major Frankwood E. Williams, MRC, which indicates that in 34 divisions there were 3,035 men who were recommended for discharge by the psychiatric examiners, but who were not discharged. They presumably accompanied their divisions overseas. 4. It is recommended that this matter be brought to the attention of the department commanders and commanding officers of camps, cantonments, divisions, special camps, and recruit depots, and that instructions be issued directing special care to ensure the rejection of the mentally unfit at time of the examination of registrants. Any such cases which are subsequently detected should be eliminated from organizations as promptly as possible, and in any event before the organization leaves a port of embarkation. For the Surgeon General, D.C. Howard, Colonel, Medical Corps. In response to the request by Colonel Howard that special instructions be issued to department commanders and commanding officers of camps, etc., the Adjutant General issued on September 17 the following letter. September 17, 1918. From the Adjutant General of the Army. To Department and Camp Commanders, Recruit Depot Posts, and Bureau Chiefs. Subject: Elimination of mentally defective. 1. Attention is directed to the importance of eliminating the mentally unfit. This elimination should be made at the time that the registrants are given neuropsychiatric examinations, but any cases which are subsequently detected must be eliminated from organizations promptly. Careful discrimination between psychiatric and psychological examinations must be made. The latter are not considered in deciding on the acceptance or rejection of a registrant or in the discharge of a soldier. Special Regulation No. 65 and Army Regulations Paragraph 159 govern, and the provisions of the latter are extended to include commanding officers of replacement camps and other camps under the command of general officers. 2. Reports from France indicate that a large number of men suffering from mental disorders have been allowed to go with replacements. The necessary corrective measures must be applied in the camps of this country. 3. You will notify all concerned under your control. By order of the Secretary of War, Paul Giddings, Adjutant General. Inasmuch as these instructions specifically state that psychological examinations are not to be considered in deciding on the acceptance or rejection of a registrant or the discharge of a soldier, it was necessary for the Division of Psychology to request immediately that the misunderstanding of the significance and uses of intelligence ratings be corrected. To this end, the following letter was prepared for the signature of the Surgeon General, but Acting Surgeon General Richard, instead of forwarding his communication to the Adjutant General of the Army, referred it to the Chief of the Division of Neuropsychiatry, who in turn held it for decision concerning the administrative relations of the divisions of psychology and of neuropsychiatry. The letter is reproduced in substance because it supplies interesting information concerning the relations of psychological service to Army costs. Subject: Elimination of the mentally unfit. 1. Attention is respectfully invited to the accompanying letter of the Adjutant General of the Army concerning the elimination of the mentally defective and its probable relations to military efficiency and costs. 2. In accordance with present War Department orders, mental ratings provided by the Division of Psychology, Medical Department for every enlisted man as soon as he arrives in camp. This general survey of drafted men makes possible the prompt selection for careful psychological examination of all individuals who are seemingly unfit by reason of mental deficiency for any type of military service. If the instructions of above letter are complied with in all Army training camps, literally and conscientiously the cost to the government because of failure to reject unsuitable men and delay in discharge or in the proper placement of men of low-grade intelligence will undoubtedly amount to at least $100,000 per month at the present rate of Army growth. This is much more than the total present cost of the entire psychological service. As pertinent evidence indicated for the urgent need for serious consideration by the General Staff of the importance of making use of mental ratings provided by the Division of Psychology, the following data are presented. 4. Recently in Camp Zachary Taylor, the psychological staff examined 221 men referred by the commanding officer of the 814th Pioneer Infantry, a Negro organization at the time preparing for the immediate overseas duty. These men have been transferred to Camp Taylor from Camps Beauregard and Shelby, in which it happens psychological examinations have not been made because of the failure of the War Department to authorize adequate personnel for the Division of Psychology. Of the 221 men referred from the regiment, 109 were found to be unfit by reason of an inferior intelligence for regular military service. 5. These 109 Negro soldiers at the time of psychological examination had been in the Army from about 2 to 3 months, costing the government, in all probability, at least $6 a day, and nearly all were insured for $10,000. The majority of them, according to indications of mental rating, are of no value to the Army. A few can be used in labor organizations. It is fair to assume that the waste resulting from failure to reject these men when they originally arrived at camp will ultimately amount to at least $100,000, and in all probability very much more than that. 6. A situation similar to that in Camp Taylor developed at Camp Sevier before the entraining of the 81st Division for overseas. 359 men were referred to the psychologists with the urgent request that they select from that number those whose inferior intelligence made them unfit for regular service. The division authorities felt that the selection as made by the different companies represented widely varying standards, and that in many cases mere newness to the military situation had been mistakes by company officers for stupidity. The difficulty of the situation was greatly increased by the fact that more than 2/3 of the strength of the division had been assigned thereto for less than a month. As one summary court officer expressed it to the chief psychological examiner, "We know nothing of these men and are anxious to have your professional judgment on their mental fitness before taking them with us." On the basis of the psychological examination, 162 men were designated as cases whose inferior intelligence made it undesirable that they accompany the division overseas. As a result of this situation, which necessitated the special calling in of the psychologists, a ruling was made in this camp to the effect that no man can be transferred to the development battalion on the ground of mental deficiency or inaptitude without the recommendation of the psychological examiners. 7. It is suggested that this whole subject is worthy of the most careful consideration by the War Department, in order that instructions concerning the elimination of the mentally unfit may be modified as seems desirable, and the administration of mental tests so organized and supervised by the War Department as to ensure maximal value to the service. Relations of psychological to personal work. Inasmuch as the intelligence rating is an important item of personal information, it was inevitable that cooperative relations between personal adjutants and examiners ultimately should be established. The first step in this direction was the provision on the personal qualification card of space for the entry of intelligence ratings. For many months this entry was seldom made because it had not been definitely ordered, and still more because personal adjutants had not been instructed by the Adjutant General of the Army to use intelligence ratings in connection with selection and assignment. As the value of the results of psychological examining were demonstrated, the interest of personal adjutants and also of the Committee on Classification of Personnel in the Army in the intelligence rating rapidly increased. In certain camps which happened to have exceptionally able, progressive, and cooperative personnel and psychological officers, arrangements were perfected whereby results of psychological examinations were promptly and regularly made available for use in the personnel office. During the fall of 1918, the Committee on Classification of Personnel, in conference with the Division of Psychology, agreed to instruct personal adjutants to have intelligence ratings entered on qualification cards within a few hours after psychological examination had been made, and further to direct the use of this information in specific ways. As a result of this action, relations of psychological to other forms of personal work in the Army camps rapidly became more satisfactory, and the practical use of intelligence ratings increased both in variety and amount. The following letter indicates the effective working relation established between the Classification Division of the General Staff and the Section of Psychology of the Surgeon General's Office. April 8, 1918. From the Adjutant General of the Army to the Commanding General, Camp Meade, Maryland. Subject: Classification of men received at the Overseas Replacement Depot. 1. Enlisted men received at the Overseas Replacement Depot at your camp for transfer to the American Expeditionary Forces will be given the intelligence test and occupational classification. The occupational classification will include, whenever desirable, a limited trade test. A soldier's qualification card from CCP1 will be completed for each soldier and accompany his records when sent home. A. As the medical examination recruits sent to the depot will have been completed and initial records prepared at the places where recruits have been enlisted, the personal work in connection with the depot will be limited almost entirely to classification. It is contemplated that only a small personnel force will be required, which will be furnished by this office. By order of the Secretary of War, Adjutant General. In compliance with this order, Major Clarence S. Yoakum reported on April 16 at Camp Meade to organize psychological examining and to train a competent officer to take charge of this work under the direction of the Chief Personnel Officer. On the whole, the most satisfactory administrative relations of psychological examining proved to be those which were originally recommended by the Surgeon General of the Army for consideration of the Committee on Classification of Personnel. These involved 1. The appointment of psychological examiners to serve in connection with the personnel officers as members of the personal staff of each camp or division. 2. The appointment of certain other psychological examiners to serve under the direction of medical officers. The duties of the first group of psychologists may be described as strictly those of the personal service. Those of the second group may fairly be described as medical in character. On the following pages, photographs are displayed. Group examination in a hospital ward, Camp Lee, October 1917. Scoring group examination at Camp Lee, October 1917. Negro recruits in line before barracks building, waiting for Alpha and Beta group examinations. Group examination Alpha being taken by Negro recruits. Group examination Beta with Negro recruits. Scoring examination papers. The scorers are working at mess tables on examination Alpha. Demonstration of Test 1 in examination Beta. Demonstration of Test 3 in examination Beta. Recruits during demonstration examination Beta. Demonstration of Test 2 in examination Beta. Individual examination of enlisted men with Stanford-Binet scale. Individual examination of recruit in Test 1 of the performance scale, the SHIP test. Individual examination of a recruit in Test 2 of the performance scale, the mannequin test. Individual examination of a recruit in Test 4 of the performance scale, the cube construction test. Individual examination of a recruit in Test 10 of the performance scale, the picture completion test. The Stenquist skill test. Enlisted men been given the Stenquist skill test. End of section 7. Section 8 of Psychological Examining in the United States Army by Robert M. Yerkes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information on a volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 4. General Summary. Part 1. The preceding historical account of psychological examining is outlined by the following chronology, which, in addition to dates, presents the chiefly significant events in the service. Section 1. Chronology. Preofficial action. 1917. April 6. Meeting at Harvard University for discussion of relations of psychology to the war. April 10 to 14. Observation of conditions in Canada by President of the American Psychological Association, with special reference to psychological problems of the war and possibilities of service. April 14. President of American Psychological Association confers with President of National Research Council in Philadelphia concerning plans for psychological service. April 19. Presentation of plans concerning psychological service to National Research Council by President of American Psychological Association at meeting in Washington. April 21 and 22. Special meeting of Council of American Psychological Association in Philadelphia for consideration of service in the war and appropriate action. May 1st. Tentative plan for psychological examining of recruits submitted to the Surgeon General of the Army. May 28 to June 9. Special committee on methods for examining recruits organized and in session in Vineland, New Jersey. June 10 to 23. Trial in various institutions of methods prepared for military use by committee. June 25 to July 7. Continuation of sessions of Committee on Methods at Vineland, New Jersey. July 15 to August 15. Unofficial trial of methods of psychological examining made in Army and Navy stations. July 20. Substitute plan for psychological examination of recruits submitted to the Surgeon General of the Army through the National Research Council. August 1st. Informal report made to the Surgeon General of the Army through the National Research Council concerning results of trial of methods of examining, together with recommendation of methods for use in the Army. August 9. Robert M. Yerkes, President of the American Psychological Association and Chairman of the Committee on Methods, recommended for appointment as Major in the Sanitary Corps to organize and direct psychological examining for the Medical Department of the Army. August 17. Appointment accepted by Robert M. Yerkes and work officially begun. Official action. August 21. Plan for psychological examining in 4 National Army cantonments submitted to the Secretary of War in connection with request for authorization of civil appointments for this work. August 23. Authority granted for appointment of civilian psychological examiners. September 1. Instructions concerning psychological examining prepared for issuance to cantonment commanders by request of the Adjutant General. September 6. The Surgeon General notified by the Adjutant General of issuance of instructions. August 17 to September 17. Preparation of methods, materials, and personnel for official trial of methods in the Army. September 17 to December 1. Period of official trial in 4 cantonments. October 1. Psychological examining in progress in Camp Devens, Dix, Lee, and Taylor. October 20. Preliminary reports or results from camps indicate 1. Surprisingly high frequency of illiteracy, 2. Extreme differences in frequency of illiteracy and in distribution of intelligence for companies of a given regiment. 3. Urgent need of a good group method of examining foreign and illiterate subjects. November 5. Request by the Surgeon General of the Army that the Committee on Classification of Personnel in the Army provide in its organization for the psychological examination of recruits. November 16. Report on official inspection of psychological examining in Camp Lee, Vancouver, submitted to the Surgeon General by Colonel Henry A. Shaw, MC. December 5. Chief of the Section of Psychology requests decision of the Surgeon General concerning the future policy of the War Department with regard to the psychological examination of recruits. December 7. The Surgeon General recommends to the Adjutant General the continuation of psychological examining and its extension to the entire Army. December 8. Request of the Surgeon General that psychological examining be provided for by the Committee on Classification of Personnel, disapproved by that Committee for the Adjutant General of the Army. December 8 to 20. Transmittal to the General Staff of data concerning psychological examining in Army camps. Memoranda on plans of future organization and the opinions of regimental and company commanders concerning the values of intelligence ratings. December 24. Approved by the War Department for the recommendation of the Surgeon General that psychological examining be extended to the entire Army, with request for plan of organization. 1918. January 3. Plan for the extension of psychological examining submitted by the Surgeon General to the Adjutant General. It was subsequently referred to the Training Committee of the War College Division of the General Staff. January 19. Plan for extension approved. Organization of Division of Psychology in the Office of the Surgeon General authorized for the purpose of making psychological examination of all company officers, all candidate officers in officers' training camps, and also of all the newly drafted and enlisted men. The approval explicitly included the provision of the necessary commissioned and enlisted personnel, the establishment of a school of military psychology, and the construction of a special building in each camp or cantonment. January 20. School of Military Psychology at Fort Oglethorpe, Georgia, authorized for the Surgeon General by the Chief of the Training Division of his office. January 28. Plans for special building completed and submitted to the Construction Department. February 4. School of Military Psychology organized at Fort Oglethorpe, Georgia. February 5. Acting Quartermaster General endorses plans and estimates for special building to the Chief of Staff and requests authority to proceed with construction in accordance with previous instructions from the Secretary of War. February 11. On recommendation of Equipment Committee of the General Staff, the Assistant Secretary of War disapproves construction of special buildings until such time as necessary. Funds, $384,000, are made available by Congress. February 14. The Surgeon General of the Army requests reconsideration of Acting Quartermaster General's recommendation concerning buildings for psychological examining. February 19. Request of the Surgeon General is disapproved. February 23. The Surgeon General presents to the Secretary of War the necessity for immediate provision of space in camps for conduct of psychological examinations. The Secretary of War expresses opinion that suitable buildings are probably available in most of the training camps, and agreed to address a letter to each commanding general suggesting that a suitable building be assigned for this purpose. March 5. Letter relative to building dispatched to commanding generals by direction of the Secretary of War. March 28. Deficiency Appropriation Bill, which originally carried item of $384,000 for psychological buildings, passed by Congress. March 30. The Surgeon General for the Division of Psychology reports to the Adjutant General concerning replies to letter concerning availability of buildings and recommends definite requests that suitable buildings be assigned wherever available and that special building be constructed immediately at School for Military Psychology, Fort Oglethorpe. April 2. Recommendation by Division of Psychology for the promotion of 25 officers of the Sanitary Corps Psychological Service, approved by the Surgeon General of the Army, Chief of the Division of Psychology, so notified. April 9. Request of Surgeon General that buildings be assigned, approved by the War Department, and appropriate telegram dispatched to commanding officers of camps. April 10. Recommendations for promotion disapproved by the Surgeon General without notification of Division of Psychology. April 15. Division of Psychology informed by Personnel Officer of the Sanitary Corps that no additional recommendations for appointments or promotions in the psychological service may be made until further notice. At the same time, it was stated that ranks were not available for psychological appointments because they were being reserved for the gas service. This action was taken in spite of the fact that the War Department had unconditionally approved the appointment of more than twice the number of officers of the Sanitary Corps at the time on duty as psychological examiners. April 18. Request prepared by the Chief of the Division of Psychology and forwarded to the Adjutant General by the Personal Officer of the Sanitary Corps that the General Staff permit the Division of Psychology to proceed immediately with appointments and promotions in accordance with original authorization of January 19, 1918. April 19. May 3. The Surgeon General recommends to the Adjutant General, on the basis of congressional action noted above, construction of special buildings and camps not otherwise provided for. May 6. Chief of the Division of Psychology informed by Chief of the Division of Operations of the General Staff that funds were not appropriated by Congress for construction of special buildings. May 7. Above information confirmed by Officer of the Construction Department of the Office of the Quartermaster General with the additional statement that item of $384,000 for special buildings was stricken from the bill by direction of a committee of the General Staff. As a result of this information, the Office of the Surgeon General proceeded to make the best possible arrangements for examining space through assignment of available buildings. May 10. Investigation of psychological examining instituted by the First Assistant Secretary of War, who subsequently assigned Mr. G. H. Dorr to the task of conducting investigation. May 15. Investigation of psychological examining instituted by the General Staff, Colonel R. J. Burt, ordered to conduct inquiry. May 16. Division of Psychology notified that no additional appointments or promotions should be made in the Psychological Service pending inquiry by the General Staff concerning its values. It was subsequently learned that this inquiry consisted of a request that commanding officers of stations report on the value of psychological examining, the desirability of its continuance, and the possibility of having medical officers do the work. May-July. Reports concerning psychological service received by the Office of the Adjutant General from commanding officers of approximately 100 cantonments, camps, posts, and other stations. The majority of these reports were seriously misleading and wholly unfair to the psychological service. They gradually transformed the favourable attitude towards psychological examining in the officers of the Adjutant General and the General Staff into one of skepticism, disapproval, and in certain instances hostility. During this time, the Office of the Surgeon General was ignorant of the content of the reports and therefore unable to correct the misinformation. June 10. Report of Mr. Dorr on psychological service in relation to neuropsychiatric service submitted to the First Assistant Secretary of War. June 18. Report of Colonel Burt concerning psychological examining submitted to the General Staff. June 25. Chief of the Division of Psychology confers with officers of the Organization Committee of the General Staff concerning additional psychological personnel and the relation of reports of commanding officers concerning psychological examining to continuation and extension of psychological service. At this time, the Chief of the Division of Psychology discovered the grossly misleading character of the majority of the reports and induced representatives of the Organization Committee to make direct inquiries concerning psychological examining in order they might correct the misinformation and confusion resulting from a failure of commanding officers to distinguish between psychological and psychiatric work. July. Major L.P. Horsfall and Colonel J.W. Craig visit Camp Meade to observe psychological examining and inquire concerning its values and needs. July 8. Deficiency Appropriation Bill passed by Congress and sum of $384,000 thus made available for use of Medical Department of the Army in construction of buildings for psychological service. July. General orders concerning psychological examining and its conduct prepared by Colonel Burt and submitted for approval of the Chief of Staff. Before issuance, the content was so changed that it rendered the psychological examining of recruits optional with commanding officers. Thus, by the change in a single sentence, a division of the General Staff completely altered the instructions originally issued concerning psychological examining and rendered the service of doubtful value. July 10. The Surgeon General for the Division of Psychology requests authority to proceed with appointments and promotions in the psychological service. July 25. The Coordination Branch of the General Staff reports to the Chief of the Division of Psychology that the sum of $384,000 was carried by the Deficiency Expenditure Bill and that such amount was therefore made available for construction of special buildings for psychological examining. The information was later verified by the Construction Department of the Office of the Quartermaster General. August 1st. Facts concerning appropriation of funds for special construction brought to the attention of the Chief of the Division of Operations of the General Staff. Thereupon the Chief of the Division of Psychology was advised to request special buildings wherever needed. This was immediately done, but no buildings had been constructed prior to the signing of the armistice. August 13. Request of the Surgeon General for approval of additional psychological personnel disapproved by the War Department. It was subsequently learned by the Division of Psychology that this was based upon confusion of psychological with psychiatric work. August 13. Letter issued by the Adjutant General to commanding officers stating that no additional psychological personnel would be appointed and strongly suggesting the desire of the War Department to restrict the service. August 14. General Orders No. 74 establishing psychological service issued by the War Department. August 31. Authorization for appointments and promotions in the psychological service, again requested by the Surgeon General on the ground of previous misunderstanding of the purpose and values of psychological examining and the demands created by General Orders No. 74. October 1. Request for psychological personnel approved by War Department. October 1 to November 11. Recommendation for new appointments and promotions in the Sanitary Corps, Division of Psychology, transmitted by the Division of Psychology. November. Arrangements made with Surgeon General instead for the completion of psychological examining and the transfer of officers of this service to general hospitals for assistance with the work of physical and mental reconstruction. December 1918 to January 1919. Plans perfected by the Division of Psychology and approved by the Surgeon General for the analysis of results of psychological examination of 1 3/4 million soldiers and for the preparation of a complete official report concerning this service. 1919. January 23. Psychological service as organized during the operation of the draft, discontinued, and the appointment of 2 civilian psychologists to prepare methods and keep them up to date, ordered by the Adjutant General of the Army. April 1st. Official report on the history and organization of psychological examining in the United States Army completed for publication. April 8. Psychological examination of enlisted men received at Overseas Replacement Depot. Camp Meade. Ordered and Surgeon General directed to supply necessary personnel. April 19. Section of Psychology ordered by the War Department to prepare a suitable method of psychological examination for illiterate and non-English speaking citizens and aliens. April 25. Official report on methods of psychological examining used in the United States Army completed for publication. May 19. Action of January 23 rescinded. The Surgeon General directed by the Adjutant General to remain in active service during the emergency 2 psychologists on military status. July 1st. Official report on statistical results of psychological examining in the United States Army completed for publication. July 18. Recruit psychological examination submitted to the War Department for use in examining illiterates and non-English speaking applicants for enlistment. Section 2. Favorable and unfavorable influences. The achievements and failures in the service of examining cannot be thoroughly understood or appreciated without knowledge of the favorable and unfavorable circumstances or conditions of work. The listing of these circumstances is also in the nature of a summary of this history recorded. Distinctly in favor of the work of mental testing are a. The intelligent and active interest of various individuals and committees of the National Research Council. b. The sympathetic interest of Surgeon General William C. Gorgas and many members of his staff. c. The interest and the progressively favorable attitudes of the Secretary of War and his assistants. d. The unexpectedly favorable results of the initial trial of methods in the Army and the Navy, leading as a matter of course to the recommendation of methods for official trial. e. Similarly favorable results of official trial in 4 cantonments. f. The strongly favorable report of official inspection of the initial work. Colonel Henry A. Shaw, the inspector for the medical department, developed a keen personal interest in the work, and in addition to reporting his observations, made numerous and valuable constructive suggestions for the improvement of the service. G. The fact that approximately 75% of the officers who became familiar with intelligence ratings through the official trial of methods favored the continuation, extension, and improvement of the service within the Army. H. The fact also that as a result of the first year of this new service, the majority of commanding officers of posts, camps, divisions, and other important organizations who had reasonable familiarity with intelligence ratings more or less definitely and strongly favored their use. Indicative of the nature of this service and its value is the fact that, with a few exceptions, individuals who at first objected to psychological examining as a wasteful and impractical novelty, on gaining acquaintance with the work as actually conducted in camps and observing the uses of intelligence ratings, became favorable to the service. This happened frequently and most strikingly in the general staff of the War Department and in other Washington staffs. I. Chief among the assets of the service was a constant demonstration of practical value and the recognition of this value by intelligent, open-minded, and progressive officers. In several instances, new and important uses of psychological ratings were suggested to psychological staffs by officers of the line. J. Absolutely essential even for the continuance of the psychological service, and still more so for its development, were the favorable reports of official investigations. These number 3. First, investigation by the War College Division of the General Staff through requests for reports of commanding officers. Despite the fact that these reports were strongly unfavorable, the investigation itself resulted in unqualified endorsement of psychological work. The second report, based upon investigation initiated by the Chief of Staff, had the important result of leading directly to the preparation of general orders. The third report, initiated in the office of the Secretary of War, wholly justified the service on the basis of feasibility, economy, and practicality, and pointed out that psychological ratings would be of extreme significance for military efficiency if the Army could be speedily educated to their proper use. K. The exceptional personnel, intellectual and educational, and professional qualifications of psychological officers did much to carry this new work to success. L. The establishment of a special school for military psychology and the training of officers of this service to the fundamentals of military behavior, as well as in psychological examining for the Army, at once greatly increased the efficiency of the psychological personnel and impressed experienced Army officers with the wisdom and thoroughness of the organization of the service. M. The provision of carefully prepared and thoroughly tested methods and equipment, and the attempt to provide also adequate examining space, favorably influenced such officers or their observers as came into intimate contact with the work. N. The general observation that commanding officers and others in reasonable positions usually received the highest of ratings, and the fact that the intelligence ratings of arms of the service in general agreed with the consensus of Army opinion were favorable circumstances. Officers of the Engineer Corps ranked very high. This created a favorable impression and unusual interest in psychological examining within that corps, and led to numerous special requests for psychological service. It furthermore promoted the service both early and late because the Army recognized the superiority of the engineers. O. Aiding indirectly but also substantially were the popular recognition of the importance of classifying soldiers mentally and attempting to use intelligence economically and efficiently, and the steady stream of requests from commercial concerns, educational institutions, and individuals for the use of Army methods of psychological examining, or for the adaptation of such methods to special needs. These are only a few of the assets or favorable circumstances, but among them appear those which played the most important role in initiating, preserving, and developing the service of psychological examining. Contrasted with this list of favorable circumstances is an equally formidable list of disadvantages or handicaps. Again, it is impossible to achieve completeness. Only those circumstances or events which figure conspicuously can be mentioned. A. Misunderstanding of psychology and prejudice against anything done in its name. It is said by certain Army officers who have good reason to know that the name psychological examining did more to retard the development of this work and to render it unreasonably difficult than anything else. It was later suggested by one of the inspectors that the examination be called a test of alertness. B. Officers who claimed that mental classification was unnecessary because armies had always got along without it, previously were not lacking. Some of these individuals objected to the novelty of the new service, others to its scientific aspect or its seeming impracticability, and yet others to the risk of interference with military training. C. In the medical department, aside from the support of a few officers who were intimately acquainted with the methods, there was fairly general and natural opposition to skepticism because it seemed as though psychologists were attempting to do what should be done by medical specialists. This was especially true, with notable exceptions, of the neuropsychiatrists, and the situation was made considerably more worse by the early demonstration that medical officers as a group, as well as the officers in the dental and veterinary corps, ranked relatively low in intelligence. This revelation, aside from the fact, tended to prejudice officers of the medical department against the psychological service. It made little difference that this fact was first brought to light by a medical inspector, by him made the basis for important special recommendations to the Surgeon General concerning the elimination, careful selection, and placement of medical officers. D. Opposition appeared also in other quarters, for the officers of the line very naturally felt that the War Department, especially through the Medical Department, was attempting to impose many novelties upon the service. These officers seriously objected to the interference with military training, and they were frankly and reasonably skeptical of the importance for military efficiency of the many new types of examination, classification, suggestions, and recommendations which were offered them. E. The early examination of officers and the assignment of intelligence ratings aroused a suspicion that appointments and promotions might be determined in part by the results of psychological examination. This seemed to many officers unfair, and it undoubtedly led to much adverse criticism on the part of individuals who had no direct knowledge of the work itself, and no reasonable basis for opinion concerning its value to the Army. F. Officers of the General Staff who were responsible for major decisions concerning the psychological service were at the extreme disadvantage of having to judge from written evidence or the arguments of advocates instead of from intimate first-hand acquaintance with the work of examining as conducted in camps and the practical applications of the information supplied. It is surprising indeed that these officers should have been willing at any time to take the risk of introducing a service at once so novel and so certain to arouse opposition. It is easy to understand why many staff officers conscientiously and persistently opposed the work, and after its introduction opposed also expenditures to facilitate it and all attempts to extend it. G. This opposition in Washington proved most serious to the new service when it prevented the construction of special buildings for psychological examining. How the buildings being provided as originally requested, planned and authorized, it is reasonable to estimate that the value of psychological examining for increased military efficiency during the last 6 months of hostilities would have been doubled. The misapprehension of the opposition is also indicated by the fact that the conduct of psychological examining in barracks and other buildings assigned for the purpose actually costs the Army considerably more than the construction of special buildings would have cost. H. The failure of the War Department to issue special orders and instructions concerning psychological examining for the guidance of commanding officers most seriously affected the service. Section 7, General Orders, No. 74, August 1918, would have facilitated and furthered the service most importantly had it been issued 6 months earlier. I. The low rank of the officers who were charged with the introduction, organization, and direction of this new service made the work needlessly difficult and relatively very much more so than other new kinds of service. Whereas the chief psychological examiner was invariably a first lieutenant during the first several months of the psychological service, medical officers engaged in tasks of similar responsibility and difficultness usually held the rank of captain, major, or lieutenant colonel. Naturally enough, the rank of the officer in charge markedly influenced the judgment of line officers concerning the importance and value of psychological examining. Indeed, the low rank assigned to competent, experienced, and adequately trained psychologists in the sanitary corps is one of the most serious injustices to this new service, as well as to the individuals concerned with it. The disapproval when psychological examining had demonstrated its practical value, and the extension of the work to the entire Army had been authorized, of its promotion of psychologists to the grades of captain and major, and the resulting necessity for the organization of work in new stations by first lieutenants was another serious blow and handicap to the division of psychology. J. Following this disapproval of promotions came disapproval of additional appointments for psychological examining, in spite of the fact that the War Department had previously authorized a reasonable adequate number of appointments. As a result of disapproval of promotions and appointments, psychological examining was conducted for months by men whose rank was 1 or 2 grades lower than it should have been for the good of the service, and in justice to the individuals, and the work was carried forward as best as it could by staffs which usually were not more than half the size which the work demanded. It was the rule during this period, not the exception, that 1, 2, or 3 psychological officers of the sanitary corps did the work which had been planned for a staff of 4 officers. These men laboured continuously, devotedly, and usually without complaint, under conditions which could scarcely have been more unfavourable, and often with nothing but adverse criticisms and grumbling by way of encouragement. K. Another disadvantage which must not be overlooked is the fact that psychological appointments were made in the sanitary corps, and as a result, the psychologist was regarded by medical officers and also by officers of the line as professionally inferior to officers of the medical corps, if not to those of all corps. This placed the individual psychologist upon his merits. If he succeeded in commanding with the respect, confidence, and admiration of the officers with whom he was associated and for whom his work was being done, it was by reason of his own qualities, his professional proficiency, his target and insight, and not because of the prestige given him by his corps or his military rank. Psychologists, as well as the service of psychological examining, won on merit and on that alone. L. It has already been stated that general orders for the use of intelligence ratings were lacking until near the end of the war. This served still further to increase the responsibility and the difficulties of the chief psychological examiner, for in every station commanding officers had to be convinced by demonstration of the various values of the ratings and persuaded to issue, on their own responsibility, instructions for the use of these ratings. It thus came about that instead of general instructions for the entire army issued from the War Department, there existed in innumerable stations, camp, or divisional instructions concerning psychological examining and the use of intelligence ratings. In the end, this gave the psychological service a very great advantage in certain camps, because commanding officers appreciated the difficult circumstances, but its conspicuous local victories were purchased at a great price. M. It has been pointed out that the use of the word psychology very nearly prevented the development of this service. Added to this unfavourable circumstance was a confusion of psychological with neuropsychiatric work. This resulted naturally and inevitably because of the similarity and unfamiliarity of the terms psychologist and psychiatrist, psychology and psychiatry, and also because of the fact that psychologists were supposed to be working under the direction of or in cooperation with neuropsychiatrists. In many quarters there was thought that the psychologist was a medical specialist who was responsible for work that neuropsychologists should do. This serious misconception led to complications which lessened the value of psychological examining and constituted the chief basis for some of the disapprovals which most nearly wrecked the division of psychology. Had psychologists been called personal officers and had their work been designated as testing mental alertness, this unfortunate confusion would have been avoided, and along with it many misconceptions would still persist in the Army. N. Popular misunderstanding concerning materials and methods worked to the disadvantage of the service through political and other channels. To this person unfamiliar with such matters, the tests appeared trivial, absurd, and unfamiliar. Many people considered it a bad joke to have psychologists conducting examinations by such means in the Army. Some even suspected that the work was being done for scientific purposes, merely and against, rather than for military efficiency. Often the work was wrongly described as investigation or research, instead of as service. These misunderstandings and misinterpretations of method reached even the officers of the Secretary of War and of the General Staff. Some of them undoubtedly had to do with the initiation of special investigations into the conduct and value of the service. O. Following upon such misunderstandings and misconceptions as have been mentioned, the official investigations created reasonable doubt concerning the permanency of psychological examining. This doubt extended even to the camps and there served to increase the difficulties and discomforts of psychological staffs. It was reported in certain quarters that psychological examining had been discredited by reports of official investigation, that the work lacked the support of the general staff, and would shortly be abandoned. It is not difficult to imagine how such rumours interfered with the progress of the service, and tended to reduce its practical value. Although this is only a partial list of disadvantages, it would appear like over-high praise of the success of psychological examining to extend it or to attempt to emphasize more strongly adverse as contrasted with favourable conditions of work. As a matter of fact, the conditions which have been listed as unfavourable may have done much to stimulate the psychological personnel and to develop a fighting spirit which refused to admit even the possibility of failure. Section 3. Summary of Examining. The achievements of the Psychological Service between September 1917 and January 1919 may at this point be summarized very briefly, since this memoir presents a detailed account of the work with reference especially to organization, methods, and practical results. After preliminary trial and 4 cantonments, psychological examining was extended by the War Department to the entire Army, excepting only field and general officers. To supply the requisite personnel, a school for training in military psychology was established in the Medical Officers Training Camp, Fort Oglethorpe, Georgia. Approximately 100 officers and more than 300 listed men received training at this school. The work of mental examining was organized finally in 35 Army training camps. A grand total of 1,726,966 men had been given psychological examination prior to January 31, 1919. Of this number, about 42,000 were commissioned officers. More than 83,500 of the enlisted men included in the total had been given individual examination in addition to the group examination for literates, for illiterates, or both. Between April 28, 1918 and January 31, 1919, 7,800 men, 0.5%, were reported with recommendations for discharge by psychological examiners because of mental inferiority. The recommendations for assignment to labour battalions because of low-grade intelligence numbered 10,014, 0.6 +%. For assignment to development battalions, in order that they might be more carefully observed and given preliminary training to discover, if possible, ways of using them in the Army, 9,487 men, 0.6 +% were recommended. During this same interval, there were reported 4,780 men with mental age below 7 years, 7,875 between 7 and 8 years, 14,814 between 8 and 9 years, 18,878 between 9 and 10 years. This gives a total of 46,347 men under 10 years mental age. It is extremely improbable that many of these individuals were worth what it cost the government to maintain, equip, and train them for military service. A more detailed statistical summary is supplied by the following tables, which are relevant alike to the present discussion and to later discussion of results of examining. Previous to April 28, 1918, until April 28, itemized weekly reports of the psychological examinations made at each station were not required by the Surgeon General. The data for this period are therefore not as complete as for the period from April 28, 1918, to the end of the work. However, Table 3 gives the approximate number of examinations for the early period. Table 3 is displayed on the page, an approximate number of examinations previous to April 28, 1918. April 28, 1918 to January 31, 1919, from April 28, 1918 to January 31, 1919. 1,556,011 men and 32,893 officers were examined by the Division of Psychology. Of these, 79,908 were given individual examination. Table 4. Table 4 is displayed on the page. Summary of psychological examining by months, May 1918 to January 1919. Of the entire number, 221,550 men and 199 officers, 14.2%, were Negroes. Table 5. Of the 1,566,011 men, 25.3% were unable to read and understand newspapers and write letters home, and were given the beta examination for illiterates. An additional 5.7%, after failing the alpha examination for illiterates, were given the beta examination. Table 5. It is estimated that more than half of this, 31%, were native-born Americans. Of the individual examinations, 23.3% were made by means of the point scale, 47.9% by the Stanford-Binet, and 28.8% by the performance scale, Table 5. The percent of D- grades on examination alpha decreased, with fluctuations from May to December, largely due to the change of grading bases in June and again in August. The percent of D- grades on beta depended largely on the proportion of Negroes coming into camp, being highest in August when the proportion was greatest. The percent of D- and E grades on the individual examinations was irregularly affected during the latter part of the examining by the fact that some of these cases were men referred by the commanding officers for examination, Table 5. Table 5 is displayed on the page. Summary of psychological examining by months, May 1918 to January 1919. The number of low-grade mental ages reported was low in May and June. While the individual examining was not thoroughly underway, it was extremely high in October in relation to total because the influenza epidemic prevented group examinations, and high in August on account of the large Negro draft. Table 6. Table 6 is displayed on the page. Mental age of recommendations. Recommendations for discharge were made in less than 1/2% of all men examined. Recommendations for service organizations and development battalions include another 1.25%. In all, 1.75% were considered unfit for regular military service. Table 8 summarizes details of individual examination and recommendations and shows considerable variations from camp to camp. These are explainable by referring 1. to the nature of the draft received, number of illiterates, foreigners, and Negroes, mental level of the district represented, and the status of the local draft boards, and to the fact that elimination by other camp examining boards was made at some stations before and at others after the psychological examination took place. 2. The differences in interpretation and application of standards of different staffs and individual examiners. 3. To differences in attitude of the medical boards at different stations toward recommendations of the psychological staff. 4. To differences in number and kind of cases referred by commanders for mental examinations. Table 8. Table 7 is displayed on the page. Summary of psychological examining by camps from May 1918 to January 1919. Table 8 is displayed on the page. Analysis of individual examining May 1918 to January 1919. Summary of examining April 28, 1918 to January 31, 1919. 1. Number of stations in which psychological examinations were made, 34. 2. Number of men examined. A table is displayed on the page. 3. Number of men given individual examination, 79,908. Total to date, 83,543. 4. Number of examinations, alpha only, 1,059,531. Beta only, 393,404. Both alpha and beta, 90,065. Point scale, 18,732. Stanford-Binet, 38,489. Performance scale, 23,119. 5. Number of grades below D in alpha, 97,572. In beta, 95,715. In beta, following alpha, 6,682. Individual performance scale, 4,600. Stanford-Binet, 11,129. Performance scale, 7,984. Total, 23,770. 6. Mental ages below 7 years, 4,780. 7 to 8 years, 7,875. 8 to 9, 14,814. 9 to 10, 18,878. 10 to 11, 12,631. 11 to 12, 6,430. 12 or above, 7,507. 7. Number of cases reported for discharge, 7,800. Service organizations, 10,014. Development battalions, 9,487. While the regular service of psychological examining was being organized, directed, and in every feasible way furthered by the Division of Psychology in the Office of the Surgeon General, And while this work was being prosecuted in the greater part of the Army training camps in the United States, every effort was made to meet demands for other kinds of psychological assistance, for it was the purpose of the psychological personnel to render maximal service to the military organization. The varieties of service requested by the Army itself or by civilian agencies related to the Army are extremely interesting and significant as indicating the trend of popular and military interest in psychological service and the initiative of examining staffs. Such miscellaneous service is described in Section 5 of this chapter. The practical uses of intelligence ratings are indicated or suggested at various points in this memoir. They may be enumerated here in contrast with the values originally predicted. As originally conceived, psychological service within the medical department was to assist medical officers, and especially neuropsychiatric officers, in discovering and eliminating men who were mentally unfit for military duty. It appeared prior to actual trial that reasonably well-planned methods of mental measurement should enable psychological examiners to discover mentally inferior recruits as soon as they arrive in camp and to make suitable recommendation concerning them to the medical officer. It was also believed that psychologists could assist neuropsychiatrists in the examination of psychotic individuals. The proposed role of the psychologist was then that of assistant to the Army surgeon. The actual role, as a result of demonstration of values, was that of expert in scientific personnel. In interesting contrast with the original purpose of mental examining as stated above, stands the following account of the purposes actually achieved by this service. 1. The assignment of an intelligence rating to every soldier on the basis of systematic examination. 2. The designation and selection of men whose superior intelligence indicates the desirability of advancement or special assignment. 3. The prompt selection and recommendation for development battalions of men who are so inferior mentally as to be unsuitable for regular military training. 4. The provision of measurements of mental ability which shall enable assigning officers to build organizations of uniform mental strength or in accordance with definite specifications concerning intelligence requirements. 5. The selection of men for various types of military duty or for special assignments, as for example to military training schools, colleges or technical schools. 6. The provision of data for the formation of special training camps within the regiment or battery in order that each man may receive instruction suited to his ability to learn. The early discovery and recommendation for elimination of men whose intelligence is so inferior that they cannot be used to advantage in any line of military service. Although it originally seemed that psychological examining naturally belonged to the medical department of the Army and would there prove most useful, it subsequently became evident that this is not true, because the service rendered by psychological examiners is only in part medical in its relations and values. In the main, its significance relates to placement, and its natural affiliation is with military personnel. For practical as well as logical reasons, it would doubtless have been wiser had the service of the Division of Psychology been associated, from the first, with that of the Committee on Classification of Personnel in the Army, so that the psychological as well as occupational, educational, and other important data might have been assembled by a single military agency and promptly rendered available for use in connection with the assignment of recruits. Thus also the organization of a special branch of the General Staff or of a personal section of the Adjutant General's office to deal with varied problems of military personnel might have been hastened and otherwise facilitated, and the utilization of brain power as contrasted with manpower in the ordinary sense rendered more satisfactory early in the emergency. When the armistice was signed and the examination of drafted men for the sake of mental classification ceased, the results of psychological examination were being used to excellent effect in the majority of camps, and there was every reason to predict rapid increase in the extent and effectiveness of practical psychological service during the remainder of the war. A general order such as that presented on pages 56 and 57, carrying brief, comprehensive instructions concerning the profitable use of these ratings, would undoubtedly have placed the work upon a wholly satisfactory basis and would have assured very great increase of military efficiency through the proper placement and effective use, from the standpoint of brain power, of every soldier. Because the psychologist is necessarily biased in favor of his own work, it is essential that other evidences of military value than the assertions of those immediately responsible for this service be presented. Among the most significant of these evidences are the opinion of commanding officers. These were secured from the majority of stations in which psychological service existed after the work had been thoroughly organized, and the officers had been given opportunity to acquaint themselves with its organization, relations to the military situation, and its practical usefulness. Whereas the reports from commanding officers received by the War Department in connection with the investigation of psychological service were predominantly unfavorable, those subsequently secured in many instances from the same officers by special request to the Surgeon General were almost invariably favorable and contained constructive suggestions. The reason for this radical difference in the nature of the opinion is the prematureness of the original request for report. The psychological service had not been organized at the time, and where it did not exist, it was naturally enough assumed by responsible officers that a report on psychiatric work was desired. Since it is impossible adequately to summarize the opinions of commanding officers, Section 4 of this chapter is devoted to them, and they are quoted at sufficient length to assure both fairness and adequacy of presentation. Section 4. Official opinions concerning the military value of examining. In the preceding chapters, considerable material bearing upon the topic of this section has been presented. Letters and reports already referred to give evidence of the good general impression created by the initial and intermediate stages of psychological examining. Fortunately, there are available also expressions of opinion of commanding generals and others at a much later date, when longer experience under much more varied conditions had furnished a thoroughly sound basis for judgment as to the net value of the work. The further fact that these later opinions are greater in number, and that they form a complete and entirely unselected series, makes certain that the following account is quite unprejudiced. In September and November 1918, a letter substantially as follows was sent by the Adjutant General of the Army to the commanding generals of camps in which psychological examining had been in progress for a considerable time. The Division of Psychology, Office of the Surgeon General, especially desires your opinion on the value of psychological examining in your camp and suggestions concerning ways of increasing the value of this service. 11 letters and 12 endorsements were received in reply to this request. In so far as is predictable, these replies are reproduced exactly. In several cases where enclosures of considerable length accompany the replies, and especially when they recite the facts already embodied in this report instead of opinions, the enclosures have either been omitted or summarized. 7 letters had been received from commanding officers of camps or divisions prior to the issuance of the special request mentioned above. These added to the 11 letters and 12 endorsements give a total of 30 responses from commanding officers. Of these replies, 27, approximately 90%, are favorable. Of the 23 letters and endorsements quoted below, 12 are definitely favorable, 1 is definitely unfavorable, and 1 is favorable on condition that the work be done in a more advantageous manner. Whereas in the first instance, as mentioned on page 25, company commanders in National Army cantonments were favorable to psychological examining. In 75% of the cases, commanding generals, on the whole, more familiar with the psychological service and in possession of the critical judgments of numerous subordinates, reacted favorably in more than 90% of the cases on record. Reply letter from Commanding Officer of Camp Greenleaf. The work of the Division of Psychology has been very carefully studied by the undersigned, and the following conclusions have been arrived at. The system used, which is practically a mathematical determination of the intelligence of the soldier, is very satisfactory, and the results are, as far as can be determined by such means, fairly accurate. The following criticisms should be made of this work. In the first place, the psychological department works considerably under the impression that their determinations should be used as a controlling factor in the assignment of officers and the appointment of non-commissioned officers in the Army. This cannot be, for the simple reason that a man's character of initiative not be determined by any such test, and frequently a man of high intelligence has not the other attributes necessary to make him a really efficient officer. Furthermore, this work is now being done by quite a number of men whose entire time is supposed to be taken up by these tests, making an expense of the government which is not justified by the results obtained. Also, this department should be criticized on the ground that higher psychology, which is the study of the men more in detail and at length, is not attempted by this department, and therefore a great deal of the real value of psychological study is lost. It should be understood that this criticism is destructive, but it is considered that the work as conducted by the psychological division as at present ordered is too narrow to give real value to the government, and if it should be contained a wider application of such psychological work should be attempted and a departure made from the solely mathematical determination of intelligence. Reply letter from Commanding Officer Camp Hancock. Reference from letter AGO, dated November 22, 1918. In order to make the desired report of more value, I have called on the various officers here most concerned in the training, instruction, and handling of troops for an expression of their opinion of the value of psychological examinations, together with any suggestions that these officers might have as to ways of improving and increasing the usefulness of this work. I enclose herewith separate reports from 14 different officers, which I think will be found of interest and value. It will be noted that of the 14 reports, only one is unfavourable to a continuance of this work. In my opinion, the work has a distinct value in connection with the training of recruits, and especially in the case where large numbers of untrained officers and men must be organised and trained with a minimum of delay. In this camp, psychological examinations have been found of considerable value in connection with the selection of non-commissioned officer material, and also in the selection of men for attendance at various schools. These examinations are found of value in sorting and classifying the men in the various companies to which they may be assigned, in that it permits of the immediate separation of the mass of recruits, of which the company is composed into different groups of varying degrees of intelligence, so that each group can receive special treatment according to its particular needs. In this way, the progress of training is facilitated. In conclusion, I deem that the psychological examination of officers and enlisted men, especially where these examinations can be held as promptly as possible after introduction into service, has a distinct practical value in the training of troops, especially where time is a factor and it is necessary to utilize the services of inexperienced officers in the organization and training of large bodies of men. The following are the 14 reports referred to in paragraph 1 of the preceding reply. 1. From the camp surgeon. A. It is believed that the psychological examinations have a definite and considerable value in the rapid determination of the mental acuity of enlisted men and officers entering the service. It is believed that in the absence of personal contact and experience with an officer or enlisted man, the psychological rating offers the best method of judging at once the possibilities of that officer or enlisted man. B. In purely medical work, the psychological examination of every officer and enlisted man has a definite value in that case of subnormal mentality, and many cases of mental disease are detected thereby, and as a result are referred for more definite examination to the neuropsychiatric examiner. 2. From the camp personnel adjutant. At the present time, psychological ratings are being used in this office principally that we may have another line on a man in selecting him in filling requisitions for specially qualified men. I believe, however, that psychological ratings should be made of very great use, and, as I see it, there are two main ways in which these ratings could be used to advance the efficiency and usefulness of the machine gun training center. A. Ratings can be made of very great value to the personnel office, and I presume also to the operations section in the original assigning and placing of men. This applies not only to specialists, but also to men undergoing machine gun training. B. Ratings can be used by company commanders and other unit officers who are directly in contact with the men. It is very frequently necessary for such officers to use what might be called snap judgment in placing a man, and the psychological rating which gives a line on the enlisted man's mentality and will be useful for this purpose. It has been demonstrated that in a large percentage of cases, a practical trial of a man substantiates the value placed on him by his psychological rating. I believe psychological ratings should be given consideration in the formation of new machine gun classes. One of the difficulties is that some enlisted men take up this training and learn it much more rapidly than others. This is chiefly due to a difference in mentality. In order, therefore, that apt men may not be delayed in their training and held back by those men who learn less readily, I suggest that in the formation of training units, men of higher mentality be grouped together in one class, those of a slightly less mentality in another, and so on down the line. In this way, I believe the training of the men could be speeded up to quite a marked extent, and all recruits would be trained as rapidly as their individual ability permitted. Information reaching this office from Washington states that 8 commanding officers have already directed that this procedure be used in forming organizations within their command. In the formation of the permanent personnel and the reorganization which is at present going on, the psychological ratings could be used to equalize the mentality of the various organizations. I suggest that the camp psychologist be authorized and directed to immediately examine all men for whom there is no rating on record. The ratings of the men examined shall be reported to the camp personnel adjutant for use at headquarters, as an extra copy shall be furnished to the company commander for his information. 3. From Commanding Officer, Main Training Depot. In my opinion, these examinations should be made as soon as recruits join and their ratings put on service records. This would be of great value in the selection of non-commissioned officers in new organizations and in old organizations. It is my opinion that non-commissioned officers should never be made without reference to psychological ratings. All things being equal, the high rating should govern. 4. From Commanding Officer, Group Number 1. In my experience with men examined by their psychological expert, I found the results very helpful in electing men. In no case have I found their classification in error. Men who were rated high turned out to be of superior intellect, and those in the D class were slow to learn and fit only for labor. 5. From Commanding Officer, Group Number 2. The psychological examination of enlisted personnel of this command has been of the greatest assistance to company commanders in making the selection of non-commissioned officers. 6. From Commanding Officer, Group Number 3. I have had numerous chances to test the value of psychological examinations, and found, but with one exception, that it was an easy and quick way to place the proper man in the proper place, not knowing the man at all. The instance I cite, I had occasion to pick out from new draft 120 men as prospective machine gun instructors and material for non-commissioned officers. This I derived early from psychological report. One man failed to qualify as machine gun instructor. Suggest that each recruit as he enters the service be given the examination and a card properly filled out be forwarded with his papers, which would allow his company commander to place him where he belongs and not retard the progress of other men in his organization. 7. From Commanding Officer, Group Number 4. The results of the psychological examinations have not been an infallible guide to the appointing of non-commissioned officers, but have always received consideration and have been of great assistance in picking fit men for non-commissioned officers. End of Section 8.